Come to order. Welcome to the Suwannee County Board of County Commissioners Budget Workshop. At this time, I get Mr. Commissioner Fleming to do the invocation and the pledge. If everybody will stand.
Good morning, let us pray. Our Father, we come again in your name. Thank you for another budget year, another budget cycle. We pray, God, that you give us strength, give us wisdom, put our minds together to do your will. Father, we thank you. Father, we even thank you for another chance to breathe and new life. And we pray that you bless those that have lost loved ones. We pray, Father, that you be with us this day, be with our constituents this day, help us to understand what we do the way we do. Father, we love you and we thank you. This we ask in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we'll start off with Supervisor of Elections Office, Ms. Jennifer Kennedy. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And I'll do like I did last year. Are we good? I don't have any questions, y'all.
You go through it from the beginning to the end.
Beginning to end, well,
From the rest of it.
can I hit the highlights?
There you go.
But y'all don't have any questions for me? I explained where the places where we did have to raise up. And one of the biggest was the overtime for the election coming up. The poll workers and the staff overtime, so that was one of the biggest raises.
Well, you told me you were leaving at 4:30 yesterday, so.
We did too, but I was there at 7. So. But yeah, 4:30 on the dot, we left. The alarm went off.
I don't have any questions.
We're fixing to have a bunch of overtime, so that's a big jump.
It's that time of year.
It's that time, yeah.
I don't know whether you should keep that.
No, sir, I don't have any either. I just wondered if Miss Lindsay could get with the sheriff and the chief and show them how to do $46,000 a year increases.
That was good, wasn't it? Yeah. We're just saying no.
I just started off with it.
Yeah.
But last year was a big increase, so.
I'm fine with it.
I don't have anything.
We're good.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Back to work.
Next up is Mr. Ricky Gamble, property appraiser.
No.
What you give him back? Refund.
Mr. Chairman, Board.
One.
Mr. Fleming set up there for the last budget workshop for you.
Yes, sir.
12 in a row.
Yes, sir. I'll be back next year. I'll be back to look for the outside.
You gonna come back and be a thorn in the side?
Yes, sir.
Well, I didn't request anything new this year. We got some one-time purchases last year. We got those took care of. Everything else that went up is just what our vendors went up, postage, gas, everything else, just standard increases. We didn't have to do anything else. You got any questions?
I don't have any.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Gamble. And we're just rolling right on through. Next up is Mr. Barry Baker, clerk's office.
Mr. Chairman, is where, remember the song "Along Came John," I reckon that's kind of where I'm at. Yes, our budget, I didn't know if y'all had any questions. We have our IT budget there. The increases for that, we have a program that we put in place, it's called Know Before, which helps us to take and just look at spam, train our staff on spam and other things to look for as they're doing their jobs on the internet. And, so that's where we put that in place. The data-free Fortinet is the email security system. And that's also part of the professional services increase. We have Cisco and VMware that we have had to purchase. And we have a clerical software increase, which is part of the Article 5 funding that we've had to put in place. And then that's where we had some salary adjustments, or a salary adjustment for one employee. And then that we had put in a standard 50-cent raises plus the 100% on that. For the rest of our budget, if you look at the sheet here, it's the one that has all the red and black on it that you see. It just has an explanation of our stuff. The increases that you see there is where that Logan was mainly funded mainly out of the force, and that's where most of the duties now lie with the board, and so we have reflected that. And it's where that the other part that you'll see in the finance is where that with finance, we over the next 4 years we expect to have 4 of our employees out there, which is over half of our employees out there are going to be looking to retire. So what we're trying to do is take and bring in, we have a part-time position, we're going to make that full-time position and just use that as a training position where that we can bring in an employee prior to that employee retiring so that they can have training. And then as that employee is trained, is hired and trained, and then the other employee retires, but then another employee and continue to do that throughout the next 4 or 5 years. So it's where that reflects that. We have one position, it's an entry-level position. We're trying to, the gentleman is moving away. We're going to try and see if we can increase that one position by $2. Finance is kind of as a position, you really need to have someone that has experience. So we're trying to raise the salary for that one employee by $2 an hour, and hopes of trying to find a more seasoned employee with a lot more extensive finance background. So didn't know if y'all have any questions. The only thing I would say, we have put in for a raise to the state, employees for the state to fund it. That our employees that work for the state, they are not state employees, and the state doesn't recognize them as employees. We're hoping that the state will fund our employees the same, or that y'all do. We have put in that my only request is if the state does not fund the raises for those employees, is where I would ask the board to please consider that, because it's where, like I say, if they fall through the cracks, the state doesn't count them, and they're not necessarily county employees. I can't look until this employee you're getting a raise and having to make that your own.
You talking about the 1% 50-cent part of it, Barry?
If that happens, it's where there will be any, if the state does not fund it, and we are hoping that they will, it looks like it will. We will not be taking and using any funds until, unless we are not funded. But that 50 cent plus 1 for the state side would be equivalent to $29,528.46.
Say that one more time, Mr. President.
Be $29,528.46.
If the state doesn't fund it.
Yes, that I would ask the board to fund. And,
When would you know that?
probably sometime in early September is what I'm hoping. But I'm not necessarily sure, but I think it'll be early September. I think that they have a meeting later this month, and I'm hoping they'll have something towards the end of that. I should have these numbers and that, so.
I just got one question on the server escrow.
Yes.
There's $40,000 in there for that. What's that for?
Yes, we have several servers that we have to use within our office and stuff. We have finance servers, we have our clerical servers and other things. And so we have to set aside money, and that's what y'all had told us. We did increase it by $10,000 this year. And so it's for that, y'all had asked us, last year, year before, not to take and have it as huge increases. You would rather just have it as us putting aside money each year. So that's the reason that we did that. We did increase about $10,000.
So, how many years have we been doing that? Just 2, or?
I think this is we did 4 years. And it's really, as some roll off, we have others that come on.
So are we using the money, or is it just piling up?
It's escrow, it's an escrow account.
I get it, but I mean, are we continuously using out of it, or is it something that's just banking up?
Yes, so like when we went to the new virtual server, we have to have about $100,000 to $200,000. So if we don't start building it gently, as you do at home, then we get hit pretty hard, and this county can't take that.
No.
So we just build that money up until we can make the whole purchase. We just did that. Now, what we'll use those funds for is in 5 to 7 years down the road when we gotta change them out again.
Okay. I just remember we've been doing so much with IT and software and stuff at the clerk's office, so it's hard for me to keep it straight.
If they can give you kind of an update is where the sheriff's office has gone to the new software that y'all did last year. Our office is anticipating going through that as soon as Keith is able to get his head above water with this season and stuff like that. So we're looking forward to that as well. So the training will be coming up soon. But for our offices, the sheriff's office has already converted. This weekend we're trying to do some testing to make sure our stuff is going as well.
So the sheriff's the guinea pig?
Sorry?
Sheriff's the guinea pig?
Yes, sir.
Always.
I had brought up something to Ricky and also to Jim. It's the Office of Economic and Demographic Research and stuff. I know this year is where that they showed our population going down. And that's based off of 2021, 2020 and 2021. It showed that our numbers went down about almost 1,400 people for the statewide population. And a lot of that determines how our funding from the state is figured. So I don't know if that's something we can look at with them, because Jimmy was showing our populations are going up, that our state revenue sharing and stuff. A lot of those are derived from those numbers. So maybe something we just need to check into.
Is that from census, or?
It's something we don't know where that they're getting the numbers.
Well, that was the thing, if they're using census numbers from the last census, it obviously shows going up. So this number contradicts what the census says, so, they're both one state, one federal, I guess.
In any event, it's outdated.
Yeah.
It's 2021, so it isn't a reflection of what's really going on.
Right.
How do we address it?
I'm not really sure. I got it in yesterday on that. Just ask him because it is wrong. And he told me that the census numbers were showing it was going up. So I would say we just need to contact that office and find out exactly how to drive those numbers. So, do you have any further questions?
The other question that I have is, it sounds like a conflict to me when, I know during the census, I know it was down slightly. But I would really encourage you to try to find out what's going on with that, because I think those numbers I really don't believe that there's 1,400 less population. But that's a lot of out in the community, out in the rural areas, a lot of people. More people than I ever seen.
If you want to know that our population is changing, all you got to do is look in the parking lot for Sharon and Ricky's office. Because you'll see tags from New York, New Jersey, Ohio, California, Wisconsin, all those places. And how they found Lauderdale, Florida, or county, I don't know for this one. People are coming in, and a lot of them from South Florida as well, trying to move from the heavy population.
Any other questions for Mr. Baker? Everybody good? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Baker. Moving ahead here, Mr. Jimmy Norris, Economic Development, Tourist Bureau.
And we're gonna, I told Mr. Barry, we're gonna dig on that a little bit. Chris is working on it right now, but I have no idea where they're pulling those numbers from. Now, it does say from 2020, I think. So, you know, that was COVID year, and I don't know. So, but we'll do everything we can to see if we can find any data that contradicts that, because even the census, that 2020 census showed our overall numbers up. So, I don't know where they're pulling that information. Anyway, if we start with TDC, the third, number 37, is that okay with y'all?
Yes, sir.
And again, as you guys know, the county doesn't fund anything here. This is the tourism tax, the 3% bed tax that we have, so you guys really don't put any money in it. I guess this is more just for informational purposes to know kind of what our projections are for this next year, which the previous years we were at 275 is what we were kind of budgeting, and this year we're budgeting 300, and we think we'll hit that number depending on the last few months, and hopefully things don't slow down too much with this possible economic downturn facing us. But anyway, any questions on TDC? Like I say, it's just kind of money in, money out. It's nothing you guys actually fund. Basically, all the money's used for doing grants for events, and then the majority of it's used for marketing and promoting tourism in Suwannee County. And other than that, it's just something driving Miss Nina crazy.
I'm good with it. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Development, I think that's tab 30. For the most part, pretty much just common stuff that's, you know, expenses that we've had to increase. We did roll over. Last year, you guys put to $25,000. I think that was Commissioner Stapleton, I think, brought that forward. And we just kind of, we haven't quite got there with some of these new projects, but we do have those things coming. So we just kind of rolled that over into that line. And then the additional that we had off of the incentive grants that we have with the companies that's on the backside, you know, a lot of those, they have to do reporting every year, and we have to go through that. So most of the time, they don't always get the max. So the money that's left over that was already budgeted, we just rolled back into that line 4,800, just to give us more opportunity as these companies are coming in, if there's anything we can do to help them promote or get them here. Any questions on anything?
I don't do it.
Thank you.
Appreciate what you do, all of you. Building department is next.
He isn't here. We spoke, and I told him to go do inspections. If you have questions, just let me know. It'll be easier probably if you just deal with questions than going through every one of these things. So y'all just tell me if you've got a question about anything. We still have a vacancy over there. We haven't hired another inspector. We thought we were going to be able to split our code enforcement officer, but we can't do that because the state has different requirements. So our code enforcement officer is out there at full speed ahead. It's interesting just how much work we've got to do now that we've got an officer.
Well, I was explaining to Commissioner Stapleton that I already used him twice, and
Yeah.
he was definitely a good hire, a nice guy,
Yeah.
and right demeanor, I think, for the job. And
Best personality for this position.
he's got a plan, and he's been after it.
Yeah, really has.
I don't have any questions.
No.
Maintenance department, Mark?
We'll start with custodial. I think let's have 9 in your book. Been a little bit of increase. Of course, it's basically just due to the economy. Everything that is in my budget, both this and maintenance, was economy driven. Do you have any questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, you want to go to tab 10 then? Those two budgets. Which is building maintenance. We did roll over a couple lines just because you can't get stuff. You can't get stuff, you can't do it right now, so. But there, it is in the works. Those items are in the works.
I just have a question on the vacant positions. Are you short-staffed now, or?
I've been running short 2 consistently. Our pay scale isn't in line with the economics of what these people do. And also, when they do come, they roll out pretty quick. We've had a couple of those happen. They come in and they leave. Just because they can make $10 to $15 an hour more anywhere. Not to mention the fact that there is a very huge shortfall of people applying for these positions.
Yes, sir.
I haven't seen a maintenance position since Terry left. I haven't seen anybody even apply for a maintenance position. And it's not that I'm not asking people to come work for us.
So, where do you think that pay should be at to get people?
That's a y'all decision, sir.
But I don't hire them and fire them, you do, so.
Well, I try not to
Here's your
find
difficulty. These 2 positions, you'd have to look at all of those positions.
Right,
What happens.
Right.
It is tough. You know, unless someone already lives in this county, they're not gonna move here
Right.
for that kind of money.
And-
We're
and-
experiencing this problem everywhere.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
they are. I talk with facilities directors all over the state. They're all having the same problem. And, you know, we talk about our benefits package, and I hear people say, I can't eat them.
Yeah, well, I get that.
You know what I'm saying? I can't eat them. But, and I agree with them, but on the other hand, if you are sick and you are in the doctor, you are eating.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's an argument that goes both ways.
I guess we just suffer through it.
I'm still looking, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if I knew like a year or so ago, it was finding someone just to do HVAC. I mean, is there anything particular when you say maintenance? I mean, is there?
Actually, I'd like to see people with a wide variety of skills. I'd like to see somebody with I take a journeyman over that can be over a lot of things, then I can have a guy who's specialized. I have people right now who are specialized. But people who have electrical and plumbing background in what we do is a big asset for us. And if they can do both of that, but can you hire a plumber for $15 an hour? I don't think so. And you're not gonna hire an electrician for $25 an hour.
So how many positions are you short?
We're 2. We're 2. I'm down what I call a highly skilled labor, a maintenance tech 2, and a lower skilled labor, maintenance tech 1, which could be somebody who just got some good aptitude.
Okay.
You know, then I can take him, I can teach him something. Matter of fact, that works better for us anyway.
Okay.
So are you behind, are you keeping up, or what?
We're hanging in there. We're doing all right. Yeah, we fall a little behind every now and then, but we catch up, and you know, because the work ebbs and flows. You know what I'm saying? It's heavy for a while, and then it backs off. But we're doing all right for right now.
Well, I know you scattered all over the place.
Yes, sir.
And that, I mean, my thing is, you know, kind of what your folks do, keeps everything going.
It does. It does. Yeah, and my custodians also, I always like to put that out there, because if they ain't somebody hauling your trash out and cleaning your toilets, they don't nobody want to go in there.
Are you short in that department as well, or?
Yes, sir.
I think I came up with 9 positions total in your department.
I think there's 10 in custodial, 10 or 11, I'd have to go back.
So how are you keeping up with that if you that many short?
Well, we're 2 down right now. A lady I just hired her, offered her a job yesterday, so that put me down 3, but I also got 2 people that are fixing to go out on FMLA. So,
I know it's leaving my business too, I understand.
well, what happens with that is unfortunately, we see the shortfall in the buildings where we're taking out trash and trying to clean toilets and keep things going. And then we'll come back and do deep cleans, and if we gotta put in extra hours, we just put in extra hours.
Well, didn't we, if I remember right, didn't we fund some full-time positions for that last?
We took a
Or we
part,
took contract.
we got a part-time.
But didn't we go away from a contract or
we-
something?
Well, we transferred, I think, is what
Oh,
we
yeah,
talked
yeah,
about.
yeah, yeah,
Where we-
yeah,
we went
that
to
was a
full-time-
nightmare in itself.
Full-time position.
Really?
Yes, sir. When you contract out custodial work, you have no control.
So it's working better the way
Oh,
we got
yes,
it
it's
now?
working much better. I'm getting a lot of good feedback. I don't know, you can talk to your library people down there and they'll tell you right up front that building looks better than it has in years.
Good.
And we're actually using that person some here a little bit now. But we just took a part-time person and created a full-time job out of that to make that shortfall.
I don't have anything else, guys.
Mr. Chairman, I got a couple questions.
Mr. Manning?
Mark,
Yes, sir.
could you update us on the lift station at the jail? I know that 70,000's been rolled for
Yeah.
about 3 years now. What's going on there?
It needs to be done. It will function the way that it is right now. And unfortunately, there's only been one respondent in that area, and I'm trying to broaden that a little bit more so we're not stuck in, this is what they want to deal with. You know how that is. When you only got one person giving you a bid, you kind of at their mercy. And actually, it hasn't even gone out for bid. That's the one person who would respond to me when I talk to people about it. That's a confined space type job, so it gets a little bit more in depth than just running a pipe. But it's okay. We're getting by right now. I was just trying to hold on to that money. If y'all want to take that money and do something, I can ask for it later.
Don't offer it up.
Hey, look, I understand how this whole thing works, and y'all need money. We all need money.
I was just curious on the status condition of that one. And then the other one, the other line out below that courthouse generator, that's something that's in the works too.
Yes, sir. Mr. Harris's staff is working on the procurement of the generator and the switch at this time.
That's correct. The generator was already bid. We bought the transfer switch, I think, back to the board recently.
Yes, sir.
And it's just a matter of coming in and us being able to get it installed. There's some wiring that has to occur at the same time. That's one of the generators. The other one is the one that we're escrowing for, which runs the chiller system for the jail and the courthouse.
You anticipate that project being completed this fiscal year, this coming fiscal year?
Talking about the courthouse?
I would love to have the first one, yes, I'd love to have the first one complete, that one, the smaller one.
The 200.
Right.
I want to see it.
Yeah, that goes back to you ask for it from the manufacturer today, and in 58 weeks, you get a generator.
It's pretty difficult right now.
Yeah.
On a lot of things that we're ordering. But yes, I'd like to have it completed in the next fiscal year.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Fleming?
Mark,
Yes, sir.
do the high school at VOTEC, do they currently still have like building, plumbing and stuff like that, maintenance workers, high school kids that just come out of school?
They've got a couple of different programs. They've got masonry, they've got a basic electrical class there that Mr. Ulmer's doing, and now they're starting, as you know, an air conditioner refrigeration program after hours.
I mean, you know your own work, you know your line of work, and I don't know whether it be possible to get some of the younger kids becomes, like a scholar maybe instead of mistake.
I've reached out there and I've put those applications in their hands for those people, and I've already done that, unfortunately. And they can go to work for an electrician as a helper, and they're making more than we're paying. That's where they're going.
I mean, that's understandable.
Right.
I see in the trucking industry, I see that everybody's in for truck.
Yeah, I've actually even looked at possibly hiring an unskilled person and trying to get them through their program. But then we gotta get the grants and all that other stuff together, and I've talked with Miss Mary Keene over there about that also. So I'm looking at different avenues trying to fill these positions, but, and to tell you the truth, Mr. Fleming, people don't want to work.
That's the bottom line.
That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. People don't want to work.
I agree.
No, that's just that.
Okay, sure.
I need to see you before you leave.
Okay.
These people.
Yeah, I'm fixing to run right back out the door if you want to meet for a second, that's fine.
You want to
Okay.
stop for just a second, talk to you? All right, hold up just a second. Speak to you. He's gonna put in an application.
Very good.
Mr. Chairman, while we got a couple of minutes, we can go ahead and start beating up on that sheriff.
Yeah, we could do that.
We're gonna need more than a couple of minutes.
Hey, I'm glad y'all are coming out. I'll jab that in first thing.
Mr. Harrison, anything you want to speak to while we're waiting for a little bit here? Maybe that,
If y'all don't mind, I know about their talking, I mean, I hear the struggle that Mark's having here, I mean, and again, I know there's no fix, so like I said, bottom line, nobody wants to work, I mean, any suggestions, and,
well, your private sector's so high now, they're paying so much, you know, for plumbers, electricians, whatever, you know, it's just a battle. It's a battle I face in my business every day that I don't know how you fix it.
how much is that class out there, is that something that maybe we can incorporate into the hiring process? Get training.
Here's what's happening. We had that ballot initiative on minimum wage. The full implementation is 5 years out. Today, the mentality when someone walks in to apply for a job is that it has to start at least $15 an hour.
Oh, yeah.
For the majority. Now, we still get some that understand, but a large number say that today it's $15 an hour is minimum wage. And that isn't true. But that's the way a lot of them think. And they'd rather sit at home, and I guess wait for 5 years. But that's what you're dealing with. Everyone's dealing with it right now.
I would add this though, now, obviously we've got pay scales where it will never come back to where it was, but the economy is gonna do some self-correction. I think you're gonna see a little bit of that over time.
Yeah.
Those house builders that are wide open and using all those different skills, and then all of a sudden they're not building houses anymore because the economy's correcting itself. I think we're gonna have some folks that are going to work. They just have to understand it's going to take a little less. And as you get older too, I think we all understand when you're young, those benefits don't sound like much. You're looking for that big paycheck, but as you get a little older, you realize you can start planning for when you can't work anymore. That's right. A few things there that I see develop over time, but it's always going to be a struggle.
Moving along, we move on to the libraries, Miss Betty Lawrence. Thank you, Mark.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioners, community. Thank you for the opportunity to present again. Having trouble with my jewelry, so I'll just take that one off. We're on, I guess, section 40.
Yes, ma'am.
This is for the whole region. Just want to remind you that the region consists of the headquarters in Live Oak, and then we have what we call 9 branch libraries, 3 in Suwannee, 3 in Hamilton County, 3 in Madison County. Just to let you know, Hamilton and Madison County funds their libraries fully, and I have already submitted budget requests to those 2 counties. So today I'll be concentrating, unless you have questions on Hamilton and Madison, I'll be speaking mainly to Suwannee and the region. So we'll start with the revenue budget. Mainly where you see increases has more to do with salaries and benefits. There is one particular area. Well, let me talk a little bit about the first two items, which would be the state aid to libraries and the regional state aid to libraries. You'll see that in the projected column. The true figure is 544,866, and that's what we received this year. I always try to be a little bit conservative in terms of how much I anticipate that will be coming in, because if for some reason I over-project, it could throw things off a little bit. So that's why I'm requesting that we use 450, or request that from the state. And then 350, but I anticipate that those figures will be a little bit higher. The state, if you recall, funds according to what the local governments fund. It's 56 cents on the dollar. Another area that you might look at is the second item from the bottom, which is regional administrative funds from Suwannee. That's up about $10,000, and that has mainly to do with what happens. Each county contributes to that particular fund, and that's our IT, cataloging, processing, and headquarters administration fees. And that's a little conservative considering how much it could go up. Next page, number 2. I just want to bring your attention to the item, I guess it's about 5 down, that says refund for prior expense in Suwannee. It's Hamilton and Madison. I try to be conservative with that amount. Those are funds that we receive from the federal government, and it has more to do with E-rate, which is basically internet and communication funds. But usually it comes in a little bit more than what I anticipate. It depends on how much we spend in those areas that's refundable. Transfer in DCC, I'll remind you that basically, a lot of that is pass-through money. When I say pass-through, I try to do an estimate of how much it's costing us in terms of having to call the sheriff, some maintenance, anything that the building department does for us, because those are all matchable funds for the state. So they do count in terms of how much Suwannee is spending on their libraries, so that it can match the state, and the state will reimburse rather accordingly. So unless you have questions on that, we'll go over to the Suwannee expense sheet. Basically, like I said, a lot of the increase has more to do with salaries, benefits, and I've been conservative in a few areas, but that's mainly because I've been looking back at how much we've been spending for the past couple of years. During COVID, for instance, our motor fuels are down 41%, but to be very honest, that may go back up because we also do our own shipping, and we've not been traveling as much in terms of shipping during the past COVID experience. So that may go up a little bit, but not to worry, because it will be covered under state funds, and we do have balance forwards from state funds, and those funds can only be used for libraries, just to kind of let you know, so that we can be covered there. If you have any questions, I'm more than glad to try and answer them, or I'll get the information for you and bring them back.
My question, Ms. Betty, is on the vacant positions. I noticed you kind of the same thing as with Mark, you had quite a few vacant positions. Are those people you are short, or do you need those vacant positions?
Well, my turnover is not quite as much as what it used to be, but we do have a kind of turnover. And the vacant positions, usually is just the process of getting people on board. And, I mean, we all know that our salaries, in many cases, are lower, but mostly with the vacant positions that I have now, it's just going through the process of getting them filled. And then when I get those filled, because I have a lot of part-time.
Yes, ma'am, I noticed that.
When I get those filled, then some other vacancies will come up. It's almost normal for me. Maybe I'm just.
Well, I counted 9, so I didn't know if that's.
Probably have, and that, but
That's
keep in
over
mind, that's
the whole region, yes, ma'am.
Right, because what I do in Suwannee, I have to duplicate in the other 2 counties.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any questions. I just like to comment, Ms. Betty. I just want to say I really appreciate what you do with the limited funds and what you do for our children and adults alike. The library is an important part, and I just appreciate that.
Thank you. Last summer, we just finished our summer reading program, and I have a lot of comments from the community. The numbers are way up. Promotional, you'll see that that's up a little bit in here, but that has more to do with our summer reading program. Very popular all over. And I appreciate your support.
Mr. Ward?
Yeah, I didn't really have a question on the budget, but you just kind of touched on what my question was. I was curious to see, I mean, I appreciate what y'all do for the community and the opportunities that you offer to the young folks, especially the summer reading program. But my question is post-pandemic, have you seen an increase in your physical foot traffic to the libraries across the region with more users, so to speak, with a comfort level?
We have. People are beginning to be, as a matter of fact, they wanted to come in before we're ready, but you know, everybody's been really good with following whatever policies and rules we have in place in each stage as we go along. And this summer, we had summer reading, we were able to have some indoors, but we have a lot of outside programs also for the kids and adults. Really, a lot, right. But yes, people are coming back in. We have noticed that. I can get the exact numbers for you because I keep a monthly count, a monthly door count, but it has increased.
I was just curious to see if you were seeing numbers get back to pre-pandemic, which is good.
It's climbing there.
Good.
Not quite there, but it's climbing.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody need a question?
Yeah, I like to say that as I travel to these FAC workshops, they talk about the importance of the library.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that kids are learning to read, learning to read at an early age. This is what make our population, make our, benefit from kids and spill out to the work areas and the importance. I want to thank you for what you're doing. And Mr. Gamble said, this is my last workshop, but I do plan on coming and attending, just sitting and watching. I can do more in the community. I feel as if, sit out there and just listen and look and try to learn more. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you. And I don't want to get on a bandwagon because I could easily do that. But kids, when they participate in summer reading in our libraries, it many times put them just a grade ahead in terms of reading. And it really is beneficial. If you can't read, you're at a handicap, strong handicap, and you'd be surprised at how many people, children and adults, that can't read. But we try to accommodate them with our literacy programs and different things that we do. Our database is a great source. I get a lot of comments. You guys probably don't get it, but they'll call me. And I get more positive than negative. And sometimes the negative is just someone have a misunderstanding once you explain something to them. Or they'll come in and it's not you, but it's something they're bringing in with them. The way you handle it makes a big difference to them. So,
I think
thank you
also,
guys.
I think also, you get some home, as, if you remember back when we was little, we get some home training at the library too.
Oh, yeah.
Go in there and they taught how to be quiet,
Yeah.
be respectful.
And I was gonna add to that, because I did get a phone call recently, the last probably 4 months, a parent telling me that their child actually gets help with their social skills as well, being able to interact with other children, they were having some issues with that, but we gave them confidence.
Mhm.
So there's a lot of
And
things
COVID
you
did a
got.
lot with children
Yeah.
in terms of, I mean, I think that we all saw how much that affected their social skills, emotional
I think so.
skills, but we're climbing out of it, so.
Thank you, Mr.
I
Thank
want to
you,
give a
Ms.
shout out to Mr. Eric. I don't want to embarrass him, but he comes over there and does the historical
Yeah,
programs,
yeah.
and they're always great.
Great,
you, guys.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Betty. We move on to the extension office, Ms. Carolyn Sapp.
Good morning, gentlemen. We're looking at number 13.
Number 13. How did you get that?
I don't know. But we do appreciate your support. We didn't really ask for a whole lot this year. Our biggest operating expense was Comcast. It's 46% of our increase. Do you have any questions?
I do not. I just appreciate what IFAS, Mr. Chairman, what IFAS does for our community and all the programs you guys offer.
I'll echo that, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate when we have these towers and things like that from the town, and we send them out there to you guys to find the vegetation that fits the project. I appreciate that. That's a lot of good.
I don't have anything. Commissioner Fleming?
Well, that's the fun part of our job.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Recreation, Mr. Craig Scott.
Good morning. I don't know if y'all noticed Chad's shirt, but he's working on the inmate detail now.
He's a snake catcher.
Do not resist that. The first tab is 15, that would be the airport. And airport's fairly simple. It's a wash. We generate revenue from hangars and fuel, and then we spend it on the other side, and again, nothing comes out of general revenue except release payments from the fire and well, I guess that comes out of the fund, but also public works. But any questions about the airport? We've been busier. A little dip because of fuel prices last couple of months, but they're beginning to tweak back up. Fuel prices are dropping, and that's a good day.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner.
With that said,
Mm-hmm.
I haven't asked you recently in the last several months, but I mean, you're seeing some pretty good margins on. I mean, I know our
Yes.
costs have been up on pricing,
Right.
but the margins are
Stays the
still
same.
up. Yeah.
Right.
So you're seeing a sustainable.
Yeah, we're making about 90 cents a gallon on jet.
Say
Anyway,
People want the jets, they don't think about it, yes.
it's like the other day, a jet came in that, $500 profit. Just one fill, that was the profit margin. So it was a good day. But we're getting a lot of other traffic through also, but yes, there is a margin on that. And so anytime we pump a gallon, we're making the same thing, whether we whether we pay more for it and pass it on. We generally try to stay one of the lowest in the state, and that makes a difference. Williston used to be that go-to people, but now it's beginning to be us. And the relationship we're building with the pilots coming through, they stopped at the airport, they said, wow, this is a nice airport. I'll be back. It's because the guys doing a great job out there taking care of them.
One of the economic development part of that too is those guys coming in, looking, doing whatever they do, adds to it, and that's a huge part of it, so airport.
It was kind of cool the other day when Project Wave came in. They running late, they came in hot. They had plenty of room to stop, but rolled the red carpet or blue carpet out for them. They got in the van they rented, off they went. And we had the guys from Suwannee Valley come in from Kansas. They rolled up. We had the courtesy car waiting for them, rolled the carpet out for them, and off they went. They left with a smile on their face. So we did too, because we got that $500 in profit for the fuel. So
Well, that courtesy car is a big,
huge help.
Yes,
It is.
it is.
Some days we need two, but we'll talk about that later. But that's kind of why we have the extra vehicle around to help get people where they need to get to. But Bill can run people around some. But anyway, any other questions about the airport?
Are all the hangars, I know that that's what all spoken for, I'm sure.
We got about 25 on the waiting list.
Yeah.
We got about 5 on the waiting list for corporate hangars.
Yeah.
We got some of the pipe for DOT funding, but we can always use more. I like spending state money or federal money to bring us revenue forever.
Yes, sir.
I like that.
We appreciate that.
We are, just side note, we are getting ready for a $3 million taxiway renovation too. So again, all FAA and state.
I'm glad you got that courtesy car issue worked out last year, so that fire important to have one. Because obviously rental car business in our area, it's here, but it's kind of limited in the distance to get there. You still got to figure out, okay, well, how am I going to get to the airport to the rental car company?
Right.
So having a car on site that we can loan these corporations come in with their executives for a half a day or just a few hours sometimes.
Exactly.
They don't have a way to someone pick them up.
Even the rail cars used to bring them to us and leave them at the airport for their client, and now they won't do that. So
Nice to have that.
Yes.
that's been great.
So,
Very good.
Next is Coliseum. It's not let's change it all there early next year from the year before. That's tab 18. We do have a couple grants we're doubling up. $500,000 on the next agenda. There'll be a $750 grant to do some things. So Jason's working hard on that to make all that come together, keep everybody happy. A lot more activity out of the fairgrounds than we've ever seen. Every weekend we almost got something, and some weekends we got multiple things booked up on top of each other. So
Good. Good.
Yeah, sure. Mr. Scott, I on the 3rd cent TDC reserves, I believe we can do this, and I'd like to offer this idea up to you as well as the board. That's been sitting there for quite some time.
right.
I believe it can be used statutorily. It can be used, for anything related to tourist development, that type of stuff. Instead of pumping those funds back into the specific Coliseum, because now we have that building, that $5 million grant that we got that may be able to house some of the events that the Coliseum used to have once we get it done. I would like to see, or I would offer the idea, I should say, to the board and yourself. Could we take those funds and put those toward the development of the sportsplex on the back side of that property that we bought to increase the speed at which we're developing those? Because in my opinion, the return on our investment for projects similar to that is exponentially larger than continuing to put money into, say, the Coliseum, so to speak, at that magnitude.
Right. Well,
And before you answer that, what I was going to say might go hand in hand with this, Mr. Go ahead. Is, I know Mr. Gregg and I talked about this, for the events they have at the Coliseum, I think the biggest thing I always hear is there's not enough hookups.
Right. And then we got a game plan for that. Cookie's been chomping at the bits to do some more. We've talked to the Fair Board and the Livestock Group about expansion of the footprint and where we go and where we add more hookups. And we can do a lot of that internally without having that.
And the reason I say is these folks would stay here, from what I
Yes.
understand, I actually just ran into someone this past weekend, they come, and then they go back to Lake City and stay over there somewhere.
Right.
You know, which if they said there's enough hookups, they would just stay here, spend their money here, and would never leave the property.
Right. And that being said, we back when Westwood wanted to add, they paid for adding some hookups, and I can't remember the numbers that we have right now, but let's say 30 of those, some 30 amps, some 50 amps, and then we added another probably 10 other hookups that doesn't have sewer, they've got water. The idea is to run another line on that to the west fence along the National Water Armory, phase 1, and then maybe add some more. And we got the tree line, you know, that property to the north also, that we can look at using that too. That's in the plan, so we're definitely working toward that.
Well, to go along with what you said, Mike, I agree 100% with that as well. I had a conversation with Mr. Norris.
He had to go. He had to meet with some people.
Okay. One of our projects that's coming to town, or considering coming to town, has recently asked about where are we at on the development of the sportsplex to increase our county's potential to host those tournaments. I mean, I know we talked about this back in June when the county hosted 3 different age groups, Babe Ruth's baseball, and the amount of people that were in town. I mean, on a Saturday, you never see cars backed up from 90 all the way to the sub shop. And that weekend, I was like, that's all these people from baseball.
The economics of tournament play is tremendous. I mean, you look at that tournament, for example, we probably almost $500,000 to the economy just for that weekend. And that's money that's coming in from somebody else's community being spent here. So anything we can do to enhance more ball fields and get that done is a plus. Just side note, we just hired Kyle Gamble as our recreation, I'm not good with titles, income force for us. Is getting things done already and adding more tournaments already for the spring. So the part of our problem now is because of the league play, trying to get tournaments done. On top of that is all about scheduling, obviously, but it gets tighter and tighter. So looking at a couple of things. One is trying to find that off-season time where we can do more tournaments, where somebody else is in town in the hotels, and do more of those kind of events. But we've got a young man that's motivated to get more things done, and so more space, ball fields and whatever. Something simple as pickleball. I mean, that people's eat up with that stuff, and we won't take their money. So.
Well, go ahead, Coach.
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I was just going to ask you if that's what you're going to do with that money. I'd like to see a little bit of that go to the south end too.
I'm good with if
Well, Greg's probably, Robert's going to go ahead and say something. Greg's going to probably bring up, are we going to do that now, Greg?
I'm going to run it by when we get into recreation.
Okay, there's a reason I'm asking for that, and it'll become apparent when we get to the end.
And I'm good with that too, and also leave some on the table for Commissioner Hale and his idea to increase the speed at which we're installing the hookups at the fairground. I mean, that's a great idea too.
We've added 25 sites.
I mean, we can divide that 275 up. I'm just ready to see us use somewhere where we can get our return on our investment relatively quickly versus pumping it back into the actual Coliseum building.
Well, also on that exhibit hall 2 renovations, we've been rolling that around for a while now. Are we going to do anything with that?
That's been there for a while. What I'd like to see it not step on anybody's toes, just look at it in the past. But with us spending this other money, I know that Catherine has been talking about Community kitchen for years and years back when, I mean, probably about the time Mr. Clyde started, she was already talking about that back then, but, you know, that might be the right location, may not be, but we need to look at it as an option, but we need to move forward with that project and get things done with X2. Make things, you know, it's very dated and very much needed some upgrades, so.
Well, the only reason I was bringing that up is you got in the wish list there, $120,000 to redo the restrooms over there at the Coliseum, and I didn't know.
That's in my wish list?
Maybe, I don't know, I've just seen it in there somewhere. I've looked at this
I think it's
thing.
on maintenance.
Maintenance, maybe.
Okay, good.
So-
Oh, that's in the Coliseum proper, I think, but,
Yeah.
yes.
So that's why I was asking about it. If you got plans to use the money, it's one thing. If we don't, I was thinking about putting it somewhere else.
Yeah, we definitely need to use that money for X2 and make those upgrades.
When do we look at doing that?
When you say this, mine's rock and roll with. I know we talked about off and on for a while, and this was another plan for that money.
Mr. Chairman, a few years ago when we were talking about this, we were talking about doing probably more at that time to that building than we now need to be considering because of the $5 million building that we're going to be building. It'll do a whole lot more than the types of events that we were going to upgrade this one to accommodate. Having said that, this building's still going to be a meeting place, smaller groups for a long time. The handling probably needs to go along with several other things and some upgrades. So now that if the board, well, if everyone can agree that we just need to pare back what originally was discussed, we can go ahead and do some things in there, make it a whole lot nicer than it is today and try to get it done next year.
That's fine.
We made that
Ms.
work.
Seth, did you have a comment?
Yes, sir. I would just say that the plumbing issues at the Coliseum impacts all three buildings, our building and X2, they're all together. They just kept adding on and adding on. So we frequently have backups in our office if something is going on in the Coliseum. So they're all connected.
I think what Mark is planning is to address multiple Coliseum and it all ties together. We gotta have some place to put that stuff.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, I agree with what Mr. Harris says. I mean, I think it's time to, I don't know that the $5 million building will be the venue for the smaller events.
Right.
If X2 has the same capabilities, you don't need a huge square footage space, open that up just to house 15 people.
Yeah.
So, but if we can dress up the X2 with the kitchen idea, I mean, there's a lot, 4-H can use a lot of stuff with that kitchen, and I even know during the fair boards, you know, they have the senior day where they're boiling tea on one stove, and I mean, it's a rat race trying to do what they're doing with the limited amount of space they have on the kitchen. But if we can rehab X2, I mean, that's gonna complement fair board, IFAS, Coliseum, and that whole venue of buildings right there on the scale. I'm ready to get it done.
But is 80 grand going to cover a kitchen and renovations too?
Well, we might can still spend somewhere else.
Okay.
And again, until we know what it looks like, I couldn't. But right now, initially, I mean, flooring, walls, possibly ceiling, I mean, there's some cosmetics that needs to happen in addition to gutting what's already there on the kitchen side.
Are we going to contract that out, or are we going to do it in-house?
Well, I would prefer that we contract it
Yes.
out if it makes sense. And we won't know until we try to bid it. The problem is you can end up with some crazy off the chart numbers. We may end up having to do part of it ourselves, but it needs a lot of cosmetic work. The air conditioning needs to be replaced with something that doesn't drown out everyone that's trying to speak when they're in the building. It's just too loud. So there are a number of things that can be done. But we will set it up for a bid, and then we'll just, like so many other things that we do, then we can decide if we can do part of it ourselves.
Is that something you have to do like every other project? You got to get all the engineering done on it and pay for that, or?
You have to put a formal bid spec together. Engineers have to be involved in part of that. cosmetic stuff we'll put together, and it'll be attached to whatever they have to do.
Okay. I'm good with that.
Anything else from the Coliseum? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a quick comment while Greg's still standing there? I didn't want to interrupt before when we were talking about the airport, but I'm just going to tell you, Commissioner Fleming would remember this. 10 years ago, that was not the same airport. We got out there and started looking, and those hangars were being used by people that just needed a garage to store garbage in. We didn't have airplanes out there. We had storage units. And a lot of people, lots of them, majority were not even paying their monthly fees. So it was a massive undertaking getting all of that out of there and turning that thing into an operational airport and treating it the way that it needed to be treated. But Greg's done a good job. We went over there and walked around and talked about a lot of things, and he's done a great job of turning that thing around. Now it's functioning the way it's supposed to be.
Appreciate that. Got a great team over there making that happen.
I would say the hires you made have been spot on.
Very good. And, you know, I can't say enough about Bill Prang, the work he's done for us also.
Yeah, Bill's been with us a long time.
Right.
He's with different companies.
Right.
But Bill's been with us and he's done a tremendous job.
Just left the airport conference yesterday and got a text from him a while ago. He said in the FAA and DOT funding class, and will let me know what opportunities we might have coming forward. So anyway, and the governor was there Monday, so it's kind of cool. Anything else on Coliseum or airport? Okay, recreation. Fairly stagnant, should I say stagnant, wrong term. Numbers on most of our line items. A couple things I want to point out. Our professional services line item, that's for engineering and such. What I had in mind there and the increase was, I know that Mr. Hale and I have been talking about boat ramps and trying to get on board with doing get that boat ramp plan. What I'd like to see us do is have a plan for the whole river and looking at spacing between boat ramps and maybe work with water management on properties or whatever. But a couple of parcels we've been looking at already. Premature on a lot of detail on that, but get a game plan on that. Also with the Ware property, getting that game plan together on what we want that to look like as far, and also more, we've already started with our site plan for the addition to the sportsplex. Actually, we won't call it the sportsplex, we have a different interest to have somebody else's name on the other gate. But anyway, but in that design and development of that project too, have a little bit of money just we can throw at it and get there too. Also put an increase in for park improvement. That's kind of like the escrow number that we've been plugging in so we can pull from that for improvements when we get ready to do some work out of the sportsplex 2. We changed that from 50 to 100,000, so an increase of 50,000 there. So we have more in that pot just to put into, would be infrastructure or ball fields or tennis courts or football or whatever. Other than that, it's pretty much the same budget as last year. Already got some activity on the rodeo coming up, and the people who want to be the sponsors of those. Tournament activities going up, so we're in a good place right now on that. Any questions before I jump into something else with recreation?
The soccer relocation line that's there, what's that for?
If the county ever, we wrote a grant years ago for the old soccer facility, it did not work for us. So we abandoned that and moved the elements to the Douglas Center. However, we've always thought if we ever get that chance to dispose of that property, sell it or whatever, we'd sure like to get part of that money from that. So it was given in good faith for recreation, and I think putting enough money, if it's ever sold back into recreation, would be a positive thing. So if it never happens, then we haven't lost anything. So,
That's all I
any
have.
other question on that? Last thing we touch on this with recreation, we've been talking for about every 5 to 7 to 10 years with the town of Branford about parks down in the town of Branford. What we find, and no disrespect intended to the folks in the south part of the county, if you remember, we've got 20% of what the county funds our department, they put aside for south part of the county for recreation down there. It's for mainly that goes to the town of Branford to make improvements and maintain the parks down there. They've got 3 parks. They maintain the trail that's through the town. They've got Jenkins Park, they've got Ivy Memorial Park, and then they've got Hatch Park. We've been talking with them for years about what would it look like if we were to manage those parks for them. Not that I'm looking for more to do, I promise you that. But when we get citizens from the other part of the county that comes up to our fields, they get frustrated and say, why can't we have this down in the south part of the county? And quite frankly, they could, but in last meetings we've had with them, I try to remind them, as same when we were talking about the Douglas Center or other properties take time to develop and evolve. The Sportsplex started 33 years ago. It wasn't yesterday that we had all these great things that's happening out there. So, but recently the town of Branford has put a proposal for us. We've had several discussions. There's a little bloodletting and things, but the idea is for us to maintain the parks down there. We would retain a portion of the funds the county gives them already. Their proposal is to keep half the money, but I don't see that as a great deal. One thing they do use the money for is supplementing some of the youth sports programs down there. They're parent run. They've got soccer, baseball, and football, and for the town to use some of that money to help some of those parent-run organizations is probably the right thing to do. They also use the money to help some of the community events down there, 4th of July, Christmas, and other activities that they have. I don't want to get into their business, but it's still county money going to the town of Branford for their disseminating of funds. We've developed a budget of what it would cost us to maintain it, and there'd be some initial investment by the county, initial investment from the town. The town has a fund that they've set aside the extra money in that we could tap into for some improvements to just try to get it to a level where it's even. We still got to do some major capital improvements like lighting and fence moving and relocation of the field and that sort of thing, but that could come later. But just want to get your thoughts on the interest from the commission. We can talk about this more in more detail when we're looking at the wish list items or whenever we do that. But we're still in negotiations with the town, basically. But I just needed some guidance from the commission on your thought. The rec board is supportive of the idea. Again, they are our policy board for recreation, and but it's about the citizens and what they need, quite frankly. Nothing against the town council and folks in Branford is trying to do what they think they need to do, but it's our folks that live in all over the county. And that's it could be an economic engine down there as well. So,
well, I want to thank you for spending, you and Jason and your whole staff for, I know it's been a battle here and we've had several meetings and it's a lot of back and forth, and I think we're closer than we've probably ever been on it before. And I just want to thank you for spending all that time first. But the idea was to create a separate budget for the South County end of it, so it could be accounted for how much money was spent So there's a true tracking of what's going on as far as that end of the county, and I think the idea was to create a little team down there to manage and do all that stuff and use them back and forth with the county as well. So I don't know, I just think it'd be a great, we really, and it's no disrespect to the people on the south end of the county, but they just don't have full-time people that they can devote to those parks. Whereas if we pulled it back under the county, it would be a lot better park for that end of the county.
But the thing too, and I mentioned this at the county council meeting, and no disrespect, you know, Public Works basically takes care of their parks down there. And Public Works do a great job at what they do. Public Works doesn't do parks. There's a different process, different thought process, different mindset sometimes. But again, you know, what we would do also is kind of create a south division. So the guys that's working, the guys or gals that's working down there could go hit the river or hit the trail or whatever also. So it would help us up here to kind of free up some, you know, and share things back and forth. When we got a big event, you know, down there, you know, we have you guys run down there, big event up here, you guys go the other way. So anyway, so it's a work in progress.
And that's why I was asking about the money out of the EDC third cent there, if we could share a little bit of that on that end to help with this, because it's going to be a little bit of a startup expense. And we've explained to them that you're not going to end up at this park up here in next year. I mean, it's going to take years and years to get there, but I think we finally got that point across to them. And so Greg and them's not going to run the programs down there. It's still going to be a volunteer family or a parent-based deal on that end of the county. But what I'm after is, and they're after too, and I hope everybody's on the same page, is to just make it look better, make it a nicer facility.
Mr. Allen, I'm on board with what you're saying, and I think that the town of Branford needs to listen to what the citizens down there are saying. If they're displeased with what they're getting, I mean, they're taxpayers too. I would just encourage Greg and yourself that keeping 50% of the money, that's a little much.
Yeah.
I mean, they're asking for half of what we're sending, but they're wanting to hand us everything to take care of.
Well,
So they won't have to get a little.
Well, that's a negotiation that's ongoing as of right now, but we needed to get this in so we'd have some idea of where we were at with the budget. So this is not finalized by any means yet. It's just something we're putting together, and it needed to be addressed in these workshops. So that's why it's here.
Yeah, I mean, I've been to those fields. My son played down there, and they're far inferior to what's up here.
It'll take a long time, but if you don't get started, you'll never get there. And it's something I've been wanting to see. You know, I was born and raised here and went to school there, and it's something I wanted to see for a long time. And I feel like we're probably as close as we've ever been on it. So,
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to add, I'm kind of in support of what Mr. Land's saying. I absolutely want to see improvement down there, but you know, at the end of the day, the numbers got to be fair to all parties. And I will say this, speaking up on your behalf, you've been an advocate for the South End extremely working hard. I mean, just the board just went out and spent a great amount of money on property for that rodeo arena addition. And I mean, I just want them to recognize those things that you're fighting so hard for, to kind of understand that, hey, we need these funds to be able to, you know, I understand they have shortfalls that they're trying to meet too. I understand that, but I want them to, I just don't want them to understand it's just right in the center of town that, I mean, you come in here and had your holster on both the 6 shooters. So, I mean,
I'm having to play a lot of catch up here.
you're doing a heck of a job. So I want them to realize that
I'm just doing what they pay me to do.
You fighting for them,
That's
so.
it.
But that's all I
And like I said, I don't want to be overboard with this, and I don't really want it, I want it to be equitable between the town of Brantford and the county. And I know we still gotta work through all that, so we just wanted to make sure we had the support of the board going forward with this. And at some point, I guess we'd have to come back ready for the final deal when we finally get to it. So just wanted to bring that up while we were here. Greg, if you want to add anything else.
Yeah, the biggest thing that's got to work for the south part of the county, it's got to work for north part of the county. Yeah, pretty simple. But we can't, I think the money issue and responsibility issue can be massaged and worked through. It's like, for example, Ivy Park. I was just assuming them managed Ivy Park is a different style park than what with the go-around traffic and that sort of thing, and the springs and things, and not that we don't have springs. I'd rather bite these other things off first, or bite that next piece off. And so we'll get there.
Can we send Fury down there? I've witnessed him umpire and handle some pretty irate coaches. Send Fury down there and talk to him. See if he
That's
can't massage him.
I bring him as my backup. So.
He's been. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you. I appreciate. Any other questions?
Nothing.
Thank y'all so much for your support.
Thank you. Y'all want to take a restroom break right here, or? you wanna continue?
No, I just did, y'all can continue.
Thanks, Mark.
Let's, move on to fire rescue. Eddie,
Probably better take one.
you want to take one, Mr. Clyde? We'll just hold up a few minutes, 5 minutes or so. Chief Eddie.
Chairman, Commissioners, we'll start with tab 12, the 2610 EMS budget. We've got about 8 or 9 lines that I had to do some minor increases in. Well, all but motor fuels, that was a pretty major increase, but the other line items were minor increases. It's just due to either vendor increases or when we did our projected spending this year from what we funded it last year, it's slightly underfunded due to either an increased cost. Travel per diem, I had to go up a little bit due to the increase, BOCC increase that you guys passed a few months ago. In tab 2 with the equipment, machinery and equipment listed, that's there for requests from departments, and also the other requests. The only thing outside of my normal budget that we're doing is 2 ambulance re-chassis. We've already, a couple months ago, you guys approved a letter of intent to go ahead and place that order because with the allocation of chassis and how long it's taken things to get built, if we didn't get in line, we'd be probably the 23-24 budget receiving that. And then the other items that I put in there in the machinery and equipment are the Lucas compression machines. We've got 5 of those currently in service, so we don't have one on every single ambulance. We've noticed a major increase in the efficiency of CPR, especially with our limited manpower and only having 2 people on the truck. When you put that machine on somebody, it does all your CPR compressions for you. And we've seen a slight increase in our, what we call ROS, return to spontaneous circulation, where somebody actually, their heart starts beating again. So that other money in that machinery and equipment line is to get 5 more of those to where every primary truck that's on the road during the day has one on it. We have one in every district right now at all 5 stations, but we don't have one on every truck. So that's to get us up the bar where we need to be on that. Other than that, there were no changes to my budget from last year, other than those line increases and the salary increases that you guys are proposing.
I noticed there's 2 ambulance leases. It's last year of them, I guess. Is that?
One of them, basically what it is, we had one that was in last year's budget. that those trucks are gonna roll over into this year's budget before we receive them. So year one of that lease is gonna start in this coming budget year. But we had one of those leases fall off. This year was our last year, so it actually worked out. I mean, as bad as we need the trucks, it worked out good because one of the leases fell off and this one just replaced it. And the other two ambulances that we had in this current budget that we're rechassing, those are gonna be completed somewhere in the neighborhood of the end of the budget year. So we're gonna go ahead and expend those funds on those rechassis, to get that out of the way in this budget year. We placed that order in September. The first board meeting after the budget was approved last year, we got the approval to go ahead and place the orders. And we ended up, having to come back to you and with kind of a change order to change chassis to be able to even receive these trucks because all of the Rams and Ford orders that they had were canceled. So but yeah, one lease falls off, the new one for the two new trucks that we should have done in this budget year is just replacing.
I got you. How are you coming on the radio, upgrade of the radio deal?
It's the same thing. All that was approved and ordered immediately in this past budget year, and we're still waiting on about half the parts. They're having a hard time getting the issues. So the expenditures that we've had on some of that is some of the parts that have come in. They asked for us to pay for part of that. But in that radio line, the remaining that we had budgeted in this budget year just rolled over so we can finish that off. Yeah, as far as rollovers, we had the ambulance lease rollover, and we had the radio upgrades that rolled over because we're waiting on parts. It's ridiculous. We ordered 4 portable radios in September, just little handheld portable radios that we use in September, and we haven't received them yet. So we're at almost a year.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Fleming.
I'm actually for that question. A medical examiner, we currently still have one of them?
Medical director?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we have the same. It's Dr. Spindell. He's been our medical director my entire career.
Yeah.
We are going to be visiting a new medical director probably within the next 5 years. I've had conversations with him, and he's getting ready to. I mean, he's been retired from his normal, duties as a medical doctor in the hospital, but he's medical director over 7 different counties. Well, actually, yeah, seven counties now, and he's looking to retire probably within the next 5 years. He may drop some of those counties prior to us. We're his easiest county. We're kind of his flagship county that he does, and
how often is he over here?
we meet with him quarterly all the time. We have a North Florida, we call it North Florida EMS Council, in all the counties that he's medical director over. We meet every quarter at one of the counties that he is medical director over, and we flip it around so everybody doesn't have to travel all the time.
Well, I call it a medical examiner.
Right, but any time that he's needed, he lives in Madison, and if we need him, I can call him and he'll show up that day or the next day at the latest.
What does he do?
To work in the state of Florida as a paramedic, it's not a licensed position, it's a certificate. So to work in the field, you have to have a medical director that basically sets up your protocols and how you operate so those protocols are your advanced directives that you're able to do because he says it's okay. He's the medical oversight of our EMS service. And a paramedic can't work in the state of Florida as a paramedic unless they work under a medical director's license. So he basically, anytime we need him, he comes over, we review policies, and hey, we found this service is doing this, we want to make this change. He's not as active as some medical directors are, but he's very
you know, he's been very good over the years with us, and we have a great relationship, the county and him, with pretty much we're able to, you know, we're able to talk to him and say, this is what we need to do to be on the cutting edge with where the state's going with this type of treatment or that. Show him the research of what, you know, what's going on. He'll sit down and look at it and research it himself and say, yep, I'm good with that. Let's change those protocols.
That's it.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner,
I had a question for Eddie earlier, but he answered it for me, and I'll just share with the board what that was in case anyone else sees it. He's got 6 vacancies, and my question to Eddie was, they're at $17.20, when starting pays at $15.50. What's the difference there? And it's that is what the paramedic.
Right.
paid.
Our firefighter, you know, we have 2 different levels of staff in our department. We have firefighter EMTs, which is basic, and firefighter paramedic. Our goal is to have all firefighter paramedics. You know, our EMTs do go to paramedic school. When we hire them, they have to go within a certain time frame. But our goal is to hire paramedics, firefighter paramedics, because then we don't have to wait a year, you know, 2 years, 3 years for them to become a paramedic. They already have all the certifications they need. If their starting pay, because they do have a lot more responsibility than a firefighter EMT, is you know, 17. Historically in the department, it's been about a $5,000 split is what it was, and that's where the 1720 came from. I worked out the out when we did the pay adjustment last year. I worked out the 1550 to 5,000, adding $5,000 came to 1720, and so I have to budget that because my goal is to hire a paramedic. So I have to budget it at a paramedic rate. If I don't end up getting enough paramedics to apply, and I can't fill that position, and we decide that we're okay and we can fill it with an EMT that's going to go to school, then they would be at the 1550 rate, not that 1720, and we would just be a little under budget on our regular salary line.
And that's all I was really going to say, Mr. Chairman.
there's 6 positions, right?
Currently, yes. Yeah, we are down several positions right now. I was able to pick up, I just lost a couple more, but we were able to pick up 2 firefighter paramedics in the last couple of weeks. One started on the 25th, and the other I'm hoping is going to start first of next week. Just got everything back and cleared on her background check and everything, and then and just did a position offer and waiting on the process on a local firefighter EMT that lives here in the county that just got out of fire school and EMT school. So you know, we won't be as many now as we are, but like I said, I bring those 3 on, and I'm losing a couple, you know, in the next couple weeks.
So are you staying at 5 and 6 down all the time?
It seems that way. We'll get fully staffed. We brought in last year around January 22nd last year. We brought in a class of 6 people and filled and got, and then 2 or 3 weeks later we had 1 or 2 leave. When I went to the Chiefs conference a couple of weeks ago, we sat around, we had a small department round table. There's about 40 different fire departments from around the state, from north to south of Florida, that were small to medium-sized departments. Some were rural like us, some were municipal departments that just aren't as big because they're, you know, like, you know, kind of Orange Park or something like that. They're not a real big department. And every single department in the state right now, and even talking to chiefs of large departments, they're going through the same thing. Alachua County just had to shut a station down because they can't get enough staffing. We're seeing people leave the fire service to go to outside of the job. I just read a study a few days ago that's saying that firefighter medics or paramedics are burning out within 3 years on the job, and we're doing everything we can to try to figure out how to make things better for, you know, a better work environment for them, and because their call load's busy. Now, we're not busy in Suwannee County comparative to, say, Alachua County. But we're one of the busiest rural counties in North Florida, so just trying to spread the load around, do different things with their, I've been going to different things with their schedules, doing, just trying to come up with ideas to make their work life better, to where that burnout doesn't hit them and they look to go to another job. And then honestly, just some of them, I've only been in this position a little over 2 years, and I told the department when I came on board, we were gonna change the culture of Suwannee Fire Rescue and how we do business and how we operate with our citizens and treat our citizens. And I told them then I was hopeful that everybody that worked here would still work here, but some of those folks just did not fit our culture, and they decided that we didn't terminate anybody, but they decided that they didn't want to work in the environment, and that they weren't, like Mark said, they don't want to work. So we've had a turnover, but we've got a very, very good group of people. They may be, some of them less experienced, but their attitudes are where they need to be. They have their minimum standards that it takes to do the job, and they'll become experienced as they stay here in Suwannee County.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Blaine?
Eddie, just your opinion, how do you see, because we talked about this before during our assessment workshop last year, what are your ideas on how our county is going to be able to afford to get to the 4-man station? And the reason I ask that is, just looking at the numbers, I mean, the overall payroll for your department, when you look at total payroll with expenses that the employers are comfortable, $7 million.
Right.
That's 77% of all of our ad valorem taxes.
Right.
Just, I'm not knocking it, but how in the world are we going to get to 4-man stations when payroll's eating up for your department 77% out? You got any ideas on?
Yes, I do.
How are we going to get there?
Well, one thing in my budget that's a little bit deceiving is everything in my salaries is paid out of the 2610 budget, the EMS budget, 100%, because of the financial nightmare that it is to try to pay part of the check out of this budget, part of the check out of this budget. So that total salary figure, when you look at that salary worksheet, is 100% of what we pay in salary. But when you go to the fire budget, there's 27% of those salaries, which comes out to this coming year $1.899 million, that is transferred from that fire budget over. Now, the way that we can accomplish some of this is, we know we have to do a fire assessment adjustment moving forward. We made a very small adjustment last year that covered last year's deficit. This year, when we balanced, and we'll get into this in a minute, but this will go towards your question. This year, whenever we balanced the fire budget out, I removed 2 large lines that have been in there. One was $200,000 in a water supply budget that's been in there since Chief Summers was here, that I didn't spend because I knew we had a deficit. This year, taking that line out and the extra money that was left over in the fire station building line out, and the 2 or 3 things that I removed, the only way to balance the budget was to remove that stuff out of those lines, because we still have a deficit in just operational expenses on the fire side. But when we did the fire assessment study, and their recommendation that we needed to be at right now was that $240 range, was what Neighbors Give, or GSG, their recommendation was. Those budgets were built off of a 50-50 salary split. So instead of paying 27% of the budget, if that fire assessment went up, then it would pay 50% of the salaries So the revenue side of the EMS budget that's coming from general revenue would go down, you know, that other 33%. So, or I'm sorry, 23%. So it would shift more burden to the fire budget on salaries. So, and there's ways, I know when, and since you asked this question about fire assessment, there are grants available for personnel that give you you know, it'll pay 100% or 90% the first year of salaries. Second year it drops down to like 75%. Third year down, you know, to 50, until you take it over at 100%. My goal is to come, you know, before you guys when we get to that time frame, and look at that, at utilizing that grant, because then it gives you time to do an incremental fire assessment, you know, adjustment, like you guys talked about in the workshop, that you as a board would rather, you know, go to the public and ask a little bit here and there instead of hitting them with one big shot. It would give us those 4 to 5 years to work up to that point that the grant's paying for the personnel, where we can go ahead and get things implemented. But we pick up the full tab whenever, you know, whenever the fire assessment has gotten the time to make its adjustment.
My other question is, and I just saw this, but do you have any anticipated use? I see Nina might have an answer for this, but I see your EMS contingency went up from 875 to 1.2 million. Do you have is there a reason?
Well, the biggest, and it's, last year it was the lowest that it ever has been, because we had to be able to do the salary adjustment last year. Whenever you guys made the $20 adjustment, that would cover the fire's 27%. And to be able to get that done, I pulled the remainder of that money from that contingency line, which knocked it down. I usually try to keep that contingency line in the neighborhood of $1 million, give or take up or down a little bit, because every year that we go to all the state EMS meetings, and I sit in the legislature updates and stuff, every year there's always talk about Medicare funding changing. So in my budget, we have projected revenues coming in, and we have a 72% payer mix with Medicare. So a lot of our funding comes from Medicare. If for some reason Medicare makes those changes and cuts funding like they've talked about it for the last 3 or 4 years that I've been going to these meetings, it hasn't happened, but you don't know that it is. I try to keep that contingency around $1 million to where we can cover that revenue shortfall, to where we're not coming to the board for general, you know, I mean, it's all general fund money, but we're not coming to you from your contingency pool saying, hey, I can't keep, you know. And then also that contingency line is how we, I mean, as I said when I started with the tab, you know, 2 with those things come out of that line, and I fund them into machinery and equipment. This year I didn't do as many projects because I know how tight the board, how tight it is. You know, I mean, I had to go up $100,000, a little over $100,000 in my fuel budget, just because we don't know what it's going to be. And so you know, I didn't, you know, last year we had projects to do improvements close to $1 million, you know, 900 and something thousand in our machinery and equipment line when we started, and then it got moved into other lines, where we're only with the ambulance re-chassis and the Lucas machines this year at, you know, in 600,000 range. And that was a $140,000 increase. Those ambulance re-chassis are a $140,000 increase this year over what we paid, or what we contracted with on this year's ambulance re-chassis, and they're very little difference in the trucks. It's just that's how much the cost of chassis and the refurbishment has gotten. Now, when we do an ambulance re-chassis, I had this conversation with a man yesterday. we're not just taking the box off of this truck and putting it on a new truck and going down the road. That truck gets refurbished and comes back to us like a brand new truck. They go through the wiring in the module. They go through the plumbing. A new generator gets put in it, a new air conditioner gets put in it. You know, they do redo the floors if it needs it. Anything that needs to be fixed gets refurbished. And it comes back like a brand new truck at about, you know, somewhere between $70,000 and $100,000 savings over the cost of it. And it's just as good as it is. And we've gotten to the point now, the two new ones that we purchased in last year's budget are replacing two ambulances that way back under Chief Connor, that he had a different company than Frazier do the re-chassis, and they messed them up so bad, Frazier won't even touch them now to refurb them. So those two are gonna get surplus, and we'll have all boxes now until we have to expand our fleet in the future. Everything moving forward will be re-chassis for the next several years.
Your contingency would not be there if it wasn't for the 2.2 million
Correct.
What 2.2?
in fees that he brings in,
From transfer.
which goes into general revenue fund.
Right.
Well, historically, how often have we had to dip into the contingency with a million plus in there? How often annually, on a historical basis, not this year or last year, but over the last 10 years, how often have we had to pull money out of that contingency at that level?
For his fees, for his medical
For anything,
billing.
for anything in that department.
He hasn't, because he's been getting in more in fees than what he's been budgeting.
Right.
So when he took over, we decided to put it on paper, so to speak, whereas prior it was, we knew we were gonna get more, but it wasn't budgeted. Now we know what we're getting, so we're budgeting it correctly and offsetting this contingency.
I guess.
Kind of like what we talked about with TBC yesterday. Next year, we're gonna show the,
I think what Commissioner Land's asking is, do you ever use the contingency?
I've dipped into it, just nothing major, but like this year with the cost of the new chassis, that was $8,000 a truck. That's not budgeted money.
Yeah.
That when you guys approve that change, the additional money on that would come out of contingency. I've had some grant shortfalls on a couple of things where we got a grant for something, but they, like when we did one of our EMS grants, and we asked for this amount of equipment, and they gave us half of it. Well, to try to make it work better for the county, because I try to always, when I go after those grants, I go for the maximum amount that, you know, we need. But I know that the state EMS is going to fund partial grants. So like when we did the grant for the Lucas machines, when we did that grant, we only were funded 3. I asked for 6, we funded 3. And I was able to get with the vendor and rework the quote, and the state, you know, had to get it all approved with the state, but they were good with it because they gave us a certain amount of money, and I was able to get 5 machines instead of 3 by removing some of the stuff that I had in the original quote that, you know, because I knew how they were going to fund it. But to get those 5 machines, I had to add, you know, $8,000 or $10,000 to the grant to be able to do that. But it put one on at least in every station in the county. You know, state funding and the EMS grants keeps dropping every year, and we've got with the state Ferrums group and Faison's group, they're getting lobbyists to try to get the legislature to start putting some money back into that state EMS fund, because the rural counties rely on it. Some rural counties rely on it for everything. Any new purchase of their operating expenses, that's how they get their equipment. So, but it's drying up, and that's the reason that I budgeted these in this year, and also, once you're awarded a grant for a certain type of equipment with the state, a lot of times when you go back for the same type of equipment, even though you needed more, they won't fund it because they go after departments that don't have it at all. because their funds are so short. So yeah, the contingency, like I said, it's basically our that's our capital. Right now, the way the budgets are currently built with not having like apparatus replacement lines in there, that's how we're able to fund the ambulances and stuff without, on your machinery and equipment list that you're gonna get to later. The two items I have on that list are already built into the budget from the revenue that we brought in. And like I said, when I took over, I wanted everything as 100% transparent. We do under project. I know I'm gonna collect a little more revenue than that 2.2 million. We're gonna collect somewhere in the neighborhood of 2.5 to 2.8 every year. But if I don't under project that a little bit and keep that contingency line, then, I mean, we can do it either way, but everything that I need, you guys are gonna, it's just, we're funding everything, all the money is, and I'm not sure, Mr. Harris, and Mr. Fleming, you might remember back under Chief Summers when he got it approved with the board that all, before all our revenue, any revenue that came in just went into the general fund. Our budget was built, that we did not have a contingency line before that. The board approved back then for all EMS revenue to stay in the EMS budget to be able to do what we're doing here. So any excess revenue that came in over projections could be used for improvements of the EMS side of the department. And like I said, I just wanted, my goal was to make everything 100% transparent as it could be, where everybody can see what's going on.
You don't want to increase your fees by using operating expenses.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just add to that. I mean, it's no just, I appreciate what you do, what your department does. It's a necessity. Y'all do a fantastic job. I just want, I know you and I have had this conversation before, but for the public to understand, we're on the same team. It's our job
Exactly.
to watch over the pennies. It's your job to do your job and provide safety to the citizens.
Right. And I understand.
That comes at an expense, at a big one. And, we talked about fire, you talked about it, I did. You clicked on that, increasing the fire assessment. I'll be clear there.
That was good. You take lessons.
He had a Red Bull this morning.
All right, I'll get some training. What was I gonna say? So I look at that contingency and I see you've got to have a savings account. We all do, every business does, every department does. If there's unknowns that come up. At roughly 16,000 units in the county, to generate $1 million, you're talking about a $65 increase. That's just ballpark, we just did it. For assessment. Before we talk about any type of increases there, I would encourage or ask you to make sure that kitty is not excessive.
Right.
Before we go to an assessment increase on the backs of the taxpayers.
Right. And I fully understand that, and I agree 100%. The difference in fire and rescue budget though is like the fire assessment pays for the fire side. The general revenue where this contingency is pays for the EMS side. Now we are able to fund some things on the fire side out of that general revenue. You can fund it all out of the general revenue, but you'd have to come up with all the money that we have in the fire budget out of the general revenue budget. Where the biggest thing with that contingency, that the point that it needs to be there for is there is not there's no warning, there's no telling what Medicare is going to do if and they every year at every state meeting, we go to two different state meetings 2 times a year. We have state EMS meetings. Every time we go, you hear possible Medicare cuts. And if we don't have a safety net there, and all of a sudden, out of that 2.2 million that I say we're going to bring in, or even the 2.7 million, we don't bring in $500,000, $600,000, $800,000 because they cut Medicare. then we've got to have that to cover our budget expenses for the year. That's why I try to keep it where it is. If we knew that wasn't gonna happen, then that contingency line wouldn't need to be that big. And, but like I said, it's there, it's there for those capital expenses. I've got a lot of things that need to be worked on. I was very, very conservative this year and did 2 things that are desperately needed for the safety of, I've got an ambulance right now, and I know part of it was year before last, we didn't budget because we thought we were going to be using CARES money for the ambulances, and we never could get anybody in higher government than us to give us a justification that CARES money could be used for an ambulance. There were a lot of counties did it without the permission. Whether or not they're going to have to pay that money back, I don't know. But Mr. Harris made the decision, and I agreed 100% on it. If we couldn't get it in writing from somewhere, I received, some funding out of the initial CARES off of revenue that was totally separate from the regular CARES stuff that just showed up in our account. I didn't request it. It just showed up. How long did we not spend it, Nina? A year and a half because there was the initial guidance on it was
That was to pay you back for employees' salaries.
right. It was for lost revenue, which we did have lost revenue, and it was only $90,000, but it just popped into our account, and that was just part of the whole ever-changing guidance. You weren't going to have to report because it was under this amount and everything else, and then all of a sudden, boom, we get an email that we've got to do a report on it and everything else to justify it. And I was like, the way the guidance was, I would not use that money. I told Nina, set it aside in case we have to send it back, because we didn't request it. We don't have any paperwork on it other than just accepting it. Don't use it until we know it's ours. And we finally got that notification. But, I don't know how to answer that question that you have on the 4-man stations 100%, but it's definitely it's a work in progress, but it's a definite need. You guys are doing a wonderful job as a board trying to build infrastructure in this county to bring businesses in. Well, I can tell you right now, some of these businesses aren't going to be satisfied with 2-man stations sitting next to them that 90% of the time is going on an ambulance, because they're going to require some services in some of these areas as they get built up that we've got to plan for in the future.
Mr. Chair, I got a question, Chief. Every year we kind of have a brief discussion on collections, and you talked about, he was trying to work on that a little bit. I was just curious this year has it looked any better for us on the collections?
Oh, we're at the just about maximum that we're able to collect. Our billing company, we have a lot of write-offs in the county. We have contractual agreements. But what's actually, like I said before, we're at 72% payer mix with Medicare and Medicaid. They only pay a certain amount. It doesn't matter what we bill. We can bill $1,000, we can bill $1,500. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how far. We get paid on average of $432 on a Medicare call. So we're getting on what's actually billable. We're getting in the, I would say, high 90% range of what we can. There's crumbs on the table that we'll have either a small mistake made in the report that makes it not billable, and nothing major, very, very small percentage of stuff like that. There's a little bit of revenue on the table that I'll be coming to you guys in a very short period of time, as soon as I can, myself and Mr. Pravat get the agreement worked out. But there's it's called PEMT, but it's basically Medicaid pays us $190 flat fee, no mileage. If we go on a Medicaid run, that's what we get paid, no matter how much it costs us. Well, there's a program called PEMT that basically we put a lot of data work into it, and there's a consulting firm. It's kind of like the fire assessment. You have to use this consulting firm for them to believe you that it's true. But
they basically, the consulting firm will take a small percentage of what we get, but it's money that's not available to us unless we do this program. And they take the actual cost of the run by all the figures that we put into the data, and they'll pay the difference in the 190 and the actual cost of the run on the Medicaid runs. And so, you know, there's another additional, you know, maybe 100, the first year, somewhere between $100,000 and $200,000 worth of revenue probably available there. And the second year, then, once we do that first year, then it ties us in to another level of what we're allowed to get into, but you have to go through that first section first. I'm not 100% versed on it yet, because it's something that I've just started, you know, just started looking into, but our billing company brought it to our attention that it's available for us to do. So that's another thing we're gonna look at on revenue.
Well, what does it look like, you know, I think it was last year we talked about, it was like, you were collecting about 50% of what was billed versus what you were giving. Is it still about that?
It's still about that, you know, 52% is where we're at. It's just what it is. It's the same thing when, you know, you go to the doctor and the doctor charges, you know, charges $1,200 for your visit, and Blue Cross and Blue Shield has them, you know, they're in network, and they're saying, well, you can only charge them $600, and it's the same thing with EMS. It's the same way. Medicare is only going to pay what they have, you know, an ALS fee, and that's what they pay. We are on the higher numbers of the billing, at least, you know, with all the information we get from our billing company, in their clients. You know, we like I said, there's very little small crumbs on what we're getting now that's left available. It's the only thing that will increase it is call load, which is increasing every year. So, you know, that was one of my line increases for medical billing. You know, we pay a small percentage for them to do the billing work for us. We make a whole lot off of that small percentage over what we did when we try to do it ourselves. But that increase in that line was for increased call load, because it's off of what we do.
Any other questions?
No, I think, real quick, I know you talked about the re-chassis. I just wonder what chassis you did end up going with.
Well, our entire fleet right now, we did the experiment with the Freightliners and found, hoping that heavier duty chassis would give us better service, and we found out that it doesn't, and it rides horrible. Guys hate it because it rides so bad. Patients can't even, they don't like it. So we went back to Rams, but to get the new chassis, we had to switch over to an international CV. Technically it's a Chevrolet. It's got an Duramax engine in it with an Allison transmission. It's a 4500 international CV, but we have kind of a dual order. If a Ram's available for us to build on, then they'll put it on. They'll get the Ram. But it's crazy trying to find. I mean, you guys know that are in business with on trucks and stuff. I mean, right now a fire engine on a commercial chassis is 24 months out.
Anybody else?
We'll flip over to, it's tab 33 now on the fire side.
$33.
33.
repeat, Chief.
All right, on the fire budget, the only change in this budget is there's 5 or 6 pretty much the same lines that were in my EMS budget that increased due to either inflation or vendor increases. But the only other thing in here that is different is on the fire station building line. That originally last year in this current budget, we had $250,000 budgeted in that line. We've projected before the end of the year with all the engineering services, the clearing, grubbing and everything of the property. We're gonna be at about 161,000 or 159,000 of that, I'm sorry, of projected expenditures. And so there's $91,000 left in that line. I did not roll that over, because when Nina and I were trying to balance the budget, if I had rolled that over, it would have left a $493 contingency. Like I said, just to balance this budget, I removed $200,000 of water supply. That $91,000 was pulled out of the budget. But as you can look in the contingency line with $91,493, that's basically where it got moved to. But there's no extra additions to the budget, no equipment asked for. It's just the operating expenses and the fire station building. The number on the fire station building is not a number that I plan to spend that amount. The reason that number is what it is there was get the figure right, but 1.1 million and some change on what had to go from the CARES money that we use fire salaries to justify, had to go back into the fire budget with 1.177 something. That and the $750,000 appropriations grant that we received for the station, that money was moved into the revenue side of fire this year, and all of that was just put in that line as a fire station expenditure. I will say that we do not have any, I've talked to Mr. Harris, we don't have any projection yet from even an engineer's projected cost. We just received a preliminary plan last night that I haven't even had a chance to review yet. So we don't know what a projected cost is even going to be. But we put that money that I earmarked that extra $1 million from CARES in hopes of that this will take care of every single thing that comes to do with that station, including, I'm hoping to be able to even include, the cost of the truck that's needed to go in that station. But with this being where we are in the process, we don't know. My intention is we're going to do the very best we can to keep the costs as low as we can and have a functional station that will do what we need it to do, but I'm not trying to break the bank on it. It was just having somewhere to put that money in a line is the reason it's put there. And we have to spend the $750,000 first to get the revenue back from the appropriations. It's a reimbursement. Any other questions?
I think you kind of answered mine. I was just wondering where we're at. When would we know that you saying you just got something
Yes, sir.
last night?
Mr. Harris is more involved with North Florida than I am on that. I don't know if you've had any conversations with.
We don't have a number yet. I don't have any reason to believe that this is the number because, like the chief said, all we did was we parked the CARES funding on that line and took the $750 and added to it. So if anyone were to ask me if that's what's going to cost to build the station, I'd say no. We don't have a clue yet. It's there, and what it does demonstrate to anyone that asks is that we're not funding that on assessments, the construction of that. None of this money is coming from local money.
So in the fire station building line, it says $1.9 million.
Yeah.
That's the 1.1 million.
That's the 1.77 CARES money and the 750 appropriations grant added together, and the 91,000. I took that out, and it moved down to contingency because I'd have had a $493 contingency if I hadn't have pulled that out of that. And I don't think that $91,000 is going to be needed for that project. With having the CARES money, it basically has taken the, everything on the fire station project hopefully will come out of state money or federal money.
The balance forward number of 1.748 billion, does that include
Yes.
that 1.1 million in that?
Yes. Yeah, if you look at where we're at on just operational expenses, we're still, we covered last year and broke even with a deficit, to cover the deficit last year, but with just annual cost increases of operations and salary increases on just this, there's no salary adjustment in my department whatsoever, except for the board proposed salary increase that's going to everybody in the county. If you look at the figure there, it's the 27% transfer out, it's about $90,000 alone in just that 27%. So we have a large department. There's 65 employees.
Remind me, Mr. Chairman, the CARES transfer for 1.1, we did that for what?
Salary reimbursements. That was lost revenue.
Yeah, when the original CARES, when the guidance at the end of the year changed, and we were able to use public safety salaries to justify all of the county's money.
Yep.
Because 27% of the salaries are generated out of the fire assessment, anything that is paid for by fire assessment has to go back into the fire budget. So like when we received that money from the CARES, that 1.177 figure was the fire budget's portion, not the general fund. Like I said, we pay everything out of general fund, but it transfers back out. Fire assessment does pay 27% of the salaries. So when that money had to go back into the fire budget, and like I said, we earmarked that for the fire station project because my personal opinion on any CARES money or any federal money we get like that needs to be on a capital project that's going to be here for years and years to come, not on any kind of operational expense that's.
Well, that's consistent with what Mr. Powell said when he was standing there as well.
Right.
That one-time, non-recurring revenue should be spent on capital expenditures.
Right, and so, like I said, this allows us to do this project, and we haven't used the first bit of Suwannee County money. It's all state or federal money. Well, with the exception of what we spent so far that we had budgeted last year. And like I said, I don't expect to, I can't tell you whether this is what it'll take to build the building or not. I don't foresee it being that much. I really hope it's not. But we won't know until we get closer to it and go out for bid for construction to see what it's going to cost. We did from the last initial engineer, first of last year, I think it was, when we first got that drawing from North Florida, the original drawing that we had. Mr. Harris and I sat down and did some renovations to the plans and reduced square footage somewhat to try to decrease costs some. So we don't know what this will come in yet until, as I said, we just received the initial drawing yesterday evening, and Mr. Harris gave it to me this morning when I came in.
I don't see us spending that amount of money to construct that station. I think we all agree on that. But I mean, I do see it, and I understand about doing capital improvements with it, but obviously we don't have to do anything with what it doesn't take to do that station. I mean, it can be an additional safety net of us moving forward with the cost of operating the department.
Right.
And I'm not saying that we never have to use it, but I mean, obviously if we have it there as we move forward, or if there's other improvements that we need to make to other stations.
It'll be a balance carry forward, whatever the balance ends up being with the next budget.
I just.
Not to change the subject, these fire engine leases and water tanker leases we got over a 10-year period. What's the outlook on them as far as at the end of the 10 years? Do we own those or?
Yes, everything that's listed at a lease in emergency service equipment is a finance term.
It doesn't work like.
It's not a regular lease. When CARES, like, I looked into ambulance leases under the CARE, when CARES because there was justification in the original guidance about leasing ambulances. And I couldn't find anybody that would lease an ambulance because at the end of the lease term, it's wore out and has zero value to it to be able to resell. So
my question is, do you think we get more than 10 years use out of it?
Absolutely. Yeah, we've got other apparatus right now that needs to be replaced that we don't have the funding to do. I mean, and that's one of the things that, that when we were looking at this fire budget, when the budgets that were built for the fire assessment workshop last year and the figures that came back on that weren't just, some of that wasn't just to cover, our operating costs. It was also, there were things in those budgets built in that they went off of with apparatus replacement. We've never had a proactive replacement for fire trucks on, it's like the only way this was able to be done, and I wasn't doing the budget when all this was purchased, it was Chief Summers, but I know that we had a pretty good contingency that, because all the fire assessment money has comes in there, they were, as soon as we started making the payments on these lease payments, we went in 2 years' time, three years' time, we dropped that contingency to zero. And so it's one of those, because prior to that, we never spent anything but operating expenses on the fire side. So those budgets with that increase in the fire assessment, if we, if we do that, those lines are built in there to where we can try to, we need to get on a replacement plan with fire apparatus. We have volunteer trucks out there that are, I just did a grant for the fire college and they were asking years of some of our service. We've got trucks that are 40 years old in service in the volunteer departments. We've got trucks that are over 20 years old in service, fire trucks over 20 years old in service right now in our department, in our station. Not the 3 new ones and the 2 new tankers, but we still have 2 other tankers that are in operation that are over 20 years old. We have a reserve engine. Our main reserve engine, if any truck goes down, is a 2004. That's our best reserve truck. So we don't have the opportunity when a truck goes down for maintenance of getting in anything that's super reliable. So
what's your plan at the end of that lease? Is it to just continue with that lease
and
run them as long as you can and build up a contingency there?
Well, we'll
replace.
No, it all depends on where we move forward with any kind of fire assessment adjustments. If we have a budget built with apparatus replacement lines in there, we'll be able to purchase something each year to be able to, either improve brush trucks, anything fire-related apparatus would be able to come out of that line and be an engine. If an engine needed to be replaced, we could buy an engine that year. If a couple brush trucks needed replaced, we could buy a couple 2 or 3 brush trucks. Different things, anything to do with apparatus. But these trucks, that's the one thing about the custom apparatus versus the commercial apparatus. You save money on the front side buying a commercial apparatus. You can save about $100,000 purchasing a fire truck on a commercial, but it's going to wear out somewhere between 5 and 10 years before that custom truck will.
Mr. Chairman, here's what I need, Chief. You're a smart fella. Like you said, you talked to Mr. Pravat, y'all talking about some ideas of getting some funds and things. That one program. I need you to find 9 more of those programs per year. And I need you to get us to those 4-man stations without a fire assessment increase. That's all I need from you. If you can make that happen, we don't need to talk anymore.
Yeah.
Increase to the choir now.
If I can make that happen, I don't believe I'd be standing here. Because I would be in a much higher level position than I am, as blessed as I feel to have this position and where we're at. And listen, one of the things I want to point out to you guys and to this, you know, and to the public for their benefit, and where we're at as a fire rescue department in my career. I've been here for 24 years. I started on a one-man engine covering this entire county, right by myself with all volunteer backup, and sometimes going to the Santa Fe River and being the first truck to spray water on a fire. We didn't save much stuff at all back then. We darn sure aren't going to make a rescue, you know, in situations like that. We've still got a long way to go to where we need to be to protect the citizens in the manner, you know, but it takes funding. That's the downfall. That's the thing about it. It takes funding. But the progress that we've made in my career, and especially over the last 15 years of it, and then even 10 years after that, when fire rescue, you know, 17 years fire rescue this year, you know, the last 10 years of that progression and has only been possible because we've had a board of county commissioners that has supported us 100%. You know, I realize, listen, I am 100% transparent. I've spoken with each of you guys on an individual basis, and as fiscally responsible as I can be with taxpayers' money, because I'm a taxpayer myself. But I also know that it does take funding to provide services, and in today's age and time, it's just getting more expensive to do it, and we haven't kept up. You know, I know the fire assessment is a hot topic with the public. You know, last year it was extremely hot because of what we had to do with solid waste. But we're still, after 8 years of not doing any adjustment whatsoever, we made a very minor adjustment last year that only covered the deficit in operating expenses. It doesn't allow for any improvement. And we've got a plan for that improvement moving forward because the citizens of this county deserve it. And we're getting more and more people that are moving in here that expect it. And it's a tough thing. We've got hard decisions to make, and I can tell you, I'm here to work with you guys to come up with a solution to do it the most efficient way we can possibly.
Chief, I feel like, Mr. Chairman, I feel like you're shortchanging us a little bit. You made the comment that previous boards were 100% supportive of you, but yet they kicked the can down the road, and we're the ones that gave you.
Yeah.
Listen. I'm just saying to continue. I'm going back years when we had boards that said we're getting rid of the fire department and going back all volunteer.
I got you.
When that kind of support. No, you guys have been, and I'm not, no disrespect to any county commissioner because they all have worked hard. No, you guys did do an adjustment, and we've got more of our decisions coming in, you know, in y'all's terms that we've got to make and figure out a solution to it. But it, you know, but what I'm saying is no matter what, look, I understand Ricky's gone now, but we had a conversation when I first took over as chief before he was off the board that he said, listen, he says, it's my job to you know, needle you for every dime that, you know, that I can, and it's your job to try to get every dime you can from me. What we do in here is business. It's just taking care of the people of Suwannee County.
I was being sarcastic.
Yeah, well, I just want you to understand, no, it's not just, I'm very appreciative and very, very happy the way you guys work together on things and come to solutions.
How many volunteers have you got now?
We're down, we had a meeting 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago now, I think it was, to have an update with them, get all the personal information updated, find out any issues they had, different things. And I told them, I said, I only want the volunteers that are going to be active, because we have about 30 on a roster, but truly active that can respond most of the time, we've got about 6.
Is that some?
We had 16 show up too. Now Branford's not included. Now all of them, that's the thing with Branford. Most all of the guys that are members of the volunteer department in the Branford volunteer department are also members of the Ranchettes volunteer department, which responds in the county. So we have about 16 we did just pick up 2 new ones. They're both uncertified guys that are just gonna be support personnel. One's an older gentleman that retired from the Keys as a paramedic here and just interested in helping. The other kid is one of the volunteer sons, and he's already interested in going on through school and becoming a career fireman because he loves it.
Well, the reason I'm asking that question is you were just talking about the equipment for the volunteers, and so if we don't have the volunteers, why are we?
We won't be replacing, the trucks that we'll be replacing for them is until we get to a point we have none and we have to, that's something else coming in the future. I mean, every year we're gonna be looking at improvements as they go away. We're gonna have to look at putting staffing in some of these areas that they are the coverage for right now. Not necessarily, some of those stations aren't gonna need an ambulance in them. We're not gonna need, that many ambulances running around the county, but they can have an engine that's an ALS response that can give a fast medical response to save someone's life and wait on a transport unit to get there, but have that fire coverage. The problem right now, the volunteers are our primary water supply. Because of our staffing levels with 2-man stations, we don't have the people to bring a tanker. We do have 2 tankers in the county that we bring, but one of them's up here at Station 1, and one of those ambulance crews jumps on a tanker and drives it to the scene. And then if no one's there but the engine crew, they'll have the engine, there'll be one guy in the fire truck in the engine driving it and one guy in the tanker driving it. We adapt and overcome to get things done out of necessity, but we need those personnel there. And like I said, the tankers, as we move forward, if the volunteers that are still there, we may put some brush trucks, replace some that are more reliable to be able to respond to brush fires as long as they're still responding. But I've got a much more economical way to do brush trucks too as we move forward. So,
well, what about we're putting in sewer water at 136 and you got it out here at the Catalyst site. As far as the firefighting, does that help any at all as far as like you're talking about transport water?
That's going to help immensely. It's going to be a less, anybody that is within 1,000 feet of any of the hydrants that are on those systems and is within 5 miles of a fire station will receive a major ISO reduction in their insurance. Unfortunately, with the coverage that we have in the county, with having the 5 stations and the limited personnel and volunteers, we don't have the good coverage that, we don't, some homes that may have been in, the old district of the volunteer station that's no longer active. But yes, for us, as far as getting water, it's going to improve greatly. And, and this is I was just thinking about this the other day, the water supply thing that we were looking at doing. Now that this is going into effect, I'm really glad we didn't do that because we just spent some money on stuff we didn't need that's now the infrastructure there for us to get with.
Mr. Chairman, I just follow up, just obviously, I was picking on you a little bit, but we're all support fire, and this is people's money, let's be clear, this is people's money we're up there talking about.
Absolutely.
It's not our money, it's not the board's money, it's not the commissioner's money, it's people's money. But we have to provide a service to them and they expect that service. And when they call 911 and have a problem, it doesn't matter if it's the sheriff or if it's the fire department, they expect somebody to be there right now. So it's our responsibility to figure out how to get that, how to make that happen, and also how to be able to pay the bill to make that happen.
Correct.
But at the end of time, I'll just close with I'm in support of you, as we all are, I feel, and we just have to figure out how to get there and be absolutely get the most for the citizens dollar. And that kind of sums up my mind.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. My sentiments are the same as Commissioner Stapleton and what he said. Folks call 911, they want somebody to come, whether it's a fire engine, an ambulance, or patrol car. And it's our job to provide that service as well as a bunch of others. So we have to you understand that, watch the pennies and the peanuts. But, I do have I got one recommendation or idea that I'd throw out to the board, and I was looking at this last night, and we got a wish list of over $1.4 million, and we got $998 in contingency. Trying to find money in this fiscal year to accommodate some of those. My recommendation, just an idea, is at the $1.9 million for the fire station, we all agree that hopefully it doesn't cost that, but materials are up. We just got the design plan last night. And we've got to build a road. I mean, there's no way, it ain't physically possible, it isn't physically possible to do all that this fiscal year. Is it 100% necessary that we put 1.9 in there this fiscal year with what we have on the we call it the wish list, the ask list, whatever the terminology is. But I mean, we just signed the interlocal agreement with the city, which was fantastic. You got that done after years of it not being able to get done. Can we do 1.2, 1.3, and knowing that we may in the next fiscal year 23-24 have to add some to it as construction nears or starts or becomes to completed, and hopefully at the time construction costs go down. I mean, there's recession looming over us. It's already, construction products are already starting to decrease. It hasn't made it to the shelves yet, but it's coming. I mean, is it necessary that we put that much money today in this fiscal year for a project that we know we're not going to complete in the next 12 months? It's just not physically possible.
Well, the only thing that and
just an idea.
And before the board speaks, I just want to throw this out there so they understand. The 1.9 million can only be in the fire budget. It doesn't matter if I put that in that building line.
It can't come out.
Or if I put it in the contingency line.
It doesn't affect your general revenue.
It cannot be pulled from that line and put into the general revenue fund wish list. Because of the legalities of the fire, like I said, the 1.177 million, that figure was derived off of the amount of money that the fire salaries justified the expense for the CARES money. So because it's an assessment, it has to say, like if my budget, if we didn't spend a dime and that fire assessment continued to be collected, and we build up $10 million in that fire fund, it cannot come out. Believe me, we're not going to be able to do that. But if, just as an example, that money can't be pulled, nothing can be pulled out. It can only be, I can't even use fire money to pay for something on my EMS side.
I understand.
It's got to stay in the fire budget. So
what about the EMS?
The EMS is general fund money. So
you can do it different there. Here's what happened. When this whole thing started, CARES, and we worked hard, we got the legal opinions, and we spoke to Mr. Powell about this. I think Keith was probably a part of that conversation, and Mr. Baker. But it was very clear that because fire is funded with an assessment, that when we took that CARES funding, it had to go back into that budget that was funded with assessments. So it couldn't become a part of your general revenue regardless. It has to stay right there where it is. And the 750 is what it is now. Like I said before, I don't anticipate that amount being spent, but it becomes a part of your balance forward in fire next year, whatever's left over.
I think I understand what you're saying. We took the CARES money as payroll reimbursement, 100%.
For fire. For fire.
Right.
Fire.
Yeah. Right. And
that's what
restricted.
That's correct.
So that was one way we would proceed.
You can do some dollar swapping there, I'll tell you that.
I'll say this to the fire station, and I'm gonna jump on board with Mr. Fleming on his meetings. We've been kicking this can down the road for quite some time. and I'm ready to see it get done. And I don't think it's gonna take that much, but, yeah, the money's there. Not coming straight off these folks' backs, per se. We're growing as a community, commercial growth out there, in that area is gonna be tremendous, hopefully, moving forward. And this time, I mean, not being ugly, but we've sold property for less than appraised value, we bought property for more than appraised value, we're shifting monies here and there to do those projects. I just don't want this one to be a redhead stepchild.
No, I'm not
I want us all to be on board with it, and I want to move forward with it. I think we get some, I don't know if it was discussed, and if you're gonna bring this up, I don't know what you call, can't be that much, but just a place to land a helicopter out there, because I noticed they've been shutting down there in front of the ag station several times, so. And I'm thinking on that hill, we got plenty of room to put.
Yeah, and that's part of,
Is that part of it?
well, it's all gonna depend on the site plan, that, the elevation of that property and everything, I'm not, until we start getting all that dirt work done, I'm not sure if we'll have room or not, what, with the runoff and retention area that we're gonna have to put in for the building, parking lot and everything else, I don't know what we left, but there's also been, we've had talks with, nothing, we haven't gotten any farther than just having a conversation, because we have so many events at the park and everything that we provide EMS coverage for, that, of the park actually donating a spot to put a landing zone in on some of their property, whether it's over on the east side of 129, on their personal side, or whether it's park side. But we just haven't got, that'll be something for, I've got to get with Mr. Pravat and figure out what's legal and what's not, and, because it's not going to be a county-owned thing, it's just going to be something that they're giving permission to Air Methods to land there and for us to drive on the property, but.
Like Commissioner Lance, I mean, the price of stuff is going up crazy, even if the station is something, if you made a comment, it's operational and can service that area, but we can grow, we can build on it, it needs to be expandable, something of that nature, but,
I do have I'm sorry.
Have we got any, estimates on what the building's gonna cost?
Not yet.
No?
The initial estimate on the original preliminary plan that came in last year was around $2 million. But we've made some changes to the square footage of the building and some design changes. But like I said, we received a preliminary drawing yesterday. We haven't gotten anywhere into what, what our, and that's going to be an engineer's projected cost that we get immediately, and then we won't know what we're looking at.
So you got engineering, you got dirt work to do out there, the roads got to be done. What are we doing about utilities as far as sewer and water?
Out there, we're not, well, I have spoken to the city about expanding their services on up through there now. We'll get into this conversation later, but, the next batch of grants that we're gonna be going after is to run water and sewer up 129.
Yes.
I don't think it's gonna happen in time, but we will put in a septic tank, and we'll put a well in if we have to, and we'll do whatever we have to do to make this thing operational.
Yeah, if services are available, we definitely would love to be on that type of water system where we could have a hydrant at the station to fill up with and different things, but every station we currently have runs off of a well and septic now.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to add, Commissioner Hale, I'm respectful of Commissioner Land, his thoughts, but Commissioner Hale, I'm supportive of him. Let's get the project done, but I would ask Commissioner Hale a question. Would you be opposed to us, obviously we had numbers come in that was $2 million or whatever. We understand those numbers are high. Would you be opposed to us just setting a number today not to exceed and moving forward with the project, and then we just adjust the square footage of the project to I'm just saying, so we're not just out here kicking this around. It's gonna be $2 million, and we leave today and they said, oh, it's gonna be more than $2 million, and the public thinks it's gonna be more. I mean, it's the number 1.5 that we build a station for, and that's what we do. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's a better way to handle it. I'm just asking.
I would love to.
Well, I mean, you got $1.9 million in a line item.
Yeah. Well, and Chairman and Commissioner Stapleton, my only my only reservation in doing that is this station has been built for a four-man, for the future of a four-man station. I mean, we currently have a station now, with an agreement with Allen Park right now that if we go to four-man stations, and I've had Dallin Park reach out to us about being interested in, assisting us in building a new station in the village. But right now, 2 people in that station are crowded. So if we've already adjusted square footage down in the living area, and the bay areas are built to be able to house larger apparatus, that if some of the things that happen that I know are going to happen in that area of town, we're going to be purchasing a ladder truck. We're going to have to. We're going to have multiple story buildings that we need a ladder truck for. Currently in our stations right now, the only station that a ladder truck will fit in is the one at Station 1 out at the airport, and we'd have to take an ambulance that we currently house behind the fire truck in there now out of the bay for it to fit. When we designed the width of these bays, I measured the longest 2 trucks that we have, and they'll fit back to back. So now a ladder truck will be longer than our current engine, but we would have a bay for a ladder truck to be in there. The crew quarters are set up to be able to house 4 people. So, and we cut the square footage of the living room area and kitchen down some because the original plan, when we got to looking at the footage of it, it was just too big. It didn't need to be that big. So we've lowered a lot of the square footage to get it. Like I said, I don't want to get. I have reservations, and I understand what you're saying to be able to get the project moving forward. But we do have 1.9 million in the line for the station that I don't think we're going to get to that figure, but it's all state and federal money. That 750,000 of it is earmarked for that fire station from the appropriations grant.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Lane.
I'm respectful of all the work that prior boards, including Hale, Stapleton, and Clinton, have all done fighting for the 750. That in the town needs a station. I really like Commissioner Stapleton's idea of setting a cap not to exceed, and I like Commissioner Hale's idea of, hey, let's build a station where it's operational, to where we can add on, to where it accommodate a ladder truck, where it can do X, Y, Z, but it doesn't have to have all the bells and whistles today. And I say that because I appreciate us trying to think ahead and accommodate four-man stations, but I got a station in Louisville that's built that I got nobody in, and it's 11 miles of Dallin Park, and it's 9 miles from Calvin, and I can make those mileages farther if I go down to Louisville store. That's just station to station. So while I'm appreciative that we're gonna build this station that's gonna have the room to accommodate 4 people, I'm more worried about putting 2 in the one I got.
I agree, they need to be there.
So I mean, it's great, and this money's accounted for, and we gotta put it back in the fire, and we gotta build this station, but I have reservations about building it to fit four men today, when we got stations, and it's not just in my district, that we got stations that are built that got nobody in them. So I think that before we start worrying about putting 4 guys in one station, we need to worry about putting 2 guys in every station. I mean, that's just kind of where I'm at with it. I'm all right. I understand the money's there and it has to stay there. Let's spend it there. But I don't know that we need to build a Taj Mahal when we got stations that are built that are vacant.
Let me ask a question. I know we've kicked it around before. But you got the town of Brantford sitting there with all that equipment and a brand new fire station. And we got one out of Louisville. Does that save any money to combine them two? Or just have one fire station?
You talking about the one in Beachville?
Beachville, yes, I'm sorry, Beachville.
Well, the biggest thing that you run into, if, like I said, is trying to maximize your footprint of coverage for insurance coverage. And when we're sitting in the town of Brantford, now the town of Brantford needs coverage because of the population increase with schools there and everything else, but we're if you drive, I've run the mileage on it. If you drive from the Beachville station into Brantford, you can turn on 129 and go to about Napa on the south side and about Capital City Bank on the north side, and is where you reach your 5 miles. So with the Beachville station there, you're gonna lose some of the coverage that you currently have in the town of Brantford for insurance coverage, because there's a station sitting in the middle of town and they cover the whole town limits. When we had our station, one of the reasons our station moved to Beachville, one, it was a viable opportunity for us. Forestry, gave us that house. We were able to renovate it pretty cheap and build some bays. But for years, we sat on the bank of the river. So half of our coverage zone from the station there, that used to be there by Town Hall, the Public Works building now, half of the coverage was in Lafayette County because we were sitting on the river. By moving to Beachville, we maximized the coverage, and we still got the 5 mile coverage from the river out, but we extended 5 more miles the other way because we moved the station out. So that's where,
Well,
the town of Brantford has a station that they pay for. They don't, those guys are dedicated volunteers and they do a good job. But they don't run many calls in just the town of Brantford. And we respond to every call in the town of Brantford anyway with a mutual aid agreement, because we understand that they're just citizens of Suwannee County. We respond to everything EMS anyway. It's not costing us hardly anything to respond to a fire in the town of Brantford, and they can't handle the fire by themselves.
Well, that's why I'm asking. Well, I'm just trying to think outside the box here, and you're struggling with money here, and I'm just trying to consolidate, make things better, where we're just kind of overlapping in services, basically what I'm doing.
Well, in the past, I know that Chief Summers looked into, in the past board was asked to look into it. Excuse me. And when you look at the number of residential homes in Brantford, if they started paying the fire assessment, it doesn't come close to covering the cost of putting a station in Brantford. Now we have a building there that could be renovated, and put living quarters next to it and that kind of thing that would reduce the cost of some things, but just the personnel cost, if you put 2 people a day in Brantford, the amount of assessment, it would just be expanding our services. And
well, I'm not expanding the services. I'm talking about cutting one or the other.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Other than losing a little bit of coverage in the town of Brantford, the station in the south end is where it needs to be. Number one, it maximizes the coverage over, and it also maximizes our response time. Not for, if we were sitting in the town of Brantford, we're going to increase the town of Brantford's response time or decrease it. But we have a major artery north, south, east, and west.
From what I'm getting at there, though, is that's an all volunteer deal down there. And let's face it, when them guys go away, there's probably not going to be any.
No.
So at that point, you're sitting there with a brand new building and equipment.
Mm-hmm.
It's not being used.
Right.
So, and I know that's a struggle, believe me, because I'm dealing with the parks down there. So
right.
I don't know. I just think it's worth the conversation, if you want to save some money, is to see if we can't work together here and cut down on some overlapping services.
Right.
Just a thought. Just a thought.
Mr. Chairman, I know Chief Hand been up there a while. I don't want to just hammer it out. But I understand what Commissioner Land is talking about. I understand what Commissioner Hill is talking about. I know how I feel, and I know what Commissioner David is feeling. The difference is that we got about 10, and 75, good Suwannee, Walmart, Lowe's, and I don't have the desire to lessen the station out here at all. Even though I'll be in Commissioner Land's district, I may need EMS services one day, paramedic services. But once you get one built and get it all together, then you can go around and do the other ones, do the add-on. As you said, you got the one in Luriefield that's unoccupied. I don't have the desire to lessen the new one that's been built. The money's been allocated. Let's go ahead and move forward and get that done and completed to a standard for the future. Now these ones, the other ones that's in Louisville, I heard mention of one in Beachville. I have no desire to lessen any fire station, any rescue personnel in this county whatsoever, because it's something that's needed. First responders, they would know. They would understand. I work a midnight shift, 12 from 10 to 6. All through the night, you know, I'm hearing calls, and it's going to get more because, like I said about the census, we need to find out whether that count is accurate, because more and more people are moving in here. I rode with one of the supervisors a couple weeks ago, and we went in places in this county I didn't even think people live in. How you guys will be trying to get in there, get some of these individuals when they down now one. I don't even know. I don't have a clue to how it's going to happen. Public work is going to catch it in the future. And I would say, I know in the budget workshop, but I don't want to lessen any fire personnel, first responder related stuff that we have going on. And I'm just ready to move forward. I know that in Louisville, that's going to be my new home out there. And as I said, that it's something that we can work on, not at a later date, but work on now as is needed.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a proposal? I didn't want to be criticized for being a smart aleck, but I was going to say no. Why don't we just, let's make that line $1.5 million, put the balance in contingency, and let's go to work. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be whatever it's going to be, and we won't know until we get, it's so premature right now.
Right.
We can't even speculate on what it's going to be, so we're beating something up that we can't even see.
Yeah,
So why don't we make it $1.5 million, put the balance in contingency, you can't do anything else with it, and then you may reduce it lower once we get bids in here.
Right.
But that'll get us moving.
Good.
Thank you, Chief. Yes.
I was
And
trying
like I
to get
said,
your
it
attention
doesn't
an hour
matter.
ago.
The money is there. It doesn't matter what line it's in. I agree with Mr. Harris. That's fine. I mean, the station, when we get bids back, the station's gonna cost what the bids come back at.
Eddie, stop talking.
Yeah, so, thank you.
I do want you to check in on the breakfast.
I will.
Well, and all that I said, that you mentioned is that if you lose one of those without ISO rating, anybody be hurt by that if one of those stations closes?
And I don't know that it's doable. I just want you to look into it.
If a station closes, anything else, if they overlap, like a lot of
So that one ain't very far, is what you're saying. 'Cause it's just
right, that one, a lot of Branford's coverage overlaps with our Beachville station's coverage.
So how-
But there would be, if Branford closed and we had only the Beachville station, there are areas in the town of Branford that would not have coverage within 5 miles of the station. So yes, it would affect, it depends on their insurance company. Some insurance companies follow ISO, some don't. If they follow it, it would affect their insurance coverage negatively with a higher premium.
You may or may not do this, and that question we can move on, but talking about these ISO ratings, how quick do they go in effect? So when this station gets built out here, how soon can those folks in that 5 mile radius?
It'll be as soon as we will have to call for a reevaluation when that's done.
Okay.
Normally, they do a reevaluation every 5 years. Normally. The staffing levels and everything, sometimes that gets stretched out. But they'll come in, they'll call us and say, we're reevaluating your coverage. And we have to provide all the information for them.
What's the current rate?
But in that area with the mutual aid, or with the,
Yeah.
anywhere within 1,000 foot of a hydrant out there right now is a 4.
What about?
Anywhere outside of 1,000 feet of a hydrant is called a 4X, which is basically the old 9, because they don't have water supply. But adding the cities, when we did the automatic aid agreement, it stretched our coverage where we had 5 miles of coverage from Station 1 at the airport to wherever that ended. Now we have 5 miles from Duval Street, north, east, and, so that agreement was important just for helping more citizens with coverage, even though our areas overlap a lot.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, real quick, Mr. Harris, just, because I haven't heard or asked the question, did we receive the $750 yet?
It's a reimbursement. We pay first, they reimburse.
So Ms. Mina, did you get that?
I'm putting a million in contingency, we're gonna bill it for $500,000, right? No, Eddie, I'm sorry. I put $1.5 million in the building, and I put $471 in contingency.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Didn't mean to beat you up.
I don't look at it as beating up. I appreciate it. Mr. Fleming, I just want to say I appreciate everything that you've always done in support of ours. I enjoyed this. This is my longest, time at the podium for a budget workshop. Fire assessment, I was there a long time, but I'm glad to get beat up like this on your last budget workshop. Thank you for everything you've done.
What about the rest of us?
Oh, I appreciate all of you. I'm just, y'all ain't leaving yet. So we know he's going out.
You didn't even tell us about that.
And Commissioner Lane, thank you for bringing the water, because I was about to get a little party.
Y'all want to take lunch, or you want to
I
hear?
think we took out all
That sheriff's looking forward to his turn.
Yeah.
They're looking at him.
Y'all ain't got all your stuff out on him, but he's on me.
Y'all want to take a
I'm a
lunch
pep
break?
rally, Sheriff.
We're going to recess for an hour for lunch, be back at 1 o'clock. Better hurry. At this time, we'll resume, and we're going to skip over and go to the sheriff's budget.
Behind tab 48.
Behind tab 48. Welcome, Sheriff.
I know I talked to each of y'all individually and gave you the little budget for us, and so I'm looking at this, which says the 2022-23 approved budget, and you see where we got a, get my figures straight here. Now, like I say, it's a little misleading when you look at the bottom line or the bottom number, because of everybody's aware of the state money that they was able to get to us. But minus that, and then minus the AC payment, the state funding, the town of Branford, and the school board, I'm asking for a 4.65 increase from the 2021-22 budget. And the increases that we hit, and I was listening to the other ones, like Mark and Betty, all talk about which y'all are aware of all the different increases of vehicles, and just anything you buy is an increase. So we've went up on our operating and also our capital expenses and machinery on that. And then also, now along with the state money that they were able to get. Now, as y'all know, that they increased, the law enforcement up to 45, and then the corrections up to 41.5. And I've been at the sheriff's office for going on 41 years now, and this is the first time the state of Florida's ever done something like this, for the different counties. There's 29 physically constrained counties that they would have done that for, and myself, I'm very much appreciative of that, because of, when I kept hearing about the state, which, I'm all for anybody getting a raise, even the state law enforcement, they was going up to 50, and I was down at 35, so I don't know what I was gonna do. I was just gonna have to ask all 5 of you to beg and plead to give me some extra money for my guys, because if not, you know, I'd be losing a bunch of employees, or they'd be going to FHP or wherever, to these state agencies, but the states come in, and here again, I know that Chairman is a little concerned about the, you know, because they tell us a recurring cost, which I know is, as long as they can give, they can take away too. And so, just the Chairman, we need a little, you want to know about a backup plan. And actually, I mean, what I've done all this ever since I've been sheriff is every month I look at the our monthly expense and just see where we're at, you know, so forth, and also do a trend report about, okay, you know, which is now getting close to the end of the budget year, and we just see where we're at. You know, do we have, you know, how we fared out throughout the year, and we can normally. You can't tell by exact dollar, but we can kind of tell, you know, we got a little bit left over and so on and so forth. And so my contingency plan on the state money, in case something falls through with that, you know, is to give back, you know, a little bit each time, to where if something does take place, that, you know, we'll have something, you know, we know we have to earmark it just for that. If something does go through, fall through with the state money, we won't have to come up with this big lump sum all at one time. So that's what my plans there, you know, is that, and it looks like we'll be very much able to do that, or at least get it started for us. Any questions on that?
No, sir. Do you have any kind of figure on what that might be this going on?
I would say anywhere from 100 to 150,000.
I thought we talked about 200.
Well, we can.
You checking my memory?
But I think the 100, 150 is very doable, guys. And like I say, if we do that, you know, for next, you know, because, you know, as you know, the politics is, you know, you can never predict that and so forth. But, you know, as you know, our governor, he's been very, very strong behind us, behind law enforcement, you know, and you know, here again, I would assume, or looks like off all the different polls I've been seeing, he's probably going to, you know, be our governor right on, you know. And so I think as long as he's there, we're good, you know. But you know, just for, you know, argument's sake, you know, another 4 or 6 years, you know, I mean, if I save out just like I've been doing every year, like this year, what I'm doing this time, you know, we'll have, you know, that in a contingency fund or to where we can, you know, it won't hurt us at all if something does fall through with the state.
Well, just so everybody knows, me and the sheriff had a discussion about it, and it's kind of mine and his plan together is to try to build up some reserves there to cover at least 1 year of that increase, that $600,000, in case the state decided they wasn't going to fund it anymore. So we wouldn't, as a county commission, have to come up 1 year and try to figure out how we was going to fund $600,000 we didn't have. So that's kind of where the sheriff, myself and the sheriff kind of agreed on, and so that's all up to y'all too. So.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Is that going to be escrowed in the general fund then from what the sheriff turns back each year?
I would think so, yeah. That's going back to the board, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would typically come back to the board, but we'll just create a line for that in the budget. We'll identify it as such so that we know where it is in the future.
Where would you put that at? You know, under what department? Just under board?
Usually when they put money back in, it goes to fine and forfeiture
Okay.
to help fund them next time.
But what we're saving this for, though, is cover that payroll cost in case the state pulls the funding. I mean, that's up.
From fine and forfeiture
Okay.
anyway. I can move it from general to fine and forfeiture, or just stick it in there.
I would put it in the general fund for now, recognizing that if it gets spent, it's going to have to go, it'll get transferred back into fine and forfeiture.
That's fine.
It's going to be easy enough to identify it that way, it'll always be there.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fleming.
I got a question for Sheriff. Now, this money is going to be across the board, the whole department?
No, it's not. This is from the state. The law enforcement part gets you know, up to 45, and then anybody above 45 gets a 10%, and then the corrections, they go up to 41.5, and then now they didn't do anything for corrections, anybody above that and all. So it's not across the board. It's mainly for the law enforcement and correction side. And I understand why they've done it, because, you know, just a good example was Mark and Betty talked about, chairman's brought about they was 9, 7, 8, 9 people short and all. And here, knock on wood, I mean, I'm full staff except for in the law enforcement part and correction side. Now I got down a couple of dispatchers and all, which I'm been trying to improve their pay, just like, you know, Mark was saying, is that, you know, some of these ones that he's trying to hire, they can go to the private sector or somewhere else and make a little money, and that's what I'm facing with my dispatchers, is that you know, the pay's kind of low, and you go, you know, just like talking to Sheriff McCallum in Levy County, you know, they're right close to $40,000, you know, for their dispatchers, you know, which is good money. So that's where I'm facing there. But here again, I feel lucky and that I'm in good shape as far as, you know, law enforcement correction side, because, you know, especially you know, I mean, every department in the sheriff's office is vital. There's no if, ands, or buts. But naturally, when you call 911, the first person you're going to see is that deputy, you know. And I just want to make sure that, you know, I have the personnel, because if, just like you said, Mark was down seven personnel. If I was down that many law enforcement, I'd be hurting. I'm telling you, that's one whole shift, you know. So I've got to make sure that, you know, the guys that they're, you know, paid well and they're taken care of, you know, and not only that is that, you know, when I hire someone, I want to retain them, you know, because, you know, we put a lot of money, expense, and so forth in training them and so forth, and we don't want to, you know, be a training ground to go from HIS to FHP, because I've had it happen 4 or 5 different times. So that's why it's just such a blessing for the state to do what they've done, you know, especially here in Suwannee County, and I know all the other 29 counties that they're blessed to have this money to help keep and retain the offers that they have.
What is your current dispatcher rate? Just average.
I just meant I say.
I'm looking for it too.
Well, it shows total.
Total.
555,000. How many you got?
I think there's 13.
So 555 divided by 13.
Well, you just can't give you that. Okay, yeah, well, the salary was 28,000.
28.
Yeah. And guys, that's when I first came here, that started out at, I think, 22 or 23. So I've raised it up that much, and it's still low, you know.
What'd you say the number was?
28,000.
Mhm.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question, please?
Yes, sir.
Sheriff, on these pages aren't numbered, so I'm looking at the one that says law enforcement at the top, has a kind of a picture at the top. I guess my curiosity is on your salaries. Did you include the 50 cents plus 1% that the board does, and then add the 600,000? I think it was.
Yeah, yes, I did. Yeah.
Okay. So the numbers that are reflected in here include the 600,000 from the state plus the 50 cents.
Yes, it does. Yes. Well, yes, it does. Yes. The 2022, 23 includes that. Yes, sir. And you know, and one of the main, well, I mean, actually, you know, we want to try to take care of my guys and all, but You know, then too, you gotta worry about that compression rate, also because, you know, cause I've got some that's, you know, even though, you know, the ones that start at, well, come out of the academy at 35, they're now making 45, and then I've got some that's been there 7 or 8 years that's making the same amount of money, so, so I got a little bit of grumbling there, you know, but I mean, you can do the best you can, and also, you know, that's some of the problem I face is trying to get, you know, the guy that's been there to, you know, so they don't, that compression rate ain't so bad. And plus, we're still, you know, even though we're at 45, you know, the state, they're at 50, and the corrections at 44, 2 or 5, I think. So we're still 5,000 or so. We're 5,000 below the state law enforcement, and about a little over 3,000 on the correction side. So we're still, even though we've got this money from the state, we're still below the state law enforcement and the state prison systems.
Well, you didn't think they was gonna give you enough to put you above them, did you?
No, probably not.
So, the people that got the money from the state, your corrections and your deputies, you give them the 1% 50 cent before you give them that, or you give it to them after they got that?
It'd been afterwards. Well, it's up to y'all if y'all approve it.
I'm just wondering how you figured it, is what I'm saying. Did you put the 1% 50 cent when you were figuring?
Oh, I see what you're talking about.
Before or after the 10 grand or whatever?
And it was before.
So everybody got the 1% 50 cent is what you're saying through department wide, and then the additional went on as the state funded it.
No, they won't get the, if y'all approve it, they won't get the 1% 50 cent until in October. But they got the state money in July. But when they figured the money, it was before the state money.
It was predicated on the current year's budget.
Right, yes, right.
But they only get that so much a month, right? Or so much pay period, is that how that works? The additional money that came from the state?
Yes.
Quarterly?
Yeah.
Is it quarterly? He gets it quarterly,
Yeah,
they get it.
They get it, it's broke up in 26 payments.
Right, every 2
Yeah,
weeks.
yeah, every 2 weeks. And there's 2 months that they get paid 3 times.
Yeah.
Just so I understand about the money you receive from the state for, but you're saying there's people that's left out that doesn't get any of that money?
Right, now, there's some that, like the law enforcement, they fared out halfway, real decent. The corrections did, except if they made over 41.5, they didn't get anything. But now what I was able to do is you know, here again, just like I said, I looked at my budget to see what kind of money, you know, we had left, and I was able to give them a little bit of raise. You know, not what the state gave them, but give them a little bump, you know, just to help keep up with inflation.
That's going to go to 50 grand.
I got you. But you're saying that just the ones over 41.5 on the correction side is the only ones that did receive anything from the state?
Exactly. Now, yeah, but now as far as the dispatchers did, or the you know, like records department secretaries, they did not. All the civilian sides did not. They didn't get no state money.
Animal control.
No, that's right. No.
But they're all employed by the sheriff's department.
Yeah, but that's just how they broke it down, Commissioner. That's what
the state's intention was to try to, for the local sheriff's department to retain their law accredited or whatever that.
Yeah, but it wasn't.
Because the state raised theirs up so much.
Yeah. So that, they're just like Commissioner Lane was saying, that the intention was to, because, you know, here again, I'm very fortunate here in Suwannee County that even before the state raises, I was doing pretty good as far as retaining and hiring people. But a lot of departments were not. I mean, they were down, you know, just like Taylor County. I talked to the sheriff over the Sheriff Patrick one time, and he was down 7 or 8 deputies, you know. But so that's their intention was, you know, not for the whole department, but just for law enforcement correction side, because of the retention problem and hiring people. Because here again, they could go to the different state agencies or somewhere else and make more money. And that's what they were trying to help us out at, you know, to keep us, you know, help get qualified people to keep us here, keep us going.
That's right, I understand what you're saying, I just, I'm not saying life's fair all the time, but it's just a little tough and
That was the first.
keep the yard busy.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
And you're not gonna give that back to us, you're gonna actually give them a raise starting today. So
No,
you
no,
don't give
no.
it back to us.
No, we've already gave them the raise. This would just be a reverse what we put
We
out.
don't want that back,
You don't want it back?
not the raise part, not the grant part, we want whatever you would normally give back to us.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah, that's that 200,000 we're talking about.
Roughly.
Well, I notice how the sheriff works here. We started out at 200,
If we
now
let
he's
him
saying
answer
100
it,
to
it gets better.
150.
We have to let him answer it, it gets better and better.
That number just keeps getting lower and lower. I'm just sitting there going, well, that's pretty slick right there.
No, we don't wanna mix that grant money, that's all I wanna
Yeah,
make sure,
no.
when you give it back to the end of the year, Heather knows, when she gets it back at the end of the year, it will not be any of that grant money.
Exactly. No, we've got to, they're auditing us, so we've got to show them where it went and who got it, and they also, we've got to make sure that we give, just like Chairman was saying, is that we can't give it to dispatchers, because we're not qualified. It all has to be just correction officers and law enforcement.
Okay.
And we've got to, and we'll be audited on that to make sure that we're doing what they tell,
Right.
that we do what they're telling us to do, as far as who gets it.
Mr. Chairman, I just say I'm in support of what the sheriff budget here, what he's doing, he's capable of running that department like he should be running, I'm in support of it. He's tough to get money out of it, but I will say, I've sat over there in that chair and kind of tried to get a little bit from him, and he'll hold on to it.
Well, I still ain't got nothing, we're just having to save it up.
The last budget workshop, I got pulled over right on the road.
I got one down there right now.
You know, your parking lot would not be great.
I'm gonna tell which one to stop and what you're driving.
That's why I clarified my position.
No, I appreciate you, Sheriff, working with me on the whole state thing.
Yeah, and-
I don't trust the state, and I'm sorry, but that's just how it is, and I know what they can do. And I just didn't want the county to be sitting here holding us back.
Yes, I understand completely, and I agree with you on it. Now, y'all good with this part here then?
Anybody else?
Now he's really gonna throw some stuff at you.
Well, I guess just to be a question, I got some wish lists here. Is that something you want to do now or do at a later date?
They don't wanna do it at a later date either.
How about let us see what we got left?
Okay, all right. Because there's a couple of things which I got.
Point out what's most important to you.
There's two things did Eddie got back. Eddie, and he might can tell you a little more about it than I can, but it's this we'd like to do the life scan for all the employees. And Eddie does it for his department, been there for a couple of years, and it's a real intense physical for the employees that we have now, the ones that we hire. And I know Eddie can tell you a little more about it. I think they've got a couple of his guys with some cancer at an early stage and was able to correct it and so forth and all. You want to tell them how that all works?
Basically, the company, we've been doing this now for 6 or 7, 8 years, maybe even longer than that, quite a while. But it's an annual physical for our guys. They come in, company, they're based out of all over the state, come out of Jacksonville. They come to our department, they set up for a couple of weeks, and our guys schedule out, they do several guys a day. It's very in-depth physical with a nurse practitioner as far as just a normal physical exam, hearing, vision. They do a physical fitness portion where they put you through a stress test on the treadmill, and then they also do an ultrasound, basically of all of your internal organs throughout the core of your body. We've been fortunate enough over the years that 4 different people have caught cancer in early stages that probably saved their life. Unfortunately, 2 of those gentlemen that died from heart issues later on, but one was Assistant Chief Ivor and the other was Lieutenant Bueller. but both of them had cancer caught early that they were able to, so it's a very great, it's a benefit to the employee, but it's also a benefit to the department because it's keeping our employees healthy to where they can continue to do their job. And we started doing this with pre-employment physicals as well for any full-time employee, that because it's so much more in depth than anything we do local with back x-rays and everything else, that we've caught a couple things that in the past slipped through, and then we ended up with workman comp issues because they had a previous back injury that wasn't caught in their pre-employment physical. So
is it mandatory or is it just?
Ours is mandatory for any shift personnel that, we do the entire department, and ours is myself included. I think the biggest portion is the ultrasound is such a benefit because, like I say, they find all, if you have an issue with an internal organ, they find it. And when they find that, they refer you to a primary care physician or a specialist. They won't clear you. They give you a not fit for duty letter, and before they can come back to work, they have to go be evaluated by primary care and find out whether or not they're fit for duty or not.
So we're just looking at a total number here. What is, do you know about what it is per person, or do they do it by per person?
Yeah, we got the numbers. It's, I think it's $410 per person, which is, sounds pretty good, but I think like from my whole department would be like $58,000. 50,000.
Yeah, I got that number.
Yeah, I think it's $410 per person.
Is this similar to a PET, the PET test?
No, I think, I don't
It's
know.
not a PET scan or anything like that. It's
Yeah.
an ultrasound where they basically kind of the way, when you have, woman's having a child and they can do the ultrasound and see the baby and everything, they look at all of your internal organs like that, and they can pick up abnormalities in those organs.
Might need to do one on me after we get done with this.
Mr. Chairman, he's got you down to 92,000 now.
What else, Sheriff, that you have?
There two other things that, and me and Eddie talked about this beforehand about hiring some additional dispatchers, basically just for him up there to help with the rescue calls, fire rescue calls, and we thought about, well, who's going to ask you for the money? And I said, well, Eddie said, well, it's the dispatcher's under me, so he left up me to ask for y'all for some additional dispatchers just to help with the call load that it steadily increases every year. And I got some numbers here where they steadily increase every year, and so we're just trying to get. Well, I put them for 4, which is $180,000, for the salaries and so forth, in benefits. But I mean, something that they can look at, or at least we can maybe start with. I know I shouldn't say this, but maybe we start with 2 and maybe just work away up something like that. But the dispatch, they do need some help because their call load increases. Plus, when they someone gets sick or on vacation and they're shorthanded and so forth. So that would just be a plus for us, and also a plus for the fire rescue to help, they take care of all these calls that continue to come in. And the other one is the
Sheriff.
Yes, sir.
Real quick. I think the first place that I'd go ask for those 2 new dispatchers would be over at City Hall. I mean, don't you dispatch all the calls?
Yes, sir, we do.
For the city on both of their services, and to my knowledge, we don't get any, we do that 100%.
We do.
No cost to the city.
Yeah, we dispatch for fire, rescue, sheriff's office, police department. It's on us, the taxpayer here, to fund it all. And we have talked to the city manager there and so forth about it. He hadn't gave us no answer, but we can.
Something. I mean, I think but kick in something to help.
And we can continue, because we started that dialogue with them and all, and we can continue to just see, because we kind of asked them about it and all, and they kind of, let's look into it, we'll see it, but after they hadn't jumped back at us and say, we're going to do it, but we can definitely look at that issue, or at least one of them anyway.
I think it's only fair that we
No, I agree.
We're providing service free of charge.
For a long time now.
For a long time.
41 years, I know.
Wow.
Mr. Chairman, $7 million. And I know I ask every year, and I'm looking back here, Ms. Jennifer, we can't use any of those funds to help with dispatching or?
Not in the carry forward. It would have to be current budget year, which, you know, last year we did like an $18,000, like disbursement to the sheriff.
Okay.
But we won't know any kind of number until the year end total.
What was that, Lee?
It was taken back out for next year.
The
It's
18,000?
17,953, but then she said she didn't know the number, so we took it out, right, Jennifer? It's not
Yes,
an
ma'am.
estimate, you just made it zero.
Yes, ma'am.
Call taker salary reimbursement sheriff is the line.
So can we do that again?
You'd have to do it toward the end of the year, because you have to wait till all of your expenditures have been made through the year, and then you know what you have left over.
Current year, not
Right.
the carry forward.
But we could do it again towards the end of the year.
Whatever's left.
Okay. Some, yeah, if we can get some from the city, that would.
Yeah, it's up, yeah, from the.
That would help.
Yeah, yeah, we can, yeah, we, yeah, like I said, we'd have to get back with the city manager over there and just see what, you know, what he thought more about, or just see what our thoughts are, and maybe, and here again, I'm like y'all, it's very needed, you know, for them to help us out, you know, for all these years of us, you know, free of charge, you know.
Well, I mean, I don't want to speak for the entire board, that was just my 2 cents.
Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah, we dispatched.
But are you down with dispatchers now, or do you have full staff? Or?
Well, I'm down 2, but that's because, you know, I got to hire 2, you know. But other than that, you know, once I hire them 2, then we're full staff. But then the supervisor, that she wants 3, you know, we need three per shift. And now it's, you know, right now it's, you know, sometimes a hit and miss with that 3. You know, and if we had some that, you know, like I say, that help with fire rescue calls, you know, because, you know, that rescue probably, they stay busy. I can tell you that. Every time I look at that screen in my truck, it's just full of med calls and all. So that we do have a lot of medical calls that we deal with and all, and it would just help us out up there, you know, because I don't know if y'all ever went up there, but that, you know, when it gets busy on a Friday night or Saturday night, or, you know, sometimes even during the weekdays, you know, it's busy up there answering phones and dispatching all these people, plus they call helicopters for rescue, and it's just, it gets hectic, and they do need some help up there.
Sure, but just seems like what you said, this, almost every budget year, or even throughout the year, we have a conversation, that's an area where you need funds.
Yes, yeah, and then here again, and a lot of times, you know, they're over. I tell them all the time they're overlooked, you know, because they're kind of up there, you know, out of sight, out of mind, and all. But you know, when you call 911, that's who you get a hold of. You know, they're the one that tells us, you know, what's going on, what's happening, and so forth. And they're so vital, you know, especially when we have some type of violent call. You know, let the deputy know, hey, they got a gun, they got a knife, they got whatever, you know, what's going on. So it's a high stress job, but it's a very valuable and necessary job for us. And
Yeah, I interrupted you.
yeah, the animal control, here again, that's something there that we put in for, now this 99,300. Now that's for the vehicle and their salary and benefits and equipment and uniform, all that there. But I got thinking that if we could maybe just get some money for just a part-time officer. Now I've got a spare truck up there that's actually it's an old animal control truck. When we got the 2 officers, a new one a couple of years ago. We kept one just for a spare, just in case one broke down. So we could probably, you know, cut that number in half, you know, without a vehicle, and get by with this vehicle for, you know, at least maybe 2 or 3 years, you know, a couple of years anyway. So that's something there we can maybe look at to make happen.
Good now for changing money.
Mr. Chairman, I just, number one, I mean, I would like the board to consider the body scan. I would like make that happen if the board would be supportive of it. I sure would be. Health is vital. We need to keep those people healthy, need to keep everyone healthy, but that's important to me. And also, I'd like to follow up with that extra, see what they want. I mean, if they want, we could try to possibly add at least one or something of that nature to start with. But number one on my list is the body scan health issue.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
What about, I see in your payroll stuff, some of it's incentivized pay. There's a little incentive in there, I guess.
Yeah.
How do you do that? How is that?
You go to the classes, you gotta go to FDLE certified classes to get incentive pay.
But I don't see it on your dispatchers.
No, I don't, as far as I know, unless I'm mistaken, that you gotta be a certified officer, or a correction officer to be certified correctional law enforcement to get the incentive pay.
Just a question.
Yes, sir. And the last thing is, when I talked to Randy about it, and he may have something planned, but is that, to that firing range we was trying to get. I know we talked a while back about there at the landfill, and then the landfill issue come up and we just kind of put it on hold. But anyway, Randy said we're gonna look into that, so maybe just to keep your back in mind, we don't forget that, because that's something there that we really need also, because right now, the only place we go is Mr. Strayer. He's been very, very, very generous to us and to help to use his. As a matter of fact, this month we're going out there to qualify again. If not, we go to the city's range and all. But something, the fire range of our own, here again at 41 years, we never had one in 41 years, even longer than that. And it's something that's very vital, very necessary to us. And then, if we was able to get the fire range out there, we would build some type, or hopefully we could build some type of little training building out there, so we can do a lot more training, in a controlled environment, so forth out there. So, you just please keep that in mind, guys.
Mr. Chairman, I'll speak to that. Sheriff and I have went and looked at the landfill back in the back there, where the low spot is. I'd be in support of allowing the sheriff's department to use that area. I mean, it's surrounded by woods from the adjoining landowners, I believe, Mr. Harris. I don't know what kind of permanent structures we want to invest on that particular site, but something portable. I'd be in support of allowing your guys, to build your own thing back there now, as far as finding the money for those type of structures, or you're going to need some type of classroom setting, I'm sure, prior to going out on the range. But a portable shed, something like that, they make those nice. I mean, we got people out there living there.
And there might be some grants for that too. If we've got the fire range established, there might be some grants because of the long training. I can look at it too, see if there's something that we can.
Would that site kind of work?
Oh yeah, that'd be perfect. I love that site because it's basically already kind of made for us, because it's down low. That's what you need, and you got the high burden on all the sides. So yeah, that's perfect.
That's the middle of the county.
Yeah.
That's a good start. Commissioners, I spoke with Mr. Locklear, found out if DEP would have any heartburn with that. He said no. He had already looked into this for some other counties on other occasions. So I had mentioned it, and that we could go out there and shape it up with our equipment, get it where it needs to be. Now, honestly, I think long term, we need to figure out what it's going to take, or the sheriff to figure out in his budget what it's going to take to put some facilities out there and do some serious training. For a while I was watching these YouTube videos of law enforcement officers out here running into problems. 41 years ago, this probably wasn't as prevalent as it is today, but today when they pull people over, people don't think twice about coming out with a firearm and shooting at your troopers or your deputies or police officers. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. And it is frequent. So I'd love to see these guys get trained and go through some live scenarios out there that are very similar to what's actually occurring out there in the workplace. I don't know what it's going to cost, but I had spoken to the sheriff about it, and I think that it wouldn't take much of anything for us to do what we could do down there in the back of the landfill and see how much more maybe could be accommodated back there if there was a grant out there to build a facility. There might be enough room to do all of that. So, but we know that it can be placed there. There isn't going to be a DEP issue with that.
Hey, Greg. And one more thing, I'll leave you alone. And this is, which Commissioner, you was there at that meeting about the springs and all. And as you see, it's very vital for us to be there. And I know we talked about, maybe get some part-time help down there with someone in like a little building to kind of monitor things down there. So just kind of keep that in back of your mind too, because that would be very helpful for us and all. And like I say, if we're not down there or someone's not down there, you got to get a handle on it. And as y'all see, it's very vital for us to be down there and maintain the peace and order down there, because they'll get drinking and rowdying, carrying on, and it just becomes a big mess down there.
Yeah, and it's been real helpful for y'all to be there.
Yes.
It's a lot better situation now than it was. Greg, didn't you have something, was it you that had it on the wish list for I think Greg's got it in there for
Yeah, he said he did. Let's just kind of remind you that it would help us out too, on that part. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Shane.
Are we gonna go through this later?
On the wish part of it, the additional items, yes.
If we go also these items that you have, these additional funding requests are not on that wish list, your tab 2.
Yes.
Yeah, this is behind his budget.
This is on his budget.
I knew y'all were close to the life scan, but I didn't know about
I mean,
everything else.
if y'all want to go ahead and do that, I mean, I'm fine with that too, so.
Go ahead and get it done.
At least we know that number.
Yeah.
It's right here, everybody's
So everybody likes the life scan?
Live scan, for sure.
And this will be a monthly, 12 months, if you put it in your budget monthly.
No, just one time a year, right? Yeah, just one time.
It's an annual expense.
Yeah, just one time a year.
So is Heather gonna bill me a one-shot deal like she does the equipment in January or something? She'll just bill me 58.2 for the,
Right, is that how you did, you just do it one time, Eddie? Just shoot them up, bill one time?
Yeah, we receive a bill from them on our annual physicals, but then I also have a little bit in my budget line for pre-employment physicals. Those invoices come in as a new
are you
employee.
paying for his life scan?
Do what?
You paying for it?
Oh, no, I'm not paying for it. He's asking how it works. We get an annual invoice for our, just one-time invoice
So
annually.
you'll send it to him?
And then they would send it to you.
Yeah, he wants to pay for it, I don't have a problem.
They would send it to you, and then you would get with.
But he does it
with
for his
them.
employees.
You'll send it to me and I get with Heather.
Let's come on up here and we'll get a chair for you. What you thinking?
Thank y'all.
I'm on a roll today, ain't
I
I?
mean,
You're doing a better job than we are.
It's like, this better be her last budget.
And you did get the $150,000 for the sheriff to.
No, I'm not messing with him. I ain't getting pulled over out here.
Still gotta wait down there.
Hey, and just to clarify though, we're in agreement about the fire money for the sheriff, and also allowing, Mr. Harris for the county to do the dirt work necessary to get that shaped up for him.
Absolutely.
We're off to a good start on that.
Thank you, man.
Immediate,
And
right?
I would just like to add,
No, you don't need that.
I'm just in support of the dispatch, the dispatch thing, that needs to happen. And as long as the sheriff's in control of it, if it's not a county department, wherever the funding comes from, I think it needs to be put into his budget to fund the dispatch, as long as he's in control of it.
Well, we got some out of Jennifer, and you can pay for some, and Lila can pay for some, and the sheriff cough up the rest.
That's the telecommunicators.
We got, I mean, if we're gonna take that one out, that half, the 17 or the whatever it is, then would y'all be opposed to going ahead and doing one position? And going ahead, I'm saying go ahead and reach out to the city also, but we don't have to.
Another 10,000 or so.
15,000 to fund one position, if we get, 17 from Jennifer later?
We've almost 18, yeah.
Do you think that's doable, Jennifer?
Yes, sir.
Would y'all be?
I'm not opposed to
I'm
it.
not opposed to that.
Okay.
So, I think consensus is, Sheriff, we could do one position for now and then try to work with the city also.
Okay. Thank y'all. That helped a lot.
But don't go to sleep on us on the conversations with the city.
No, sir, no, sir.
Right, you gotta stay on that.
We hit them up.
Mr. Hancock?
Why don't you just send the city a dadgum bill?
Well, I'm like CSX and us one is better at paying on this.
Hey, at least you send them a bill, then that'll open the door to talk about it.
He'll send
I'll
them a bill.
guarantee you they'll come looking for you.
That's a great send them a bill.
Or send them a letter saying, we're gonna start billing you.
Well, I just think it's only fair. I mean, we're gonna provide that service to them free of charge for how many years, Sheriff?
41 years, I know.
41 years, and I mean, we got, you're not only talking about payroll, you're talking about equipment replacement, I mean, the electricity bill, I mean, all that, all those soft costs that are affiliated with, I mean,
That are
chairs, and
reoccurring.
tables, and desks, and all that stuff.
Equipment wise, we all, Jeff tell you, we all the time update that.
So does that money there, does that come out of contingency now? Is that where you taking it from, just fund this, what we're doing?
I think just the life scan will. Jennifer's gonna pay for one dispatcher
No,
at the end of the year.
she's gonna pay for 17 or 18, whatever the number is.
18.
We'll have to fund
And
it
the
down.
firing range,
We're gonna absorb that.
That's just,
We'll take care of that.
there's
he's
no
gonna
cost
put
to
a
that.
couple of dump trucks up there for them to shoot at.
We're gonna we need to go ahead and throw it out of contingency, the balance of what that one position
One
is.
position
Take
is,
10,000 out of.
Yeah.
Would-
Is
so
that,
20
I've got a question about that. Is that one position? Is that 3 people? Is it 3 8-hour shifts or how do y'all, what is that?
12-hour shifts.
So you've got, so it's 2 people.
Yeah, 2 would add 3 per shift. That's what he's saying.
We need at least, well, 4 would be nice, but, if we had, at least, we get at least 2, we could.
Is that 6 people? 4 and 2? Is that what you said?
Yeah, what are we funding here? Are we just funding one person?
One person right now,
Yeah.
he's looking for 2 because they're 12-hour shifts.
I got you.
Okay, so 2 people is one position.
We
It takes 2 people to fill that one position because they're working 12 hours.
Yeah,
each.
2 people would cover one day, right.
Okay.
Okay, so out of the 998, 827, how much you want out of that position?
$10,000.
10,000. And then Jennifer will put in some and the city will put in some.
We have.
Well, we got to see with it.
Yeah, I'm
I think the chief's gonna find us a little bit better.
And then you got the live scan, meaning that's the 58, whatever.
And then the 58, 220.
She's fixing to get that ad machine
I was
running.
fixing to start cooking. I was wondering when it started running up.
It'll be smoking here in a second.
All right, we're good with the sheriff then,
Y'all don't want to get them into everybody in the new building?
not this year.
Okay.
Mr. Harris, County Administration.
I'll take questions. If you don't have any, we'll go ahead and move to tab 12.
Yeah.
What tab is that?
It's tab 11. And
Didn't we need to discuss this position,
that's correct.
this additional position under administration?
Right, Commissioner.
Does the other commissioners have this?
Yes.
Everyone has that. This is the person that we all interviewed. And for the record, each commissioner met individually with this person and myself. But this would be a grant and contract specialist to work with Shannon and I. So this would need to be added into the budget. It wasn't in when we submitted this.
This needed to,
Actually, Keith prepared this, and I'll give it to
yeah.
him.
Just
Harris, you got funding set aside for that already?
Yeah, in the general fund.
I tried, Mr. Chairman.
That's in Fund 1110.
Is this going in your department?
Yes.
You didn't have any vacant positions for that?
Not in that department.
This is 1940, right?
Yes, it'll go in 1940. What I was saying was the money would come out of 1110, but the position would be in 1940. That is correct.
Any questions, Mr. Harris, on this?
I'm in support of it, Mr. Chairman.
I haven't had time to do that.
Mr. Lane?
I'm in support, I just, y'all gonna take that straight out of contingency?
Mr. Harris, where is that funding coming from for that position?
Unless you can identify another location right now, I'd say it needs to come out of contingency.
Do you have any vacancies in any other department over there? Road
I've
department?
got some in the road department, but when we get there, I'll tell you what's going on with those.
Okay.
I mean, those are real vacancies that I need to get filled.
I got you.
So do we have a consensus on this 1940 position?
Yeah, but I think so, where to get money from. I don't really like the idea of taking it out of contingency myself, not yet. I mean, we've already added, when we had 998 in there, now we already took 190 and 50, and you got an 800, we ain't even got to day 2 yet.
Well, that's what I'm waiting on a consensus. Do I have to read, take this out of 1940?
Tell me your numbers again. I'm not following you.
We had,
990.
we started out with 998.
Right.
And we took 220 from the life scan. We took 10,000 for the part of the salary for the
Right.
dispatcher, and now we're gonna take another 90 for this 90,000 for this position.
Which is 840 by 16.
We're at 845, and we haven't even addressed anything else. I'm all in support of hiring the person. What I think when you look at potentially doing is looking at some of these projects that are in the budget that we carried for 3+ years.
Well, can we just come back to how we're gonna fund that?
Yeah. Or why not just go ahead and fund it and then come back
Add
and
back
pull
to
some
the
money,
convene-
add some money
add
back
to
in there,
the
add
convene-
some
Always
stuff.
pull from other areas, because we're going.
We can do that too. We can go back tomorrow and say, hey, we got, I mean, I went through this, where I had Nina and Keith look at projects that we carried 3+ years. And there's $2.3 million of projects that have been in the budget for 3+ years. Some of them we're escrowing for and they're legitimate because we're adding money to them. Some of them have been sitting there for 3 years and we haven't added a dime. So I think the conversation to add back to contingency later on would be, hey, we're down to 0 in contingency, which out of this 2.3 million, okay, this one we are adding money to, this one we never have. Are we going, let's talk about these and get some money
Right,
back.
because Keith and I don't know about ongoing projects. That's not our job.
Right.
We just know the numbers. Y'all know more about it than we do as far as what's ongoing and what may be
So
spread,
we'll-
what can be spread.
So we'll just take the 90 out of contingency for now and then we'll add back, so.
I'm saying that way it's funded, and I don't disagree with what you're saying, but the situation is we gotta fund a bunch of stuff left to do. But here's the situation too that I see, once you get closer to 0, it's easier to look at some of those things and say, we need to build this back up a little bit and pull some money.
No, I'm good with that. We can get to that tomorrow or later today. That's fine. So I didn't come out.
Okay, so
So that's 845.16, Miss Nina, so what you come up with, that you paid for 516.
840516, yes. So that's number 11, so now we're going to 17, Randy.
Veteran services,
Veteran Services 17, if you have any questions. Are there any questions?
I have no,
22, IT.
What tab is that?
22.
22.
Any questions there?
No, sir.
911, 911 addressing, tab 27. Jennifer just texted and said, you already took all my money, there's nothing else to talk about, is there?
I told her to write me a check, and she did.
You got any questions on 911 addressing?
No, sir.
All right, planning and zoning, tab 31. Any questions there?
Yes, sir.
All right. Tab 5. Big one.
One's got Commissioner, got a lot of questions for him.
Here's the big one.
On the revenue side of the Blue Cross Blue Shield insurance, why is there on the revenue side I'm talking about now, why is there revenue coming back from them?
We get a discount every year based on
Yeah,
claims.
we sign up for
Some kind of,
it's a program. I can't even remember how to explain it right now, but I think it's a 3-year program, and then they send us money based on some evaluation of
the health thing, if we're doing our
claims and-
health and offering help and stuff like
I
that.
got you. I just wanted to make sure it was real,
It's real.
It's real.
because I ain't never had them give me nothing back.
I can try to.
They don't like you.
Yeah. Private sector.
Yeah, that's right. It's an interesting thought. I mean, I think it's a mechanism to try to keep us in business with them. I mean, and they've been really pretty good. We've had some real good years with them, but it is all based on the claims that they pay out.
So how do you know what that number is, or is it just something you guess at? And
They've got a formula they use.
As soon as we budget it, they'll not give it to us, and then I'd be in trouble.
Yeah.
Somebody would be in trouble.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lynn?
Mr. Harris, can you remind me what that 600,000 is at 137 and I-10? I can't remember. That's 600,000 in mine, 5203. 5203. Something to do with that infrastructure out there, but I don't know exactly what it is on page 3 of the.
Are you on revenue?
No, I'm on expenses, page 3.
You said 5203?
5200.
5200-03.
ARPA,
Yeah, I'm starting to remember what that increase.
We underpaid tab 5, is that where we're at?
That would be
and by page 3.
the balance of what we're spending on the installation of the water and sewer out there.
Okay.
That's just a projection. Let's see, we're at a standstill right now, waiting to see if Windstream's gonna move that fiber optic. We're gonna have to get it rolling again. So,
That
very,
may,
very possible we won't even spend what I projected in the current year, which means that will roll forward, and the 600 will be larger in the next year.
because we may end up having to pay to move that line.
Well, the way that letter was written to them was that if they don't get it moved within 30 days, then we're gonna have to hire someone and have it moved, and we're gonna bill them. I would prefer that they moved it. It'd be a whole lot faster, because we're gonna have to go to bid or something in order to try to find someone.
That letter went out about 3 weeks ago, I think. But that's what that number is.
Commissioners, on line 6200-25, same page,
Right.
that addition to the admin building, that's what you want to do at the airport? At
That's
your office?
correct. That's correct. This has been back and forth for a while because we were gonna start a few years back and then we bought that other land and then we stopped there and we were gonna build it out on the dry prairie and now we're back to the airport. So the pole barn, as you know, we just approved is being built out there in the back corner and we need to get this building added on to. Need a conference room, we gotta move the restrooms, add on the front of it, let's move HR out the front. And replace all the ductwork in the whole building.
Do we own the fee simple real estate underneath that building?
Pardon me?
Do we own the fee simple?
We own the airport.
The airport owns it?
Right. We pay ourselves a lease payment every year.
But we own the airport.
That's correct. And that's done, we pay ourselves a lease payment because of the grants that we've received over the years for the airport.
Mr. Harris, what's the, I didn't mean to break in, quick question.
No, I have one more question to follow up with that, if you don't mind. What do you want to do, what's your intended use of the space above the building department? That's empty. We got any?
I'm gonna tell you what I think is gonna happen long term. I've thought about this quite a bit. When this county's population begins to explode, and I would venture that that could be in the next 10 years, if you look and see what's happening, it's all moving north. Probably 911 addressing, and everyone that isn't associated with the building department or zoning is gonna have to go upstairs so that they have everything downstairs. And we'll have to do a remodel at that time. It has served us well though, because it has been climate controlled storage and it was really valuable when we tore down Eddie Baysden and all the constitutional officers had to have a place to put their different items at that time. But that's what I envisioned.
I'm done, Mr. Beckman.
I was gonna ask about, down center line item there, the 170, do we have is there an actual specific use of that number?
Well, Commissioner Fleming and I, for years, have looked and talked about a multi-purpose building on that piece of property. And we've looked at some that, honestly, going to cost probably $1.5 million to $2 million to build what we've looked at, but all we've tried to do is put some money aside each year over time and try to get it built up. Now, you know, a few years ago, we built a large addition on the gymnasium, really nice restrooms, big covered pavilion area in the back. And there is an item in here, if the board wants to discuss it, on escrowing, beginning to escrow for the air conditioning of the gymnasium.
The reason I asked that question was that the air conditioning was amazing. I just, the majority of the money, I really try to take some of that money and get that done.
It's a big number. I think it's $500,000 or more, 600,000. 600,000, yeah. So that's a big number. Now, commissioners, let me mention this before we go too far. Commissioner Land asked about that administration building. We've got some CARES funds. I don't want to use all those because we've still got a lot of utilities to put in, but that is a capital expenditure. In my mind, I hear Mr. Powell talking in the background saying, spend this one-time non-recurring funding on capital expenditures. If you want to take half of the money for that administration addition out of the CARES, then that would put $250,000 back in your contingency.
What happened to the land acquisition convention center money of $170?
I took it out.
So it just went back in general revenue?
That's correct. You can put it back in there if you want to, but that just has never gone anywhere.
No, I was just curious. I think you talked to me about it. The $2 million construction loan, is that for, what was that for?
Which line are you on?
1110-511-7200.
That's our construction line with,
State Attorney's Office? Is that the State Attorney's Office?
State Attorney's Office, is what that is.
Yeah, we're going into the 9th year on, see, if you look at those others up above.
They're
that,
almost paid off.
4 lines, yeah, you've only got next year and then I think there's one payment in the year after that.
We got this coming years and one more, and then those are.
Just one lane.
Just the first quarter of the following year, I think. Isn't that right, Nina?
yes,
So that'll be paid off pretty soon, those 4 lines.
please don't borrow anymore.
At least for not that.
I wanna be debt free 1 year, just one,
That'd be nice. Well, thankfully, that other one
5 or
is
15.
being paid for by 6 or 7 counties.
Yeah.
They're paying that one.
The one for the,
For the state attorney's office.
State's attorney.
Right.
Eddie wants me to forget Lurville, and I just refuse. I'm so close to paying off Lurville. That's an inter-office one.
Now, there is one other thing that we need to discuss. It might be a good time to do it now. The cheapest money for whatever we end up with financing, if you want to finance, is going to be the credit line. It's going to renew in May of next year, but our agreement is that it's only going to be a 2% difference between what we receive in interest and what we would be paying. So, I mean, we're not going to find money any cheaper than that right now. That'd be about $40,000 on $2 million. But I'm saying $2 million, so we're going to be paying it down. So whatever we end up with.
Well, the 112, that'll close pretty quick, right?
Correct.
That was about $500,000.
We got that one and the one at the 27 acres at the Catalyst site. So,
Plus the health department Brentford closed already.
yeah, it'll be paid down significantly. But I'm just saying right now, we had talked about trying to identify sources, and that's just going to be the cheapest source. I've spoken with them several times of late, and even with renewal, not knowing what the renewal percentage will be, it's still going to be a 2% difference between what we're being paid on that CD and what we would be paying.
Mr. Harris, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Harris, on the 6,227, the 75,000 for economic development building improvements, that's been carried for a couple years now. Can we do an RFP for that, for whatever improvements is we're doing? I mean, and I only say that because we got a lot of stuff going on, a lot of people coming into that office from outside areas.
We actually need to bid that. We need to bid that. We only held off because we had so many other things going on, and then as it got closer to the end of the year, I thought, well, maybe we'll see some people, some contractors, maybe won't be as busy as they have been. It would be nice to take advantage of that. But we're really talking about redoing the roof, at the very least putting a gable on the front. It looks like it looks to me like when that thing was built, somebody got a deal on what was left over of a truss package, because they put a hip on the one side on the east side facing the street, and it's just got a straight gable on the back side. It's a strange looking building. And then replace the siding, redo something with that front door. Maybe do away with that front door because it doesn't comply with any codes. Just use the side entrance that comes in, which does comply with codes. But in any event, we just need to put together a simple specification and bid it out.
Jimmy's got a bunch of folks coming and going out of there that, like you say, sometimes that front door's not that impressive, not that.
It is worse than not impressive, it's terrible. But, yeah, we need to do something there.
Mr. Lane, you should have saw where Mr. North started out at.
Oh, yeah. It was about the size of the phone booth, if you remember what. Are you old enough to remember a phone booth?
Yeah.
That's where he had across the street over there at the War Nest.
It really was, it was like two phone
Didn't work,
booths.
the elevator didn't work.
No,
Yeah.
go upstairs.
That's why I quit going in there.
You said somebody, a company tried to find him, they couldn't find him, they had to call the sheriff.
Worked out pretty
And I'm not exaggerating much. I mean, he's come a long way.
It really
Got that
has.
building, I mean, the inside.
We did the inside.
Yeah.
We did the inside.
But where's
of
that
building
now?
Before they moved in. It was different. We moved some walls around and redid some things.
Y'all put him over there where he can't take naps now.
Come see all my.
Somebody check on him, that's
Can't
right,
nap
yeah.
now.
That's right.
What's the SW Can's county responsibility line? What is that for?
Those are your cams,
Solid waste.
various county facilities and locations. There's a list of them. That number went up a lot because our rates went up. When the last budget was built, the numbers were submitted and put on the list before we adopted the new rates. So they had to go up to reconcile. But it's the same list of cans. We've got cans at the Coliseum and county buildings in various locations and just all over the place.
Well, we were getting out of that can business, so eventually, at some point, I'm assuming we're totally out of it.
Well, if we ever get totally out of it, then we would be.
We would be just like anybody
We'd be a
else.
customer,
Yeah.
we'd be somebody's customer, that's correct.
So this money just comes out of the board and goes to solid waste.
Solid waste. And that's because it's another enterprise fund, it's not for assessments.
When it gets real painful, it gets real quiet. That's where we just got to.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner,
Ms. Harris, on page 1 of your expenses, 3100-02, on your professional services, that number went up 300%. Is that due to the engineering stuff for everything that we got going on with all of our?
That's correct, and in fact, that number should probably be higher than that, but what I'm hoping is that one or more of these grants will allow us to be reimbursed for the professional service, for the engineering. I just don't know that yet, so I didn't inflate those numbers to contemplate. For example, we don't have a task order yet on the sewer plant in Sprayfield. Albeit I don't agree with the numbers that we looked at last night in that meeting. I'll be working on that, but that expense is not reflected in here anywhere yet.
I keep waiting for you to find us some engineering services that charge body parts.
You'd be amazed. We actually do pretty good on that. It was really bad before. I'll give you an example, because you weren't on board at the time, Commissioner Fleming was. In fact, I don't, Commissioner Hale may have been on the board. Remember when we were dealing with the other engineer out there on the sewer plant at I-75?
I think it was like my first was
And came in with a number of $600,000, and I argued with him and argued. Had Mr. Pravat come in there and witness it, because literally it was a knockdown drag out, and it should have been around 200, 250, and we couldn't get anywhere. So that was the first occasion that we had to, under the RFQ process, discontinue negotiations and move to the next engineering firm, and we got it back down to, I don't remember what it was now, 275 or something. So the rates that we've been getting are actually pretty good in that particular arena on these utilities.
anything else on that?
to that CARES Act discussion tomorrow when we get to.
Yeah,
You see where we're at.
let's see where we get to.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting you jump on it today, I'm just saying that it's possible if you think, depending on what you think you need in contingency.
Moving on to utilities.
Okay.
Tab 46. And actually, Commissioners, you have multiple utilities in here, because we now have three. Clearly, some of you recognize that this isn't the same public works that we had 5 years ago, 10 years ago, because we weren't in the utilities business. Now we've got 2 water plants and 1 sewer plant, and working on trying to get the funding to build 4 utility, another sewer plant. In any event, you've got all of your grants listed there, and then you've got your operational expenses for each. And I'm going to point something out to you, Commissioners. In fact, I think I spoke to maybe the chairman. I think it was, didn't I speak to you the other day about a position? At some point, it's going to be really important that the county have its own employee running those utilities out there. We are currently under a contract with a firm that does a good job for us, but I think long-term, we need to have someone that works for the county that operates our utilities and takes an ownership interest. The very clear problem that you run into over time when you rely on an outside company to operate your utilities is that oftentimes they don't take an ownership interest. You have to be concerned with wear and tear on your equipment and no one saying anything. They can come in and simply test, do all the sampling, send them off to DEP with lab reports. But if you're not keeping up with the maintenance and upkeep of your equipment, you run into problems. And we have experienced quite a bit of that in the last several years out of the catalyst site. So I put numbers in here for a position and a pickup truck. Also put numbers in here somewhere in this budget. I've got a 0-turn mower, because if you go look at these facilities, you're going to see that someone needs to be mowing and weed eating and keeping these things up. The day-to-day responsibilities for a utilities operator don't require an 8-hour day, because DEP has a specified amount of time that they have to get each facility. But someone has to mow and weed eat and paint and service equipment and inspect lift station pumps and test generators and a number of other things. And we are not currently getting that service under the contract that we have for daily operations. We're getting testing.
How much is the current contract running?
I think the base price was $27,000 plus the expense of testing, lab testing and things of that nature.
I think that those are on the wish list, they're not in the budget.
Those are on the wish list. I'm just pointing it out because we happen to be here. You'll see it, should be on the wish list listed, but I'm just telling you, if you don't do it this year, I brought it up last year. At some point, it's going to be advantageous to have our own person in place. If you take a look at what the city of Live Oak has done, they relied on companies for years. And then years out, you decide to go to bid and you get a new company and they start from zero. We need to have someone that ultimately lives here, takes ownership and responsibility for not just the daily sampling that we are currently paying for, but also keeps up with the maintenance and repairs. before we have problems. We need someone making sure that we're not gonna have a problem in the middle of the night. But that
So
was
if
also,
you, if you fund that position, the $27,000 contract goes away, that money would be applied towards that position.
we'd have to look at the contract and see what, I don't remember the terms in the contract, but yes, that contract would go away. We'd have an employee, and then we'd have someone to do the mowing and weed eating and all the inspections that need to be happening that aren't currently happening.
I could agree, Mr. Chairman, I could agree with that. These private companies, they have good things, you know, the mowing, mowing, problems with painting, they don't care. Because I see that out there with state. Got the same issues, getting worse and worse, they don't want to fulfill their obligation. They're getting money. So I would prefer having an employee to work for the county. These services up.
One of the big concerns to me is the equipment failures. They don't keep up with the equipment. They go out, their responsibility is to go out and test and send samples off. But now you've got lift stations, multiple lift stations out there at I-75. You're gonna have them on 137 down to I-10. Someone has to go inspect those pumps, test the generators at each one of those locations, check the generators at the water plant sites, keep up with the valves and the maintenance and leaks and all types of things. It's actually a real business.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't disagree with what Mr. Flynn here says. I know we're going in that direction quickly, so.
I would just like to know what the terms of the contract we are under now, before we decide to do this, where we're at with that contract.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll get that. We can bring that in tomorrow.
Sure.
We can bring it in tomorrow. That won't be any problem.
What's the DEO grant for $1.3 million at the water plant? Is that something we currently got?
Which line are you on?
Should be over,
It's over with?
should be over.
Yeah, it's not there, I'm sorry. There's nothing in the
Yeah.
line out there.
Well, that first line, I got you.
I think Shannon's done with those. He may be working on new ones, but I know he's done with those.
Yeah, we'll be, see, the sewer plant too is,
One, we have to wait a year before they, which one is that one? We have to wait a year before they close it
that's,
out?
no, that's the, rail spur, CDBG on the rail spur of the catalyst side. And that year is underway right now.
I don't have any further questions on that. Anybody else?
Mr. Harris, you said he's gonna bring the information tomorrow.
I'll get that information on that contract.
Feel confident I'll be in support of trying to get something. We can get that agreement with the backup there. I've requested by the chair.
Mr. Berry just walked back in and y'all been telling him to cut his budget.
We'll tell them we balanced the
I
budget
wonder why all
on
these
taking his.
department heads and all, they hang around constitutional office, they don't leave.
No.
They scared if they leave, they get sliced and diced while they're gone.
I learned the hard way. Fool me once, same old me.
Yeah.
I'm starting to catch on, this only took 2 years, now I'm kind of figuring things out.
They paid all your money to the sheriff while ago.
Sheriff, I
Your next one is 38, tab 38, Road and Bridge.
Mr. Land's out right now, Mr. Harris, if you want to hold up just a second.
Yeah.
Tab 38, Commissioner Land.
38. Overbridge.
I think you'll see clearly some of the largest expenses are fuel increases, are gonna be fuel and, you'll see some changes in here where I made adjustments to lines to reflect what we're actually doing with chip seal, where we had identified different sources of funding in the current year that didn't really pan out quite that way. You recall we had that meeting a month and a half ago, whatever it was, and I made a recommendation for some changes. So we used some current year funding to take on some additional projects.
Which line are you on? Mr.
I'm on page 4, line, I'll just show you where your chip seal money is. It's on line 5300-93. That's a big number, but if you'll look, I've got a list. I'll put the list of roads in here, the chip seal roads.
So explain that to me again on the chip seal, that 800,000 is what?
The 800,000 is actually all of the roads
That we'd already
that we
agreed upon?
We approved a month and a half ago. I think it was a month and a half ago. That list is in here somewhere. I don't know where.
It's under the road and bridge.
Should be.
Yeah.
You got 150 feet lane.
Well, actually,
Then there's
I guess it
one
didn't.
page back.
I don't see it in here, the list, but I've got the complete list, and I'll bring that to you tomorrow. But in any event, it's the result of the discussion that we had 6 or 8 weeks ago. If you recall, we had listed the roads by district, and
Is that?
Commissioner Stapleton's district came up short, and we decided to chip seal the subdivision and moved $80,000 to District 4. So they all pretty well balanced out there. But I can bring that list.
Mr. Harris, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner.
Mr. Harris. Did y'all get that, or Mr. Stubbs, did y'all get that 10A, y'all got that 10A bridge fixed?
It's still under construction.
They're laying asphalt today.
Okay, good.
You ever finish up the chip seal on mine?
Yes, that was last Wednesday.
What did 10A end up costing? Looks like y'all doing that pretty good.
No, it's $350.
$350.
That ain't what I see.
Move on, Mr. Bland.
We take it away, huh?
Yeah, I'm guessing.
Yes, high.
It would have been probably less than $40,000 for that.
I'm just saying, it looks like y'all did pretty good with these numbers.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, we did extremely well on all of our road projects. I don't know if I brought it with me, but
I'm beginning to think the only way we're ever gonna get a road paved is if we do pave it ourselves.
yeah, well, and you may be right, provided we can get the asphalt. That's what's concerning me now, based on my more recent conversations with suppliers. That's a big concern.
Mr. Chairman, yes, sir, with that statement being made, I know we typically just have the chip seal guys up here one time a year. I mean, is there?
Twice a year this year. I think everyone will have a better appreciation now going forward. What needs to happen is, as soon as we get through our budget cycle, we need to hit these chip seal roads really hard to see just how many miles we can get finished before it starts raining next year.
Or the leaves start falling. I mean, that's
Yeah.
a problem too.
That's true. Thankfully, well, I say thankfully, we don't have it yet, but hopefully we'll have our sweeper. So that we can get out there and clean them up to pave them. But really important that we hit those chip seal roads, work on them really hard through the winter, and then as soon as it gets warm enough for them to come, we like to have several miles ready for them, like we did this year. It'd be nice if we could have more. But I agree that the paving machine was a very good investment. I promise you, it's already paid for itself. It would have cost us 4 or 5 times more if we had bid out what we've already done with it. So we've done well with that.
I was going to speak to Mr. Harris. I want to take some money and get a mill machine for that paving machine.
Oh, that'd be wonderful. We've got a little zipper, but it just doesn't amount to much. It's hard to.
Well, I mean, if we can go in there and we got some bad roads, especially short stretches, that we can go in there and build that asphalt that's there, get down to that base, and if we need to rip that base that's there and add to it or restabilize it, then we'll turn around and be able to pave back ourselves right on top of it.
Well, I'd love to be able to do that. I'll see if we can get a number on a milling machine.
Do they make them a difference? You know, all you ever see is the huge ones that, like Anderson Columbia's got.
There's a smaller version of those. I mean, they're all expensive, don't get me wrong, but it's an asset. Trust me, it is an asset to have it.
Well, I'll tell you, even the new rock crusher we bought last year, they took all that milling up from 250 down there to the mine and ran that through that crusher. And it made some real fine millings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did a great job. No, I think going forward, everything's gonna change because it's so expensive anymore that we could start doing some of these paving projects ourselves.
Well, shoot, let's just build a step further and build an asphalt plant.
The reason why I was asking Mr. Chairman about the.
Get them all paved, do it.
The chips, I don't know, what would it take to get into that business? I mean,
The asphalt plant?
no, the chips, to be able to lay that stuff, what other equipment would be needed for that?
That spreader, that rock spreader.
Yeah, you've got a
Big
tanker truck, the tanker truck that puts the emulsion down and the spreader, for the most part. You've got a roller.
That's kind of what I was thinking. I'd have to see the money difference.
We've got the dump trucks,
I've been
all
thinking about it.
all the gravel, but,
That way we can work on it all year long, and we don't have to prep and hurry and then go back and repatch and fix and.
well, I think at the end of the day, you just have to look at what you can do efficiently and how much more we can afford to take on. I mean, we could do it, and we could do it cheaper. I mean, clearly cheaper when we're laying asphalt, but chip seal, I just have to get some prices.
What I'd like to see is I already talked to Mr. Harris about it, the paving box we got is too small, I think. And get rid of that and get a bigger paving box.
I've already called them about that to see if they can come up with a larger one and, take that one back, get rid of it, sell it,
But
whatever.
instead of chips, just asphalt.
But either or, but you guys know this, I mean, people in our districts, the progress of the things we do, and a lot of it goes unseen, this and that, but that is like an instant satisfaction, gratification if we can take care of someone's dirt road or bad road problem or something like that, so.
Well, I know that, I'd just like to look at it, what it would cost us to go lay asphalt down, because I already see we can do it now, so, we're capable of doing it.
Right.
I mean, I'm sure it takes more people than what we got now, but I'd just like to look at the difference in price of what we're paying to get chip seal done versus us laying asphalt.
We can do it. I'll start working on that. I won't have it by tomorrow, but I can.
No, I understand, it's just something I'd like to look into. Instead of spending the money on trying to do chip seal when we're already kind of set up to lay some asphalt, I'd rather have asphalt.
Where'd you get asphalt from the plant?
They're in one place, yeah. Which might turn into a problem.
That's what I was thinking,
Which is why I said we might need to build an asphalt plant.
That's a great idea. Build an asphalt plant.
We'd sell it to other counties. Wishful thinking.
And the place to put it is 27 acres that we just sold.
Yeah.
Right next to the rail spur.
We're fixing to clear some more.
Actually, we've got that small piece on the east side of that ridge. Any other questions on this budget?
I think it's good.
There was something I was looking at, should have been voted on.
38.
Go ahead, Mr. Harris. If I come across it, I'll come back.
Any other questions on road bridge, or you want to go 44?
Solid waste collection.
44?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lane.
Nina, could you remind me, I may have asked you this already, but on the contingency, we went from 633 to 36,000. Is that because we used a bunch of it last year?
Yeah, we used it all.
To keep because we've been rolling, and we used it to
Yeah.
maintain the lower.
Well, plus we just put in another 250,000 this year. We could go to a little bit more, but with funding in here.
And I asked Commissioner Stapleton about this earlier, that Wellward collection site, about 200 grand that's just been rolling there. And I know we've looked at every other option under the sun on this solid waste and all, and my hope is we eventually do door-to-door pickup, and we don't need those collection sites, so it's,
Yeah, that's one thing that, I mean, it's just a big decision that has to be made. Clearly, there's some benefits that, we're trying to curtail the illegal dumping on our site by using the decals, but that is not a perfect system by any stretch. I mean, we know that there are people out there already using the system. And I won't go into all the details of that, but another problem that we have is you've got people coming in there with decals now with trailer loads of furniture. And you've got, here's what's going on. One thing that we know is going on, because we've had some people admit it, and they've stood and argued with us because they've got a decal, but they are in the business of cleaning up rentals for owners that have lots of rentals, and they're loading trailers up with old nasty furniture and hauling it to our collection sites. And they've got a decal on the windshield, so that's a business that they're in. And the collection sites are not supposed to be used by businesses. So that's just one example of something that we know is going on a regular basis. And then some of you probably saw the video, the man that buys the storage units. When people stop paying the rent on them, he buys those, opens them up, drags out everything he wants to keep, and then loads everything else up and wants to haul it to our collection sites. That's a business. That isn't household waste. So those types of abuses are continuing right now, even with the decals. The door-to-door, we put a stop to that. I mean, there are other ways to address that. We could just stop taking some of the things that we're taking at the collection sites, and that would help clean up some of that mess.
well, when you go to the door-to-door, then that eliminates everything, that's all household garbage at that point. And then anything else they want picked up, yard debris, white goods, whatever it is, that's an additional,
Right.
you gotta pay somebody to get that, so.
That's correct.
At that point, you get out from under all of it, so.
How to get to the landfill though.
Man,
How do I get to the landfill? How would a taxpayer get to the landfill?
drive.
Well, with it, no, here's what happens, with the door-to-door, with door-to-door pickup, the contractor offers the service. He'll come to your house and pick the stuff up for a fee.
But I give you a fee every year.
Yeah, but you only pay us though for the household waste. This other stuff in it, that's based on tonnage. So these people that are hauling furniture and appliances and all kind of stuff from their rental units and all, that should be going across the scale and being paid for, either at our facility or that facility up here north of town that's privately run.
And unfortunately,
So
they
that's
have a
where it would go.
sticker because they pay an assessment.
I've got a sticker.
So it's hard to, legally, I would assume it's hard to turn them away, even though that's.
Yeah,
what
you
they're
get into a
doing.
big argument.
You get into a big argument over it.
Even when they've told us they want to argue with us.
Yeah.
This is a business I'm in. I buy storage units.
But I
I've
pay
got
an
all this
assessment.
stuff left over, but I pay an assessment. So you're supposed to take 5 trailer loads of old garbage that came out of storage units. I mean, it's just unbelievable. But that actually happens.
Well, the only thing that scares me, and I've expressed this on the door-to-door pickup, is the county loses control at that point to a private contractor to pick up that garbage. And if you got a private contractor and he decides to sell out the waste management, then you're kind of back to square one in the trap.
That's right.
That's my,
What if they don't come on Tuesdays when they're supposed to, or Wednesdays?
my phone goes through.
I don't think it's a matter of if they sell out to it.
That's the retirement plan for a lot of these outfits.
So I don't, there's no perfect answer to this garbage thing. I mean, I'm gonna just tell you, I've wrapped my head around it. Matter of fact, I talked to a garbage guy the other day. He says, "Man, are you in the business?" I said, "No." I said, he says, "Well, you know a lot to be a commissioner." I said, "Well, I can tell you, I've looked at this thing up, down, and side." So, it's not from a lack of effort, I promise.
You
Yes,
know
sir.
how much our tonnage is gonna reduce since we started using the sticker?
I don't know if we've got a accurate figure on it yet.
I can answer that.
Oh, I see a huge difference at my side.
I got some
I
stats.
can say I've seen a dramatic cutback.
I'm
I've received
seeing fully
report stuff
more at
that,
all.
I mean, it's a little bit, but it's because we've had so much rain, it's not.
But one thing that's happening, you understand that you're getting a reduction maybe at the collection sites. So our drivers are able to service everything more efficiently, but you're picking up the tonnage at the city of Live Oak for sure.
And they're having to pay for that.
Because now they're paying, it's generating revenue to us because so many of those people were bringing their garbage to our collection sites. Now they're having to put it in the garbage cans and wait for the city to pick it up and haul it to us. So some revenues will go up from the city. And then the tonnage is still gonna be there for that, plus the tonnage from our collection sites, even though it went down.
I think you should, those dumpster going to be getting, I may need some of that furniture that was thrown away.
I see a lot of that going on here before long.
I got these from Mr. Rafferty. He was in my office one day last week and I was asking about it. So he's like, "I'll print them off for you, come get them." So I did. And so, and I asked him just for July 2021, because that was the first full month that we, 2021 and then July 22, so month over month for the same year. So that was the first, July was the first full month we had when the decals went into effect. So the tonnage brought in by the trucks that go to the collection sites, and it's really hard to put a real number on it because when those trucks, when they're not servicing our collection sites, if there's a commercial can on that route, they'll stop and grab it too for efficiency purposes. So there's a little bit, there's a little bit of overlap there, but in July of 2021, our tonnage that came in on the trucks that service the collection sites and a few of the cans along the way was 1439. That's 1,439 tons. Same month, 2022, 1,070. So you annualize that, I mean, you can do the quick math, and that's 300 something.
369.
See, that's just on those trucks though, so you still have
Well, you
a
also
lot of
have
the commercial cans that we don't handle anymore being picked up by commercial haulers, and they're still bringing the waste to us. So on the disposal side, we still have an expense, although I think there's still going to be a reduction, but we're getting paid for it. There's going to be a reduction in the volume, because we are losing all of our surrounding counties and residents who are bringing garbage to us. But the revenue's going to go up from the commercial can side, revenue's going to go up from the city of Live Oak. And then that leaves us with what the commissioner just pointed out.
I would say that Commissioner Lands, 369, that's probably not quite accurate. Reason being is we got out of the commercial can business, and last year in July, they would have been picking up a lot more commercial cans.
So it's a reflection of both the reduction in cans and the decals.
Yeah, well, I just
What's
the
impacting?
the can is just the class 1, so those concrete bins, it's also tonnage that we get, that the knuckle boom picks up, which is weighed separately than the front load garbage truck. So in 2021, the tonnage from the knuckle booms coming from our collection sites, which is probably primarily collection sites, is we're not stopping along door to door picking that up, was 108.95, so 109 tons in July 2021, whereas it was 90.15 tons in July 2022. So the tonnage coming in on the trailers with the furniture and the yard debris and the appliances has been cut in half.
Yeah.
And I think that was probably a higher percentage of non-payers, non-residents, because of the convenience of those folks, say Hamilton or Fayette or whatever.
You said 108 or 180?
109.
109.
Yeah, I did it wrong.
109 and 90.
I thought 180, but 109 and 90.
Well, it's not half.
Right, said it wrong.
About 20 tons different.
Right.
Yeah, so.
Still significant.
So it's all, every bit of it helps. But here's the problem you're gonna run into though, as you're stating right now, is they start figuring out the loopholes, and then our numbers just gonna start creeping back up.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, yeah,
what
but
you was referring to.
But the flip side of that thing is also what he was alluding to. If you go to the curbside, you get out of the collection business, and you get out of the dump truck, or the dumpster, whatever you call it, the garbage truck business, and over time, 5-6 years later, you find yourself at the mercy of the private sector, and then they say, well, fuel's up, labor's up, workers' comp's up, we're gonna have to double your rate. And then
You'd have a third flag up there and say waste management.
But unfortunately, at that point, you're out of the garbage business and you ain't getting it back.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
And so you really are at
You are,
mercy.
yeah, then you're looking at.
I would
$5
love to
million
go,
get back in it.
I would love to go door to door pickup, but that's the only part of that that just worries me is being caught in a squeeze.
Well, and those couches wind up in those sinkholes on the side of the road, refrigerators and everything else.
And that's a true story. I mean, at least.
I just had one in my district. I cleaned up that thing up to its terrified. It was about 4 months ago. You wouldn't believe. I mean, it was right beside a paved road.
Oh, we've seen some.
And there was 2 dump truck loads. But they found the culprit. I will give the sheriff credit. They went out there and done some research, found the culprit. That old boy got to do some cleaning.
Did he get to pay too?
Yeah.
$500?
I believe they did, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's what I think. You start hitting them in the pocketbook about $500, you can stop some of that.
Bricks.
That's not the only one I've gotten. They found someone in my district doing things.
But to me, I think the decals are working.
No,
It's all gonna help.
They're clearly helping. They're helping.
It's keeping from raising that assessment up, I can tell you that.
I think it's Taylor County, one of them guys. They do basically the same thing, but what they've done, instead of doing a decal every year, I think it was Taylor County I was talking to, they just have like a card, like your driver license. It's laminated and it's good for multiple.
It's duplicatable.
Yes, is it?
Yes.
Gotcha.
That's right. It's duplicatable, and our next decals will be different. We're going to put something in there where they can't duplicate those.
Plus, we're gonna change the way we mail
They won't be amber and gold, but there won't be
I think getting
duplicate.
the word out on anything seems to be an issue.
Well,
Mail outs.
it's, Unintended consequences is what I call it. You just, it's hard to think through every minute detail of what you're trying to do. And you just learn from your mistakes and move on.
I'm gonna tell you right now, it doesn't make any difference how hard we try. Someone out there is already trying to figure out how to get around it.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I mean,
That's the word it is.
it's awful.
You just hope that you're doing more good than they can get around.
True. And I think we are.
You know, and I'll hush up and let us move on, but the biggest arguments I've had about this, a lot of the folks have some issues with the stickers at first, but, as I circle back around to them, they see, because a lot of them were retired, and they would go in and have to drive all the way around to that last dumpster to go to the trash out. Now they get to the third and fourth dumpster, the other side don't even have trash in it yet.
Yeah.
But the biggest fight I have is from the people of the city. I've received multiple calls wanting to know, why can't I go out there? I live in Suwannee County, you know, and having to explain that to them, that's two different municipalities there, two different charges.
That's right.
And that having been the biggest.
Well, shouldn't this start lessening at some point here, how many garbage trucks we gotta have in overtime? And
Well, I don't know. We're just gonna have to wait and see. You know, we give it about 3 months, 3 or 4 months, we'll have a better idea. Because it takes a little while for these things to balance once you make a change.
Just a comment, your site people are doing an awesome job.
Yeah,
I don't know about them all, but for one of ours, she stops every person that come in here to stick chasing them out.
well, they're to be commended because they took some abuse, I promise
Oh, I'm
you.
sure they do.
I'll tell you, they're working. I pulled in the one right down the road from the office, and we had a new man in there. Boy, he let me know about it now. I was in the county truck, didn't have that decal on me. I enjoyed that. I just sat back and listened to him, asked him a few questions, and he was fired up now.
Undercover boss.
He was gonna put handcuffs on me.
Commissioner, stay with the one in your district, there's the one I go to by Suwannee Springs, and the gentleman in there, he got a shirt on and said, "It's my job." And he had hand painted a picture of that decal.
You're saying you're bringing garbage from District 1?
Over to District 4 all the time.
Getting my rate, getting my tonnage up.
That's right, that's right.
Still back to the question of the collection site, on the Wilbur collection site.
I'm gonna, Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna request that we leave that where it is until we get a little further down the road on this garbage decision.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that, I think. And honestly, it's really, that site's really working well for as a staging area for materials right now. And it will when we get out there on 137.
45?
45?
Here's where I want to request a little bit of difference. I figured 30,000 tons of disposal, which I hope that's where we're at or lower, is about $1.7 million, and we got $2 million in there for disposal.
Well, before the last workshop, we talked about this, Randy, you bumped it up to $60 or something.
Yeah, I used the new rate.
We
When I
used
was-
the higher rate,
Yeah.
right before y'all's last workshop, that's where the $2 million come from.
But I'm saying for this next fiscal year or our next year, that those stickers are gonna pay off. And we've got out of the commercial can business some, even though I know tonnage may be there, but the revenue should go up to cover that because somebody's paying for it. And I'm saying the tonnage coming out of our collection site should reduce, and therefore we shouldn't need that $2 million there.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what my line of thinking was when I looked at this. I think that the volume in the collection sites goes down, which means the volume from the city of Live Oak goes up. I also believe that the commercial can carriers are taking it to our site. So what's missing in this would be whatever was coming in from out of county. That I can't put my finger on, but I don't think it's gonna be a $600,000 difference.
No, 300,000.
Or, well, I don't know where it's gonna be, to be honest with you.
Well, we were figuring, what, 33,000 tons when you were figuring this?
Yeah, yes, that's what I had originally started with. Based on where we had been, we were going up 2,000 tons a year. Now I'm not sure where we're gonna be. Once we.
And I get the tonnage is gonna go up, but your taxpayers, or your assessments, from people moving in is gonna go up as well, which I know is on the revenue side. And we're just looking at the disposal part of it, I get that.
I don't have any problem if you wanna reduce it. We just,
I just wanna know what your honest thoughts is on it. Do you think 1.7 million will cover it, or do we need to leave it alone?
You're saying 1.7, I'm looking at.
You've got waste disposal of $2 million.
Yeah. Oh, you're saying drop it.
To 1.7.
1.7?
And that's based on 30,000 tons at today's current disposal rate, the new disposal rate for this year.
I agree with you. In short, I don't even think we'll get to 30,000 tons. No, I mean, we may get to 30,000, but the revenue's gonna be there to compensate even above that. You know what I mean? So, because if the folks from the city, which like Commissioner Hale said, I've gotten those calls too, those have been someone who won't eat it. So now that city of Iot garbage is coming across the scales and getting paid for it, this 1,070 from July and 90 from the knuckle booms, that's just July. I mean, if you put another,
If you drop it $250,000,
I'm good with that.
you just wait and see. Just drop it 250,000.
I mean, I think that'll cover it.
So we're gonna, Ms. Nina, 1,750,000 on that line item?
Do you want to put a difference in
And put, yes,
contingency,
ma'am,
or-
put the rest in contingency.
In the general fund contingency or in solid waste?
Well, I guess you have to put it under disposal contingency.
Yeah, I would put it in disposal so that if it goes over, then.
Yeah.
it's covered.
Yeah, I'm not gonna put it, I'm not, no.
Well, that's right, it's each language.
Gotcha. All right, so we're creating a contingency line in there.
We got one.
Well, you've got
Well, there's
one,
a transfer station.
Not on that one.
76,266.
It would stay in disposal.
Now you got 376,266.
say it again, three what?
We all good?
376,266. He's putting in his disposal contingency line, because he's reducing his disposal waste line to 1.7 instead of 2 million.
1,750,000.
1,750.
1,750?
Yes, ma'am.
1,750,000 on the expense side, and then we're gonna create a contingency line.
326.
And put 250,000 in.
326.
Because we're still transferring in
500.
500,
Right.
so hopefully we can reduce that down.
If you're gonna reduce that down, then you're not gonna create a contingency.
No, I'm saying I'm hoping in doing that we don't have to transfer at the end of the year, that we don't have to transfer that whole.
Oh, by the end of the year.
I won't do it till the
Yeah,
end.
we
Yeah.
just wait.
I'll wait till the better end.
Yeah.
That's the point of what I was trying to get to.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we should know by 6 months out.
But if we went ahead and reduced that, then we could move that back to general fund and contingency.
Yeah, but I'd be afraid to do that right now. I'm not a gambler. You're gonna get squirming in that chair. Yeah.
I'm squirming about tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm trying to find some more money to put in there.
Yeah, you know, you and Commissioner Land's been hanging over around this before. Line items.
Commissioners, here's a question for you.
Just happened to all be in yours.
Let me ask you a question, since we're here. Look at page 1 down at 3400-05, that cardboard recycling.
Yes, sir.
You are paying to get rid of that cardboard.
Absolutely not.
Do you want to stop doing that and just let it go to the
Landfill.
landfill?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll go with that. Better burn it on the side, whatever you want to do.
Well, I just think it's time to.
Can't burn it in a tree pile? Can't
No.
burn that stuff?
Well, then you just cost you more to go get it, all of wherever you gotta burn it.
And it may come back around to it.
Yeah.
You know, at some point.
I don't
Never
know that it's
mind.
helping the planet. I'm not too sure about that.
Never mind.
Amazon should have to pay a fee for all that.
That's a good point.
Well, we get a check
Why
in
you don't pay for
collection.
tires?
Unbelievable.
So why should they have to pay for all these boxes?
It'd be nice if they put a sticker on there and you could send them back where they came from.
Man, I have a weenie roast every week with the boxes around my house.
We can. You're like my son, save your paper towel holders, Mom, they burn out quick.
All right, so is that a consensus to get rid of the
Yes, sir.
cardboard recycling?
That's true.
60 grand in recycling scrap metals and collection.
Well, that should be paid.
But that one's okay.
Okay.
We can make a little money there, not much. We're probably covering our cost is all, but this cardboard,
Yeah, I didn't realize we were paying to get rid of it.
oh, yeah.
Just now.
So that's gonna add 25 back to contingency, you'll put that in there too?
Yes.
Yeah, we can do that.
Then maybe we don't have to spend, it'll be $275, we don't have to spend out
75
of
instead of, yeah. Did you get that, Nina?
What are we gonna do with it?
Contingency, that 25 goes into contingency with the 250, so it's now 275.
So 351, 266, and contingency for that part. Right?
Yes, sir.
Make sure we tell Dennis so he don't keep
Oh, I'm making a note right now, we're gonna have to do away with this. I mean, this.
What
about
Terrible.
Mr. Harris, the knuckle boom letter that you had in here that was paid off,
Right.
is that having to be in, are we gonna have to replace it? Is it wore out?
Not right now. Not right now, we don't need to replace that. I think that's one of those real big ones, we bought 2 of them.
Yeah.
Now, we run those for a long, long time. Years ago, I actually went and found a machinist that could, build some gears for us for that big pedestal on there. And we keep on running.
All right, next question, Mr. Chairman. How many doing trucks you got?
Probably 4, 2, 4, I probably got 6. Probably have 6. I mean, some of them are older than others, but
How many garbage trucks we got now? How many's on lease? How many's- I know we approved one last year.
got at least 2 that are on, I'll be able to find it in here.
I tried to figure it out in the budget.
The reason why I asked, I was, there was some debris out on the road. And there was some debris, trees, had fallen, they fall all over the county. But, I told one of the supervisors that I like to see as much as possible, all that debris be picked up. You know, big side, boulders, trees that was rotten, I guess through the rain, and they had fell, and they was laying right there with the trucks, and so he did, right there the road. So we did stop to take it down, and they said, well, get nothing, when we come with the truck out here, we'll get it up.
Yeah, if there's a good pile of debris, we'll schedule and get out there and get it picked up. There's a lot of stuff that falls that you could never send a truck out to pick up.
Yeah.
You know, one piece that's 5 foot long, but the big stuff we do.
The landfill accounts tipping, I see the revenue side of that went south a little ways. I would have figured it went the other way. Page 1 on the revenue side.
That's by ticket that comes through the landfill, right?
Right,
The businesses?
correct.
Is that where the city of Live Oaks is paying through that?
No, they're online.
That's the line above it.
Oh, I see it now.
Now, see, I've been conservative. I didn't show a big increase, albeit I believe that number's gonna go up on the city.
I understand. I was just seeing if there were.
And my projections with the landfill accounts tipping, some of these commercial accounts could take their waste to another location if they can find a place that's cheaper. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but I'm better off.
Well, I bet Lafayette County's probably gonna start hauling theirs to Greenville.
Yeah, they probably will.
That's all I got on that section.
You're at 413,000 today. Year to date.
Year to date.
So we still got a couple more months.
So it'll go.
Well, my hope is
Go up
that,
some.
I'm hoping that the tonnage reduces enough, the revenue goes up enough that we don't have to transfer in that $500,000 out of general revenue. And it's self-sustaining.
Yeah. And that's a very real possibility. We just don't know yet.
Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
413.
Sir?
You said 413? You said 413?
Year to date, that's right, year to date revenues on tipping fees at the
413
landfill.
year to date, yes, sir. Tipping fees.
I guess we go to the wish list. Unless y'all want to wait till tomorrow to do it.
If you do it now, you may not have to even entertain outside agencies.
Yeah, well, I mean, no money.
Commissioners, there is something I want to point out, Mr. Chairman, if I can just make a couple of comments real quick.
Go ahead.
The sheriff's believing you've got extra money on the table. He's already lined up on the wall over there.
I promise you they ain't.
There is something I need to point out because we have discussed this in the past, and I'm only mentioning it because we happen to be here talking about budgets. And I'm not making any recommendations, I want to point these things out as all. One, we've talked in the past about maybe buying tractor trailers for hauling waste to another location. That's also a part of the conversation on door-to-door pickup. But we didn't put anything in here at all in such event that we decide that we can do this hauling cheaper to another location on the solid waste. Another thing that isn't in here that's still out there, we're gonna have to deal with it at some point. We haven't made any provision for the replacement of dump trucks. At some point, we're gonna be dealing with that. And I'm not suggesting dealing with it today, I'm just pointing these things out, and I'll do this every year, so that we recognize that these are some things that we're gonna have to wrestle with at some point, particularly the dump trucks. I think we've probably sufficiently addressed fuel in this particular budget. That was a big ticket item in the current year. And then one thing that the board will still need to have a conversation about is the minimum wage compression. You haven't had that conversation yet, so that's probably the one big thing you need to talk about, and then you need to talk about your wish list.
Let's do the wage compression first, I would think, before we get to the wish list, because we definitely gotta deal with that.
Okay. That's in 1110, I think, is where you've got all the printouts on that.
That's in tab 2.
Is it under tab 2?
The back of tab 2.
Okay. Back of tab 2.
Today. Is this the full dollar for the second?
All right, commissioners, you have in your packets the original information that I had given you. And then you've got new information that Mr. Gentry put together based on comments that were made the last time we discussed this. And I've got another piece of information here that I'm going to pass out real quick. That's an entirely different scenario. In fact, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Fleming isn't in here. I could just explain this one, but we could probably wait for him to get back in here. Go ahead and pass this one. Okay, let me explain what this one is. I think I had shared previously, and again, you've got a lot of options here, and we can go through all of these, but the one that I just gave you is one that kind of expands on something I had mentioned before, and what I had mentioned was that the employee today that's making $12.50 an hour, with the 1% increase and the 50 cents an hour increase that the board has been giving in pay raises each year for the last whatever number of years it's been, 5 or 6 years, that employee is going to be at the $15 minimum wage in 5 years. If you didn't do anything else, they're going to be there in 5 years. And not only are they going to be there in 5 years, but every other employee is going to continue to get that 50 cents an hour, 1%. What I said before was that this county has had a plan in place for years that's mitigating part of this, okay? Because you've been doing something a lot of other counties haven't been doing. 50 cents an hour, 1% each year. So while we've got this minimum wage mandate to get people up to the minimum of $15 an hour, if you did nothing, your employees are continuing to go up. The rest of them are at the same time. It's just the ones that are at the lower end are getting an additional just under 50 cents an hour, I think is what the number is, added to what you're already doing. Because we're bumping them up $1 a year to get them there in 5 years. So what this is, it takes, this last thing I just gave you, it takes all of the employees that are currently less than the $12.50 an hour. How many do we have that are not at $12.50? Well, there's roughly 75 employees that are not at $12.50 today. If you were to take those 75 employees and raise them all up to $12.50 today or in the next year, then all of these employees would all continue to go up, and everyone at $12.50 then would be at the minimum wage in year 5. All of your other employees are going up 50 cents plus 1%. All of them. So what that does is eliminates that big disparity. And all the tiered systems, all the give this one this much and another one another amount, or do some big number across the board, because everyone would be getting a raise across the board just like they always have. If you raise the 75 employees up to $12.50 an hour, then everyone thereafter continues to get the same across the board pay increases that they've always gotten. Does that make sense to you?
Well, I only got a question. I hate to stop you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
But, what if, okay, you say you got 75 employees, vacancies that are currently budgeted at $12.50. What if some of those employees decide to quit, or if,
We're actually counting positions is what it amounts to. Instead of people, we're just counting positions. This is 75 positions, of which there are positions that are currently making less than $12.50 an hour. So this is just one more scenario. But when you start looking at the tiers and trying to do any number of different things, you become you realize you've got a lot more people involved, and you're trying to do something to mitigate differences between them. Well, if you did this, you wouldn't have to do a whole lot. 75 people would come up to $12.50. Now, let me just tell you, when I looked at the list, the spreadsheet that Mr. Gentry sent me, when I looked at it, about a third of these were actually full-time employees. 2/3 of them are part-time employees. Okay, so the scenario that gets you there with the smallest spread between all of these employees that you would otherwise try to mitigate is this scenario. Because if you bring the 75 up to $12.50, thereafter, everyone continues to get the same raises they've always got.
In other words, that's the new starting pay for a county employee.
That would be the starting pay.
And I can tell you, I sit there and looked over this thing and worried over it, and I thought about every scenario we had in here, and I had to do this in my own business, but I actually had to sit down and take every employee and go back to when we gave them a raise last, and I just had to do it on a case-by-case basis. It's almost impossible to do that with the county, and when I say that, it's because when I was going through the budget worksheets and looking at all the employees, and some had already got raises, and you know, it was just going to be a nightmare to do anything else. And so this is,
it's clean.
It's clean.
It's clean.
And I get some people's probably at $12.50 an hour, and this new guy's coming in, and he's going to be at $12.50 an hour, but I just don't, you can't make everybody happy, and you're never going to with this, I promise you. This is the cleanest, quickest, easiest way to fix it.
This is something that, when I've looked at some other counties, like I said, I don't know of other counties that are doing exactly what we've been doing for years. We started out with something that was already mitigating oppression. Because we've been doing it across the board for, I'm thinking 6 years, maybe more, 7 years, I don't remember now. But we put it in place. Some of you heard me say before, years ago, what we did was we had a policy it was called a longevity increase. Employee had to be here 5 years, and then we would give them a 5% increase. And the board changed the policy where now it's 1% per year longevity, and then we added the 50 cents an hour to every employee, and that's been in place for a number of years now. So it's an across-the-board raise. The only piece of it where there's a disparity here is those that are currently making less than $12.50 an hour. They're going to have to get a much larger increase each year for the next 5 years. Or the alternative, you do it one time. This initial impact is $141,946. And then thereafter, everyone continues to get the same across-the-board increase that they've always gotten. So I ran those numbers, or I asked Mr. Gentry to. I called him and I said, you know, this is the missing piece. This is what's created all this concern with trying to come up with a scenario that mitigates the differences. If we can take care of this piece of it, there aren't any of those big differences anymore. All of these other things that are in this book speak to more substantive differences. You know, trying to correct something, and in the end, you're not going to correct everything across the board. With any of these other scenarios that are in here, well, that's actually not true. You can come up with a number and do it across the board to everyone, or to $20 or wherever you wanted to start or stop. But what you're currently doing and what you have been doing for years is across the board. This is the piece that's missing. So I offer that to you. We can go through every one of these if you want to, all of these other options. You've seen some of these before. Mr. Gentry ran a lot of other tiered scenarios after your last discussion. And we can go through them if you like, and then y'all can just decide which one you think is the best. So what is your pleasure?
Like you said, I went through every one of these options, went and looked forwards and backwards, left and right, woke up in the middle of the night, thinking about it again. And, you know, I was leaning toward option D until thinking, Mr. Harris just passed this out. But, you know, something else that I think is worth saying is that, I mean, we got a 4% increase from Blue Cross Blue Shield this year. And, I mean, that 100% health care is provided, you know, at the county level from what day, after how many days? Day 1 or 90 days, their probationary period for health care insurance?
30 days, I think.
We've got a probationary period on employment, but.
Yeah, but not on that.
She had health insurance, 30 days before you get covered, or 90?
90 days. I mean, so we got a 4% increase on Blue Cross Blue Shield that, we're doing that. We're doing it from the 1% that's been done forever. The 50 cent was implemented 5-6 years ago, sure.
It's been a while. Probably 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, this kind of like this option, Mr. Harris, just myself, but there's going to be some people left out.
The health insurance, the first day of the month after they're hired is when it takes effect for the county employees. Trying to find the right scenario is difficult, but it's about investing in the employees who get some work done for us. And I don't have a magic thing to wave to say this is what you should do, because it's a complicated thing. The thing I do know is when you got people doing the same job, and he's been here and been trained and does a great job at 4 years or 5 years, and a new kid comes in at making the same thing, that's frustrating. It is what it is, and obviously y'all's choice to make. What's the magic thing? Who the heck knows? Because somebody's going to get mad no matter what you do. But I know that we finally, after several years of full employment, and it's been a struggle to get folks to come in paying what we pay. And that's usually about 12. But anyway, I know y'all got to make a decision and live with it, and we don't have to. I don't have the magic number, but certainly what was proposed keeps everybody even, but it keeps everybody even.
Yeah, I understand that, and I get your point, and that's what I was alluding to a while ago. I get that there's some people that's been here longer, and this is gonna kind of squeeze everybody together on that lower end, but like I said, I've studied on this for hours. And like Mr. Lynn woke up in the middle of the night thinking about it, and there is no fair way, I'll promise you, to do it, other than you go through every single employee and you evaluate every single employee is the only other fair way I see to do it.
Years ago, we had a pay and class plan that worked. Back many years ago, way before any of y'all were here, probably y'all were in high school, or earlier, commission chair had the brilliant idea that we're going to freeze the pay and class plan. The way it was designed by the guy who did the study was it raised cost of living every year. But in order to save money, that changed. Speaking on the 5% longevity, when you got a 5% raise, you can see that in your paycheck. And it maybe to take your wife out to dinner. Appreciate the 1% for our people, but you don't get Happy Meal sometimes. So, anyway, but I know Miss Ernestine likes her Happy Meals, right? She likes Happy Meals. Anyway, just wanted to share that with you, just a point of view. And question, would that include our seasonal people, also, our lifeguards, our day camp workers, and that sort of thing too? I don't know if that was included.
It's gonna have to be everybody. Everybody, that'll be the new starting pay for any, I would assume, any county employee to get to $15 an hour by the time the mandate's there. Even though it's $1 an hour a year, if you start at this $12.50, is that right, Mr. Pitcher?
Yes.
If you start at $12.50 an hour now, you're covered.
I did play the Megan Mays on there to try to solve your problem for you, but I couldn't. I wasn't successful.
You just told yourself, sir.
That's right.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I thank Mr. Scott for what he said and Randy what he's done and what everybody's saying. It's not a clear cut. Something that's clear cut, everybody's gonna be happy. The past 4 months I've been getting phone calls, and I know what those phone calls be about. I want to get my pay raise, I want to get my increase. And my answer is I have to get back with you, because I don't know. But anyway, I think a lot of the seasonal employees, seasonal workers, seasonal ones that make more to care of the others and the others to adapt when they talk about their pay increase. I didn't get one this time. I said, we'll get one the next time. And then that one to get one, we go back to tell a friend, it's just a round robin. I don't know how to fix this.
I can say this, commissioners, I don't care what you do, you will never make the employees happy, all of them. And I say that because of this. When I got here, employees had not had raises in, was it 5 years, Greg? More than that? 6 years, maybe, something like that? Well, the board finally started giving raises. And then we went to the 1% plus the 50 cents. I'm convinced we have more people complaining today, employees, after you put a fixed program in place to give across the board raises to everyone than we had back then.
I agree.
Honestly, when no one got a raise, there was less complaining going. They complained that they didn't get a raise, but they weren't complaining and pointing at this one and that one and arguing amongst each other. So there isn't a solution to that. Don't try to fix that, because it isn't going to happen. It can't be done. But you have a lot of options here. I'm not making a recommendation on any of them. I'm like Mr. Scott, I'm thrilled that y'all get to make that decision. But we've tried to give you the best information that we can. This one, when I thought about this, the more and more I thought about it, I had recognized early on that the 1250 was the benchmark that got us there in 5 years, just using the across-the-board approach that we had. So it finally dawned on me, all we're missing is the ones that aren't at the 1250. What's it going to take to get them there? And like I said, a majority of these are going to be part-time, not full-time employees. Some of them.
Mr. Gentry, when you figured that number, did you figure it at all full-time, or what that?
No, what I did is I pulled the budget worksheets, payroll worksheets that are actually in the book. Those that are under 1250 an hour.
So you figured if they were part-time, you figured part-time hours, if they were full-time, you figured full-time?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, you may not know, Mr. Keith, but what was the average salary of those 75 employees? Was it at minimum wage, or was it kind of in between this and the $12.50?
$11 an hour is about what I.
Well,
For next year, a lot of them were $11 an hour at the minimum wage.
So we're not talking like doing $2 or $3. I mean, that's,
All it is to bring the lowest paid up to the $12.50 an hour. So therefore, the 1% 50-cent raises covers the minimum wage aspect, and then you don't deal with anybody. But I tell you, while we're here on the wage thing, what I would like to see going forward is that any pay raises other than the 1% 50-cent come before this board to be looked at going forward.
Okay. Do you want to change your policies too? Is that what you want to do? Because you've got policies now that say if someone has a significant increase in duties and moves into another position, I mean, there's
No,
conditions,
I get
you know.
that. I'm just talking about these in-between raises, or I don't know how y'all do it. That's not my job. You know, that's your job. I would just like to see who's getting the raises, you know, and why are we giving that? It's not that I want to change anything. I just want to see it.
One time we was getting that piece of paper, and they got pay increases, we was getting that.
Yeah, we can do that. You'd have a number, your employees, we use numbers now, we don't use names, but
Yes.
you'd have a number.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner,
I'd like to ask Mr. Mark, do you know, I mean, how many employees do you have that have been with you, your department, for, say, 5 years that are below the $13, $15 an hour mark?
I can't give you an exact number right
Yeah,
now,
yeah,
but I'm
ballpark.
gonna figure probably 75% of my custodial staff,
Below 15?
Yeah.
And been here how long?
5+.
And there's some really good employees in that.
There's some ones that are staying. My custodial staff is shifting every week. We see it all the time. I've got another resignation this last week.
The other ones are in solid waste. The biggest numbers are going to be custodial and solid waste.
About 9 out of 12 under 12.50.
Nine, but I guess I
Nine
could have flipped to
out
it.
of 12. So that's 80%.
And that's what I don't have is their date of employment. So, I mean, that's the only problem.
Right.
That's the only, and I get it, you can't fix everything, you can't make everybody happy, but the only,
The oldest employee is
Minimum.
2014.
I mean,
Highest paid.
your employees, no matter what business you're in, they're the backbone of your company. They make you or they break you, and we got some really good ones here. I mean, it's all about, at the end of the day, without them, no matter what department they're in, I mean, we're all sitting here looking at each other.
And I don't want to speak out of turn, but I know the bottom line of this whole thing is everybody deserves a raise because they're getting beat up at the grocery store and they're getting beat up at the gas pump. They're getting beat up everywhere they go. And I don't want your decision to have to make that. Don't get me wrong. But that's the bottom line with everybody. Everybody's taking a hit, and y'all are too.
The only thing that I would, if there's anything that we can do to help the employee that's been here 5+ years, that's still below the $15, because that, or 13, I mean, if I'd been working for Mr. Mark for 5-6 years, and I was making 13, and he hires a guy tomorrow, comes in at $12.50, my feelings gonna be hurt. I mean,
Your feelings aren't gonna be hurt if you made $15 an hour versus the person that made 25 and he didn't get nothing. And the person's been here for 20 years and makes 25.
no, my feelings be hurt a little bit on them, but my take on that is the guy that's making less than $15 an hour in today's world, I got a lot of respect for them, 'cause I don't know how they do it.
Here's one thing that I'm hearing, okay? What I'm hearing is two different things here. One is the minimum wage compression issue. From the basis of simplicity, probably, and I'm not making a recommendation, probably the simplest would be to do what we just outlined. The other issue that I'm hearing though is you want to give employees raises because of inflation. But I wouldn't confuse that with the minimum wage issue. If you're gonna do that, come up with a plan to do that and give everybody a raise that you wanna give a raise to because of inflation, something of that nature. But the first thing that you've got to decide on is what you want to do about the minimum wage issue. Because I think you're talking about two different things here. It's going to be easier to fix this as two different things.
Why not give department heads the discretion of their own to deal with that issue?
And that's a really good idea, because then then he knows who his good employees are that come in early and leave late, and he knows where he needs to mitigate concerns and where he doesn't. I don't.
You just increase your phone calls from.
I was just going to say, all he's doing there is.
But I'm not going to get involved in it either.
You know how that plays out.
I'm already receiving those phone calls.
Well, I am too, but.
Well, and I understand, and even when I was over talking to Nina and Keith, I was like, I feel for these people that's making less money, and I just had to go, like I told you, just had to go and fix mine. And it was not easy, and it was expensive. But I had to have my employees. And I had to take care of it.
Insurance is $4 an hour too.
Yeah.
I keep harping on health insurance, but.
And I get it, you can't eat that health
$4 an hour
insurance.
You're making, but other companies may not offer you.
Yeah, so I do understand what you're saying there.
So, go ahead,
Yes, sir.
I just, nobody really wants to hear what I gotta say, but it frustrates people when I talk, because I talk a lot, but I'll say this. We've sat here for 1 on 8 hours, except we did take lunch, 7 hours. We talked about everything in this county we want to fix. We're talking about going down south, fixing the ball fields, getting some help down there. We're working these poor kids to death, this brand new that's coming on. We got good people there that leaves Park and Rec because they can go somewhere else and make more money. And it's all about making more money. That's what it's a stepping stone. And we're talking about our facilities and taking care of them. And, obviously we don't have the money to do everything we want to do, but we got to figure out how to retain employees. And you retain employees by paying them well. We talked about the sheriff. We supported the sheriff on doing raises, and the state's jumping in and making up for that and helping. We hope for the long term, but it could be for the short term. And even you said, let's put the money back to figure out how to cover this when we get in trouble. And we got to cover everybody. And that's where I'm at. We got to cover everybody. I understand, and I don't have a problem in the world doing what Mr. Harris says about addressing two different things. Get this taken care of, compression, but it doesn't matter if it's the stock boy or if it's the person that's been there 25 years that's over the stock board. Everybody has a means that they live by, and that standard, it changed when inflation has hit. It changed that person. I just don't see how you penalize that person that has worked hard and got to this level, and they have a standard of living that is no different than the young kid that's going to have that same standard of living because he wants to get there. But that person, I realize you're saying that person should have a little more money saved up and those things, but he's still at a standard of living that it costs him a lot of money also in what he's up against as well. That's what I'm getting.
Oh, I get that. I get it. But just this one scenario is $141,000 you just laid in front of you. Just that. So where are you funding that from? That's going to go out of your contingency, I'm assuming. Is that right?
That's correct.
So that's just that little part of it. So, and I'm not trying to be cruel, and I'm not trying to say that everybody don't deserve a raise, because they do. Probably inflation's eating everybody. But at some point, just like a business, when I have to raise those salaries, I have to raise my cost, or what I'm selling stuff for. At some point here, you get too heavy-handed or cut.
Or cut other.
And that's what you're going to be faced with here if you get too heavy with this, is you're going to be forced into cutting employees or raising taxes.
So let me, Mr. Chairman, I'm hearing what Mr. Land said, Mr. Stabler, yourself, and I think Mr. Harris is right. Maybe we do have two different things here. And I like this because it's clean and it addresses an immediate issue and we can move forward. As far as the other employees, and I agree with everyone, they need something. You know, we do the 50 cent plus the 1%, maybe we do it, if we can find it within the budget, we do, just throwing there 75 cent plus 1% or $1 plus, and just a one-time deal to kind of get everybody up, to help offset some of that. And then roll back to what we've always done, or we can start addressing it year by year. I think the employees are going to become accustomed to and expect that 50 cent and 1%. And it's been a good thing, and you definitely can't take anything away. We just got to figure out how we're going to add to it.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I don't disagree with Mr. Stapleton at all, I agree with all of you guys in part, but if you give up, you're getting 1%, 50 cent, and you have been for I don't know how many years. Commissioner White said, Chairman, I'm not trying to be cruel, but my boss didn't give me a raise because inflation's eating my lunch. I mean, I haven't gotten more than 5 years, not nothing. And because inflation's high and we're going through a recession, I can guarantee you if I go ask for one, it's going to be, I mean, there again, well, we're going to raise our prices, and you want to raise your prices in the product that you're selling during a time when the recession's already high. You talk about losing customers, and now you're going to lose income. Now you're going to cut people because you're not selling so much because you're going up on your price. So I mean, it's a circle there, and you have to be very, very careful. And in that circle, you got employees and families and lives that are at stake. You know, and like I said before, they're the backbone of the county, they're the backbone of the company, and you want to take care of them. But the guy, the employee at any business that's making, I don't know, $80,000 a year, inflation is not hurting him as bad as it's hurting the guy that's making $12.50. Because if his box of cereal went up $1 at the grocery store, he can probably absorb that dollar. Whereas the guy making $12.50, he feels that dollar.
Well, the 1% 50 cent on a $12 an hour guy is way different than a 1% 50 cent on a $100,000 guy.
Yeah, but I mean, I would venture to guess that he probably has, as one of y'all does, more bills going out too. It's going to affect him equally across the board.
The standard living. Just so you see, and I want to make sure I'm right on this wage progression worksheet, Mr. Keith, an additional 25 cents across the board, and when I say across the board, I'm talking about the board, the clerk, property appraiser, the sheriff's office, and so forth, everybody included was $203,178. Is that correct?
That was for those employees, $20 an hour
And below, an additional 25 cents an hour. And I'm looking at page 2 in this worksheet here, in this wage compression worksheet. About 203, I'm just talking about, just to give everybody an idea of what kind of money we're talking about here is what I'm trying to do. An additional 25 cents, and that's for everybody $20 an hour and under, right?
Yes.
Everybody over that? Well, it's $203,178.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at one of the old sheets that we had in here, and it was, at the time that we prepared these earlier ones, going from $15, adding $1 an hour to those making $15 was $735,000 a year. That was based on a different scenario, but that just gives you an idea. For those making, that was assuming that you waited and when you got there, those that were making 15, everybody else you gave $1 an hour, and it came to $750,000. But, Mr. Chairman, I would just ask if there's any merit to go ahead and trying to figure out how to address the compression issue first, and then figure out how you can give raises.
Well, here's what we can do. We can go ahead and, if this is what everybody wants to do to address the minimum wage issue, we can go ahead and approve that. And then let's finish up this budget thing and see where we come to with the money and go forward from there. Is all I'm gonna do. Anybody else have any ideas?
I'm all ears. I mean, I don't know how this board got so lucky, but we got some tough conversations we've had to have.
The last 2 years have been crazy, yes.
That's just my suggestion. Like I said, I'm not trying to be cruel, but when you start looking at the money, it even becomes a tougher decision to make then, because once you outrun your payroll, if you can't raise the taxes, the next thing you're gonna do is start cutting employees.
Randy?
You're gonna cut employees if you don't.
You know, that's true too.
Y'all have a budget without me, I'm not on board with it.
Well, what we're talking about right now is just the minimum wage.
I understand.
So you're not on board.
No, it's time because we'll go into other stuff and we want to address this other right now. And I'm just not. But I'm saying you don't.
Well, I'm all ears. I mean, I'm willing to listen to what you got in mind.
Well, I've already kind of spoke to it, but what I'm saying is if we address this right now, we're going to get into this other and spend our money, and we're going to say, well, we don't have any money to talk about anything else.
And I'm good with that. I mean, I'm good with fixing it right now. So, what's your plan?
Plan is figure out a scenario where we address it, whether it's case by case or whether. I mean, what is the lowest amount we're paying somebody right now? Is it $11 or was it?
There's some in the tens.
Minimum wage is $10, you go up to 11, September 30th.
And most of those are part-time people.
Yeah, so a bunch of those are fixing to come, I was saying they're seasonal in the summer and they're fixing to come off, so then we're only addressing less people at this time.
I think
To get to
If they're in the payroll, they got picked up in the numbers.
So yes, that'd be part of the answer, yes.
So that number is going to come down this month.
I'm sure, Greg, you got certain employees that after school starts back, they don't work anymore, right?
You got
any idea how many people that is?
What about library? Library schedule, it's in total 72.
Keith, when you ran this, you recognized that there were part-time and full-time people. Did you?
I pulled the vacancies, or I pulled all the positions. I didn't pull, there are some lines that have other salaries that don't have like a number of employees assigned to that line, including recreation with their seasonal employees.
But you used the hours that he had there on the worksheet.
Yes.
To calculate that. So he's using
Okay,
part-time hours.
It's a reflection of both full-time and
That's right,
part-time.
yes.
That's correct.
So 15 wasn't even an issue. As 15 has never been an issue, this whole compression thing.
You talking about getting to 15 an hour, Peter? What you talking about?
Y'all never
Yeah, the
addressed
15
getting everybody up
wasn't-
to 15, right?
Well, that's what this $12.50 an hour is. Getting everybody to $12.50 an hour solves that problem.
But I don't think Commissioner Stapleton's on board
Well,
with that.
he's wanting to do additional above that.
Right.
And so that's where we gotta
Okay.
figure out how we're gonna do it. and how much.
I just said I wasn't in support of it right this moment. It doesn't mean that there's not enough people here to.
But I get what you're saying. If we go through here and spend all the money, then
There
there's
was
nothing
still
left.
going on.
So I get it.
I mean,
That's why I'm sitting here saying, let's come up with a plan.
Well,
That's
just
what
for,
we're gonna do.
Mr. Chairman, for discussion issues, I mean, with some of these other scenarios here, and I think we could all talk about $20 and less is what we were asking for.
That's right.
And since then, I'm sure you guys receive the same calls I have, we're supposed to make $20.03.
That's right.
And they feel like they're just did.
Well, that's what I was telling you. I sit here and beat up over this thing for hours and hours over that same issue of, well, this guy makes 13 and he's been here 4 years and this guy's gonna get 12.50. And then you go through there and you start saying, well, this guy got a pay raise mid-year and now you're gonna give him another one. How fair is that to the next guy? I mean, you just run into all kinds.
Yeah, I mean, I got a guy that makes 85 call and say, if you do something for them, you gotta do it for me, like, 1%, you're the heck of a lot different.
No, and I'm not, you're talking about department as a name,
I mean,
that's part of that. But I'm talking about road graders and operators and things of that nature. I don't know the right, just so I understand,
How much
Mr.
is the
Stapleton.
1% and the 56? 50% in the budget
You
right
want to bring this up to
now.
15 here, or you still talking about just across the board?
It's sitting
trying to-
in the
I'm not talking about changing that number. What I was saying is, I didn't have a problem with y'all changing that number, but I wasn't necessarily on board with that, because Commissioner White said that we'll just do this right now, and then when we get done with all our homework here, we'll
We'll
circle
come back
back
and address
around
it.
and address.
I see what
And I
you're
understand what he's saying.
I see what you're saying.
If we spend all the money, there ain't nothing else to do. So,
Okay.
the way I see, we're in an impasse here. If you're gonna fix it, we gotta fix it now.
So, Keith may know this, or Nina, how many other employees are we talking, minus, I know these guys are back, like department heads?
Well, I was trying to figure out what we have in the budget currently, the 1% to 50%, we had that number the other day, 700-something thousand, what was it? That's in this budget for everyone to get a 1% to 50%. Okay, so now do you start taking money out and giving more money and then do all that? Or do you leave what's in here and then add more to certain people and then they decide who gets what?
I think we just open ourselves up.
It's just like opening.
I think we
it's
do
just like
that.
an
I think we just
every
need to come up with something equal across the board. And
If there's already a 1% to 50% in here for
In here,
everybody,
I'm good with that.
then what's it cost to get everybody up to $20?
Well, to add
But you still gotta take care of the people over 20. If they don't get something.
Yeah, I'm just saying, just 25 cents an hour is 203,000.
Is that for the remaining
Well,
employees?
no, that's for $20 an hour and under.
Right.
You're talking about.
How many more are there, is what I'm trying to figure out. How many more are over that
We
$20?
never addressed that. 'Cause we were-
That's what I'm asking now.
We weren't planning on going over $20 an hour, so I don't think nobody's holding on to that.
I just think we don't try to, obviously there's gotta be a cap there somewhere, like you said. I don't know.
I'll tell you, I've sat and thought about it, I'm telling you, and I don't disagree with Mr. Stapleton, but I
Well,
don't
how
feel like.
many between the 50% and 1%? It's gonna already bring them up to 1250 based on this budget.
Well, I'm hoping that might be what he figured off.
That's what he was using.
I think that's what he used, that plus.
So it'd be an extra 200,000.
So I think that's what he's going with it. No, it should be an extra 141, 946. I don't know if he's including that 50 cent and 1% on that. It could be your number.
Just this one scenario to get everybody to 1250 is $141,000. And anything above that is more.
But that's not necessarily true, it's probably less than that.
Well, because you got, because you got temporary employees and part of it.
The 1%
But I don't know what that
and
number is.
everybody you gave raises to. Total.
Keith, got a good idea?
Well, I have something I need to let you guys know. When we did our adjustment last year, when we did all the talking to get our starting pay up, try to get us competitive and everything, we fixed compression in our department with adjustment in that. That was part of the presentation that I'd given to you. We fixed, because we had compression, and that's been fixed. So if we do any kind, if you guys decide to do anything like you were talking about, Chairman, with some employees getting a 1 and a 50, some employees get 1 and a 75, it's going to create it in my department again. I would request with ours, whatever you decide to do, whether it's the 1 and 50, that it's equally done across in our department, because we fixed that issue last year. So I'm above $15.50 with all my, or above $15 with all my employees, so we're above it. And moving forward, as we, with that 1%, 50 cent, they're gonna get that stretch from the new guy.
Yeah, I don't think your department came in any of these numbers.
There's no one in there, there's nobody in, I just asked Keith to make sure, because my casual employees are not listed on the salary worksheet because they change so much up and down, and they're paid out of my other salary line. So, but they're adjusted, none of this affects them, so.
We don't want it to affect you
And
either.
it's fixed now. If we did a difference of, because I do have guys that make less than 20. So if you guys did like a less than 20, you get a 1 in 75, and above 20, you get a 1 in 50, then here we go with compression again. So I just would like whatever ours you decide to do be equal with us.
The 12.50 an hour is how much, Keith? To get everybody up to 12.50 an hour.
Additional cost is
$141. Plus what's already in here, because you don't have a total on that. So we don't have a total
Sheriff,
on
you got any
that.
ideas? You got a lot of constituents.
What if you went, just an idea, Kelly was saying, if you brought everybody that's below 1250 up to 1250, but they didn't get a raise in October, and everybody above 1250 or above got the 4%, you'd separate them to the one that just starting out, and the one that's been there for a while. Just an idea.
They have to have that though, that you get the climb, don't let you get to the 15.
I mean, just this time here.
Well, you'd have to get everybody, you'd have to get them all to the base of 1250.
Yeah, that's gotta be started back.
And then,
Bring everybody up to 1250.
He was saying skip their raise though.
Yeah,
this
skip
year.
that raise at first, was 1250.
You wouldn't be able to get to the
you wouldn't be able to,
$15
you'd
was
have
the
to give
problem.
them.
That's still part of the.
We
Well,
won't
they
know what
didn't-
to take out though, because we don't have the total.
You couldn't hold back the 50 cents, because
You couldn't get
that's
there.
what gets them to the 15 in 5 years.
Good thought though, I mean, but yeah, that's
Part of the dynamics of the whole thing is giving the $15.
I'm just trying to separate the ones to where you don't have that, just like Randy said, all these phone calls you're fixing to get, to that, because,
The only other thing I know to do is come up with a certain dollar figure, and you just divide it up and give it out, and that's it. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I don't know how else to do it. But for budget purposes, we gotta come up with a number.
Well, 12.50 is the bottom and they make 10, then everybody should get what? A 97-cent raise, everybody?
Everybody from A to Z.
That's,
I don't think you wanna do it, unless you wanna go that line of
I don't
credit.
think you even have enough money to do that.
I mean, that's across the board, right?
Yeah, you don't have enough money to do
Everybody
it.
gets the same. I'm not suggesting that, I'm not a county.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'm just looking at that
Mr.
scenario
Fleming.
across the board.
I
Well,
would say,
I'm gonna depend on your wisdom right here. You said,
yeah. I'm not understanding it's gonna leave it off. Man, we can't give a pay increase right now. I didn't get a pay increase for 7 years to stay. If you ain't got the money, you can't do it. And that's understandable. And I know that everybody needs jobs, everybody needs pay increase. There's a lot of people, you've been saying that don't want to work. But I had to work for it. I had 4 kids to raise. I raised 4 kids before I was able to get a job that paid some money. And I hate to say it like that, but sometimes we have to do what we have to do, and we're doing the best that we can without breaking it back. If we don't have the funds to do it, we just don't have the funds to do it.
well, we could cut out all the outside agencies and take that money and give it to them.
the longevity was supposed to be every 5 years, and it should be
Huh?
100% every year. That was to give us
How much is it?
incentive to work 5 years.
So we fixed that part, that part's
The
in place.
1% shouldn't even be a factor, to y'all, because we've always had that. You just bumped it up a year, every year instead of every 5 years.
But you gotta look at the compounding factor.
Take the 50
Well,
cents.
that's what I keep going back to
You
is,
get that, if you start off, and you started this 5 years ago, and I haven't run that out yet, I don't have to do all of this, but if you start running this thing out, in year one, and I just started off, somebody making $12.50 an hour. And if you did that, and you look at the 1%, and then you add that 50% in,
50 cents.
50 cents an hour. Again, and this is be per diem an hour. That person then starts off the next year, instead of making $12.50, he goes up $13.12. 13 cents.
That's what Keith did here. He did all that. We've got that.
And you keep
scenario.
going, when you put that out, the employees are getting pay raises. The scenario that Randy gave you takes care of the minimum wage issue. You can throw that out before you, that's taken care of. The other employees are still benefiting because of the 1% and that. You're doing something that a lot of companies don't do. They don't give pay raises on an annual basis. You're doing that. Now, you can adjust it if you choose to by giving them, instead of 50 cents, give them 75 cents. But you're still, you have, and the employees hopefully realize the compounding factor. Over time, you're going to be paying, you're going to have the highest paid employees in Northeast Florida. I mean, it's going to take a few years, but they'll get there. That's one side of it. Another side is you have employees, and because you have to hire employees based on their skills. And I don't know what they're paying a road grader operator. You've got one, say, that's making $22 an hour, a road grader. But he's been here 25 years, or 20 years. To get another road grader, Randy might have to hire them in at $18 or $19 an hour, or maybe even the same as this guy that's been here that long. That's an issue. But it's been compounded over the years in the past because nobody got raises. But yet, 30 years ago, you could hire a road grader operator and pay him $10 an hour. You can't do that anymore. Times have changed. Dealing with the issue of wages, you've always got an equity or parity issue that you got to deal with. And y'all still have pay levels, you're bumping up the bottom, but then you still have those steps in there, the high, you know what the low is now, you still now have to deal with the high. Now the guy making $50,000 is a heck of a lot happier than the guy making $20,000, $30,000. But you still have the time element of all these employees. The 1% is a good thing. They didn't wait 5 years to get that money. They actually, in 5 years, get more doing it that way. But the equity issue that is the one that you're faced with. And if you hire all the employees as a board, they're your responsibility. That being said, you cannot in one fell swoop give everybody more and more money. Because you start giving to the bottom, the top's gonna want more.
I think we fix the minimum wage issue.
Yes.
And we leave it up to the people that work them after that to figure it out.
But
They know their employees better than I do, and they know what it's gonna take. Either, or am I gonna pay them to keep them, or are they not worth keeping? So at that point, it becomes their issue to deal with, not mine.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if that's exactly true, because you just said you wanted to come back before the board
To approve all
to
of
approve
it.
it.
I just heard you say that.
I said, I just want to see them. I didn't say I want to approve them. I said, I just want to see them.
What you're gonna run into though is not to cut you short, but I mean, even folks that have worked underneath me, that run different departments in my business, you're gonna hear this. Folks go come in and say, so-and-so got a raise because that's your manager's favorite. That's this, that's that. I mean, you just.
Look, we can't fix it all.
I get you. I'm just trying to keep it as.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
For the sake of time, I don't have a problem in the world agreeing to fix the 1250. But I would ask this. I'm just like you, just like the rest of you. I mean, I grew up working hard and being rewarded if you work hard. I'm saying, and I don't mean giving anything, I'm saying the harder you work, the more you realize you're appreciated. My deal at the end of the time was not trying to break Suwannee County or trying to give anybody a handout. It's about morale. I think that's extremely important in the workplace. That's how you build a team that pulls the wagon. All I would ask is, I'm fine with moving forward with this today, but tomorrow before we leave here, I would like to continue to have a discussion. When we get finished with all our bills, if there's something we can do, or if we can continue to try to figure out what to do, I would just add, if you give me that,
Yes, sir.
I will be fine to move forward.
So, Mr. Harris, I guess we're gonna move forward with minimum wage thing.
The one that we passed out.
Yes, sir, that.
Yeah, you have that.
And we're gonna circle back on the wage thing after we're finished.
Okay. And what we may have to do is, Mr. Gentry and I may have to take some time between now and, because we won't have time to get this done before tomorrow.
No,
But we could work on something and bring you something in a regular board meeting if we need to discuss it some more, or however you want to address something.
Hold on, go back to what.
Yes, we are.
What Commissioner Stapleton said, if we don't address it tomorrow, I'm not asking y'all to work till midnight, but if we don't talk about it tomorrow, then you gotta figure out where you get money from. You know what I mean, like, we don't try to figure out tomorrow, and tentatively, come back.
I can tell you where you get the money from. We take some CARES money, we take care of a capital project with CARES money rather than, the ad valorem.
I mean, we can do that, I just thought we were trying to figure all the budget.
I wish we could, but honestly,
That's a
it's
complicated.
just impossible for us to,
68,
it'd be impossible for us to come up with something before tomorrow.
You good with this? We're just gonna fix what we got here, let them rework some numbers, so we got some numbers to work with.
We'll take the
Take it back
balance,
up at a board meeting.
we'll take the balance of the employees and
Cause I don't think we're gonna get to them.
try to do something.
They got a whole bunch of math to do over there.
One thing that would help us is this. This will take care of those that are 1250 and lower. That takes care of them by doing this right now. We know what this is gonna cost. From those on up, do you want to stop someplace, or do you want to do it across the board from there up? You need to decide that, because when we start running any number of scenarios, we need to know if you're gonna have a cutoff point.
Here's what I'll just throw something, and just make everybody throw it out there. I would like to see numbers across the board. Two things I'd like to see. I'd like to take care of this right now. Tomorrow, I would like to see us, whether it's CARES or where, I'd like to see us take care of our business. And I would like to see us line item a certain amount of money where it's taken care of in this budget year. So when we come back, whether it's 2 meetings down the road, and we decide what, if anything, we want to do, the money is already there.
We just need to figure out what that dollar figure, vicinity of that dollar figure will be. We need to know, do we need $500,000 or we need 750,000? Like,
You got 798 right now.
No.
The difference
With the
to make up
1250.
whatever gets done with salaries.
After this.
Yeah.
Right.
That's.
I agree, that needs to be figured out.
I'm just saying we need to have,
Know that we've got the money there to take care of it.
right, But because if we don't take care of it in this workshop arena and getting our budget approved, then we won't have it when we,
Right.
in 3 board meetings down the road, we'll say, this is what we want to do. Then you got to come back and have hearings and everything else.
You have to have the attending hearing at the Coliseum.
What do they do? You can use the CARES money now. But when you start giving the pay raises, that's increased your
That's a
budget.
recurring expense.
Mr. Chairman, I would say this, I don't have the answer, but I know we got a problem. But I don't know if it's not the raise, I don't know if it's, do we do something, just some bonus type system for?
There's where I was going. What about just a one-time bonus?
Well, that's what I said earlier when I said, why don't we just come up with something to attack the inflation, which we thought we were talking about 2 different things. Just do one time, do
Well,
we?
you are.
Do we have?
A bonus is not attacking inflation, but it might be the only thing that you can afford to do.
That's what I'm saying, at least it'll help them today,
Yeah.
you know, and it's a one-time thing, I'm not saying recurring. I don't know if we can afford to do that, we break the bank, but they need, go ahead.
If you do like a bonus, you'll have to go, like if you do $500, you gotta go up, make sure they get $500, not after taxes and all that, they'll end up clearing $350.
Well, that's how I do my bonuses for my employees.
Make sure they
You
clear.
give $500.
Whatever the number is, I pay the taxes on.
I don't think that, I'm fine with the bonuses, other than the point that if you give the guy that's making $80,000 or $90,000 a year, $500, you ain't,
It ain't matter.
it ain't mattering. And, you know, you're just throwing away $500, in my opinion. What we're,
I really just want to help the people that's hurt.
I want to hurt the people. I want to help the people that are hurting, and I feel like that's why we started at the $20 an hour or less. That's how we got to that. Was we all agreed on consensus $20 an hour and below. That's probably the people that are hurting. But what we've discussed today is we want to help those people, and then secondly, just like Commissioner Stapleton said, morale. What the inflation law has done to us is going to cause us a morale problem for the folks, I feel like, below 20. The guy that's making 80, 90 already, it's $500. I mean, he can say thank you.
But then you run into that $20.
Yeah.
I've already got $2, I mean.
Yeah, yes, he said at 25, then the guy making 26 is gonna be mad. I mean, but somebody, you're not gonna, you just wanna draw a line and
That $20.03 an hour guy's been there 22 years.
And that's why I say that's why I say you go back to your department head and you say, hey, if you got somebody that has a big problem with what we just did, then address it, bring it to Mr. Harris, y'all address it, bring it to the board and show it to us, y'all fix it. If it's a
I think, I agree and disagree just because I've had to deal with this. I think you're gonna have folks within that department fussing and fighting.
I know exactly what's
Someone
going to
has
happen.
an idea.
I've got a crystal ball over here. I can tell you exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah.
that's anywhere.
I mean, I deal
Well,
with.
you get paid big bucks.
I deal with it every day.
Well, I
know what's going to happen.
Anytime you give any one person a raise and it gets back to anybody in that company, somebody's gonna say something about it. Somebody.
And they.
All right, Commissioners, here's what I think we need to do.
First,
First, we're gonna take care of this right here. We got that. Let's make sure that they understand that. Keith, Nina, you understand, we're doing this part right now. Okay, now, the other thing I think you need to consider is the one-time bonus. And I'm saying that because one, it'll provide the increase, but two, you can determine next year if you want to do it again, because you commit to something that's recurring, it's coming.
Yeah.
And you run numbers here, these are big numbers.
Big numbers.
Big numbers. What you're looking at is a contingency right now isn't in there next year, it's over. And it's over every year thereafter.
What's the legal aspect of giving out a bonus for, you know?
That's what I was asking Keith and Nina. I think the state legislature also addressed the concept of bonuses and stuff a couple of years ago, because And so I think you need to ask that of Jimmy and also Mr. Powell first before you agree to bonuses, because it's just off the top of my head, trying to recollect how that was worded. But I think that if you were receiving state funding and stuff, it even came down to counties. So that's what I'm trying to remember, Randy, so you might want to.
And I don't remember either.
But I also say, hey, you don't get this out.
It was before CARES. It was before all the stuff where COVID happened. But it's where it was just and I knew that was something that we were trying to figure out as well. And it may be that it has to be, listed as something else. I can't
As a
remember.
I think it has to be in policy. Maybe I'm thinking wrong, but.
So it's just something I think before that.
Well, that's what I was gonna ask, is
We'll
there
find out.
an issue?
It's something Mr. Powell should be able to tell you, I just don't know if we can have that for tomorrow.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, Commissioner Bill.
on the heels of that, I said what doesn't, so if we can't go bonus, couldn't do something like that. Instead of doing the 50 cent and the 1%, Keith, and I'm just asking everyone, I threw it out a while ago, just for 1 year, if we just bump to the quarter, 75 cent and the 1%, and next year it rolls back to, now, that would dramatically help folks. I just don't know how that would affect us budget wise, that's an extra 20.
You're saying do the thing we just done, everybody to $12.50, that covers minimum wage.
That's right.
And then
for everybody.
For those
else,
folks, so that would be it.
That's it for them. And then for
And everybody else,
It's 75
cent
cents
and 1%.
this year and the 1%, and then next year we roll back to the 50 cent.
Another quarter, you already got 50 cent in here.
So one more quarter, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah.
That's for everybody.
That'd be for everybody.
Not 20.
Other than.
And that was the point I was coming up to make, like, when we did our adjustment last year, and what it went up, the 50 cents was included in that, not addition to that. We didn't do 150, then the adjustment. So the 600 and something thousand, whatever that figure is for the raise this year,
Right.
would be a portion of whatever figure you come up with. If you came up with an average figure of whatever it is, if it's 75 cents, if it's $1, whatever, that 50 cents is included in that, not in addition to whatever adjustment you make. So I just wanted to point that out, because I was getting a little confused listening to some of it.
Then the one of the low ends will get mad at Charlie Bush, because they didn't get 75 cents.
Well, they got brought up today. $1. They got brought up. More.
Everybody's at $12.50 now. We're just talking about the people that above that. Those people that gets the $12.50, that's it for this year. And so for everybody else, maybe look at 75 cent and a 1% this year on.
One time on. And then everything levels back out
So you
on
gotta
Keith's
figure out
plan to get us where we need
dollar
to get.
amount for the 50 cent. You've got it somewhere, total, don't you, somewhere?
Yeah.
Just add another quarter to
Well,
it.
you're showing the quarter is here, it's 203,000.
Yeah, but that was for $20 an hour and under, that wasn't everybody.
Oh, that's right. But
Yeah.
you'd have to subtract out the ones that we.
And you have to
$75.
subtract, yeah, that's correct.
right.
You have to-
That's the number I'm trying to get.
Yeah.
It may still be close to that number by the time you subtract out the 1250 and below, and
But
then
then that's gonna go
Add-
away next year,
add the other ones.
but
Then-
back to 50 cent.
Yeah, it's back to the straight, whatever policy we had.
That's right.
1% is 50 cents. I kinda like that idea.
Keith, if you don't mind staying up all night running that for us, we can take care of this tomorrow.
I'll have a number for you by tomorrow. Excellent.
Very good.
You'll
We
probably
do
have
have
it in
a
10 minutes.
spreadsheet.
That's what he works.
Are we done for today, or y'all
I
wanna
mean,
continue
you
on?
guys okay with that? I mean, just have it.
Yes, sir, Sheriff.
This will be short and painless. I forgot on the dispatcher, I know we had 18 from the 911, but we forgot to include the retirement and insurance and all that there, so we need
Well, just
24 versus the 12.
We figured you.
I thought that, I've seen that in somewhere in there.
That's getting into your slush fund.
I've seen that.
You already cut me 50 grand already.
I told you it's gonna be painless.
Well, when we got the nitro night, he just jabbed
Oh, man.
it.
We come up here and ask for some more.
But I figured I'd better do it before you start spending off, you talking about you's gonna be broke.
You done cut me 50 grand already, so.
I wanted to add to the dispatcher thing too, that I had a conversation with Sheriff a while ago, earlier, and looking at their figures, for the $28,000 employee, it's an actual expense of $45,000. We really need more than one dispatcher. If we can do it, I'd like to take $45,000 out of my contingency line and move it over to his budget to be able to put 2 dispatchers on, because we really need that.
So Sheriff's making out like a bandit
Are you saying today, I've been up here 6 years.
We need the dispatcher.
He said 200, then he said, well, 100 to 150.
Yeah, but we really need the dispatcher.
So are you guys gonna reach out to the city, their department heads, and, or do we need to do that?
We'll do it, for us.
Okay.
But Nina needs to know that go up from 12 to 24, right?
I guess I'm going to 45.
Well,
Everybody's
can
on a roll
Jennifer,
now. 45.
can Jennifer change that 18? I know she's not here to ask, but what do you guys know about
You
it?
got 24.
I was gonna say,
She can?
Oh, I'm sure she can.
and she's got it, so.
Okay, all right,
I'd rather
okay,
do that.
all right.
Yeah.
But now you want to give up dispatcher too.
Yeah, I want to cover one, I'd like to cover one position. They're consistently short-staffed,
Six,
and,
can't you, Randy?
I mean, and we suffer from it, because.
That's one question only she can answer right
Yeah,
there.
I'll have to
I'm
call
gonna
her.
defer till she gets back.
I think she can. I'd love
We
to.
get along right now, I don't do that.
But I just want to throw that out there, that
I'll call her.
I'm
sure we can work out something.
We need not just
Okay.
the one position, we really need all 4, but we can't afford that. I'm willing to put the money over to Fund 1 out of this year's budget to try to, because we're all constantly, his deputies, our guys, when they only have 2 people in there, every call that happens, especially on the interstate, those 2 dispatchers are dispatching the sheriff's office, they're dispatching us, they're dispatching FHP, they're getting a helicopter on standby. All the while, every car that passes that wreck is calling 911, and
That's
every
right.
time that phone rings, it's got to be answered. So and that may not be the only call going on in the county, so there's a lot of times that if you listen to our radio, I know listening to ours, that they have to call 2 or 3 times because they're tied up on either the 911 phone, having that third person that on all the time that can somewhat be dedicated when we get a call, that they can kind of focus on us. They're gonna all work together, but they can focus on us more than just 2 of them in there when several of their guys are going. So I really think it's a needed spot.
Well, thank you, Chief Ed.
Appreciate that.
Hey, guys.
Sheriff, I nominate you to go to City Hall.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Get us some more, boy.
You wanna come with me?
No, I don't have much.
You do just fine.
Call her Randy.
Peter, what was the contingency after all that?
0.
I mean,
It'd be a lot more than that dispatcher, I can tell you that.
698, 569.
that's where we're at on our contingency.
Huh?
I'm sorry, what did you
That's how
say?
much is left after we just did that.
698, 569.
What I missed
That
something.
$141,000 we just did.
Yeah, but what else was there? Did I miss something else? That ain't what I come
The
up.
50-something
light
thousand
scan
for
for
the
the
sheriff.
sheriff, and the, $90,000,
For Randy's.
I didn't do the 50,000, okay. That's all I missed. was
New total is 698, 569.
That's with the 1250.
Okay.
The dispatcher position.
Oh, okay, that's what it is. That's with the.
We're gonna ask her.
41.
Okay, so just leave it.
Just leave it alone.
No, we're gonna have to ask Dina, she doesn't know how much it's rolling over each year.
Well, she gets in 200 grand a year. So
Yeah.
she rolls more than she spends, so I'm saying she'd be okay with the 6,000, but I would let her speak for her own budget.
Well, she's gonna be okay with it if the money's there.
Well, I
You
mean,
just gotta figure out how much money is there.
she gets in 200 grand a year, which is not, that's actual revenue coming in every year.
But does her salary all come out of that?
Yeah. But I mean, it's not
I get
200
it,
grand a
but-
year.
She's got the money, it's just, I don't know if.
She has about $1 million in contingency.
Yes, ma'am, I know, I try to get it all the
that she cannot
time.
use for that, yeah, but she can.
Every time they come up with something, I run to her and say, hey, can we use it for this?
I was gonna say, today's the first time she's ever said that, yes. And I get it.
Well, she did on a pickup truck last year.
So they got one.
She did, she did. But she's held such restraint with that
Oh, yeah,
money and
it's
how it
strict.
is. Yeah.
It's a shame that she can't spend more on it.
But you know, I see the state's wanting to raise that fee up some more, that 911 fee. I'm sitting there going, why you want to do that? You can't even spend the money.
A new chair.
Because everyone's cutting off their landlines and stuff.
Well, that's what 911 was originally there for. But if you can't use the money to hire the people in dispatch that answer the 911 call,
I've
makes
said
no
this for
sense.
years.
That's right.
Makes absolutely no sense.
It's because it's a board, it's a 911 board, it's a group of people that
Are,
know the rules.
are we just gonna pick up
We'll
tomorrow?
figure that one out tomorrow, yeah.
I mean, we're gonna start on the wish list in the morning first, or?
If that's what you wanna do.
Well, I wanna
I
get
wouldn't do
through,
that.
I wanna get through what we gotta have before we get to these outside agencies. I wanna.
You're gonna have some
Well, you better push some
angry
people back,
people.
because they're gonna start at
They're
9
gonna be here
a.m.
first thing in the morning. And it, all you can
They've
do.
already been
We don't
notified.
have to.
Well, they'll sit here all day too,
Yeah.
waiting to see what you say about their request. I mean, you typically listen to all of them, and you don't.
You don't make a decision until at the end.
At the end,
We can just
we
hear
can
it out.
listen to them, let them go, and then
We don't have to
And
make a
they're
decision at that
scheduled
point.
from 9 to 9:33,
We'll
so.
just deal with them first, and then we'll decide.
Do you have to listen to all of them?
Yes.
I won't tell you the question I asked when I came back from lunch, but.
Well, some of them, I like when Art comes down, I mean, that's a big day for him to come and present.
I like Jeannie. Jeannie's a big day for me. I like her.
Well, I guess with that. We have a motion to adjourn.
Just recess until tomorrow.
Recess till 9 a.m. Thank you all for coming.